and dry. This is cleansing cream. You can cleanse your face with it. It can make your face feel nice and soft and smooth and greasy. This is Bactine medicated skin cream. It is a new thing. It is a washing cream. You wash your face with it. It makes your face feel nice and fresh and clean and nice and soft and smooth and not dry and not greasy. And while it's at it, Bactine is also antiseptic. It cleans deep down to pores and makes your face feel safe from ugliness-causing germs and bacteria. Bactine does a lot of things that soap and cleansing creams just can't do. But it doesn't get rid of freckles either. The washing cream.
Alka-Seltzer invents a new disease, the blahs. The blahs is kind of like the blues, only physical. It's when you're down in the dumps and you don't know a cold is working on you. It's when you're not feeling right, but you don't know what's wrong. It might be a headache on its way, a stomach ache on its way. The blahs, who needs them? You know, we wouldn't have invented a disease unless we had something to take for it. Alka-Seltzer. If Alka-Seltzer can take care of real big upsets, think of what it can do for a simple case of the blahs.
I'm going to show you a new antiseptic skin cleanser that works when it's on and keeps working for 12 hours after you wash it off. Bactine medicated skin cream. It's got the great Bactine germ killer in it, so it cleans your skin right down into the pores, right down to the germs and bacteria that can cause blemishes. After you wash it off, it leaves a soft, invisible film that protects your skin from more germs for 12 hours. Excuse me. Your skin will be antiseptically clean and protected from germs that can damage it for 12 hours. If you use Bactine medicated skin cream morning and night, it really pays off.
Get set!
That was pretty good vibe for a change. What was it? Blueberry tang?
Yeah, blueberry. First contest, kid? Follow me. This is Alka-Seltzer. Gets rid of that stuffy feeling. When you've been on the circuit as long as I have, you'll know. See you around, kid.
Next time you overeat, take what the guys who overeat for a living take. Alka-Seltzer.
Men, nothing takes it off like Noxema medicated shave. Take it off. Take it all off. Nothing takes it off like Noxema medicated shave.
The closer you shave, the more you need Noxema. Noxema medicated comfort shave.
Come to where the flavor is. Come to Marlboro Country.
You never know when you'll need a big wagon. And the 1967 American Motors builds big wagons. See them at your American Motors Rambler dealer now.
Ready for takeoff?
That. Whoa. Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't have shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Shut the John on them jets, cause you wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island, moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that shit, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof for my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen the change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just to front, nigga. Goddamn. Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules. Had my first child, got it jumping with music. Can't really hang with nobody who losing. But I could hardly see niggas this distant. Know you get cropped if you not in the.
What is going on? What are you doing?
Give up. Give up when times are hard. Give up. Have a happy heart. Give up. Pray and obey when you get scared. Give up. Let me hear you say.
What's going on with you? What are you talking about?
As you can see, we've had our eye on you for some time now, Mr. Anderson.
I don't believe for 1 second that I am the only one smart enough to pick up the Bible and figure out that we're not supposed to mourn when homosexuals die.
One of these lives has a future, and one of them does not.
So what? So what?
So let's just do a quick check. Let's make sure that none of our Bibles have been tampered with.
I just take pleasure in their death. God has darkened their heart and blinded their eyes. Look, if God darkens your heart and blinds your eyes, you can't believe. You can't believe. Washing our feet in the blood of the wicked in the New Testament. I'm starting to just realize the uncomfortable truth. Who here really struggles hard to be a homo? I mean, it's really hard. And you know what? These people are going to be burning in hell for all eternity. The victory is theirs. It's not ours. They've already won. We've already lost. It's already been written. We've already read the last chapter. And we know
I don't love God.
You see, sometimes we think we need all this fancy knowledge to grow as a human.
That's right.
But I got news for you. All you have to do is apply one concept and put it to work. That doubt is a virtue. Touch your neighbors and say it's time to doubt. Here's a new kind of faith. It's not the kind of faith of wishful thinking of the heart, or helps you deny reality, or only works seldomly. It's the kind of faith that's reliable, repeatable. It's the kind of faith that goes beyond all religions, all biases, embraces doubt. It's open to change. It's the kind of faith where you know when it's been misplaced. It's the kind of faith that works. You can make sense of it. You can explain it. It's the kind of faith that you can see, touch, feel, and hear. It's the kind of faith that really does heal the sick. We put our trust, we put our hope, we put our confidence in things that are observable, measurable, repeatable, and most importantly, falsifiable. Let's join together and have a faith that spits in the face of gullibility. You have heard it said that faith has an objective. Well, what has your faith done for you lately? What has your faith done for society lately? Stephen's kind of faith has been around for thousands of years. But it was science that cured smallpox, measles, polio, and infection. Stephen doesn't want his faith to be held hostage to outcomes. But I say outcomes and results matter. Stephen said that with God in your presence, there's nothing you can't do. There's nothing you can't heal. There's nothing you can't restore. But we all know that's not true. You can't fly. You can't walk on water. You can't raise the dead. Let's be humble. Let's be honest. Let's stop with the hoping and start with the reasoning. Say no to astrology on Monday. No to crystals on Tuesday. No to chakras on Wednesday. No to the vacuum salesman on Thursday. No to homeopathy on Friday. No to faith healing. And yes to medical healing. And on Sunday, I want a faith that doesn't need a holy book or a pastor or a priest or a rabbi or an imam to know it's not okay to harm others.
Live from Sacred Death Studios in Los Santos, San Andreas. Welcome everyone to Late Night Counter-Apologetics. And now, please welcome your host. He is the wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. He is the sexiest man in all of word wrestling entertainment. He is the most entertaining man in the history of evolutionary biology. He is the virtual visionary, Mr. Dual PhD himself. Please give it up for the architect of the atheist apocalypse, the only man to have his vestments blessed by PineCreek, the most high apostle of the cult of the flying man. He is none other than the Outlaw Prince, the one and only Jesus who can save us, Dr. Dr. Heartbreak J, Pocket Locker, BUNDY! I know I'm sexy, I've got the look that drives the girls wild. I got the moves. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. That move right there. I send chills like that up and down their spine. Oh, that's a great name. Sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I make him hot, I make them shiver. Things get weak whenever I'm around. They see me walk, they hear me talk. I make them feel like their God ain't real. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a U.S. champion. I'm not a fucking chump. Let's go. Who the fuck is calling me? No, I'm in the middle of a show. You don't call me with some fucking propaganda. You don't call me with your fucking telemarketing bullshit. We are taking over the internet. How dare you interrupt my fucking show? Goddamn telemarketers. If you were here right now, I'd break your ass. That mic flipped off. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Welcome everybody to a very special edition of the Pocket Locker podcast. And boy, do we have a fucking show for you today, folks. Shit is going down, but let's be very clear about something. Before we start the show, let's get to the right place. As you can see, link up with the gang. The gang is here with me in Gather, where we belong. All right? So me, UC Love, Carrie Ann. Let me turn my camera on. All right, y'all. Come follow me, gang. Let's go to the office. We got to go to the office. So, whoops, in the wrong space. Y'all, let's go to the office. It's office time. Everybody come follow me. Yeah, and I'm going to request that they join me. All right, and then, all right, here we go. Boom. I don't know what the hell UC Love is doing. All right, here we go.
I'm following, right?
Yeah, you're good. I don't know where the hell UC Love is. Me and Carrie Ann on the move.
Yeah, you got me for a few minutes.
Oh yeah, you got it. Yeah, you got shit to do.
Yeah.
Well, it's good. At least shows these fools how to get in here.
I was trying.
Boom. All right, we're good. You come sit at the table. You probably got to move your thing because you probably got to stay behind.
Click on
follow. Yeah, exactly. All right, and then I'm gonna tell.
You pinned in.
I'm gonna send Melody a request to join me and UC Love a request to join me. So then they should be able to come in. All right, nice. So that's where we're at. That's how we're gonna start. Now, you know what I realized I loved about this? Melody Joy had her awful children on earlier. Awful children. Cool. No, they're awful children.
Are they?
They're awful children. Yeah. Let me tell you about Melody Joy's. Let me tell you about Melody Joy's children. They way too good looking. Way too good looking. Yeah, it's all nice now and all your friends is like, oh, your kids are so cute and they're so handsome. Oh, she's so beautiful. He's going to grow up to be such a stud. She's going to grow up to be a supermodel. They going to grow up to be some terrorists. Some terrorists. Some terrible people. They're going to be breaking all the hearts, picking on all the ugly kids. So you better hope them kids get some character. Take them to church or something.
They got Melody. She's got character.
Oh yeah, no, they're gorgeous kids, man. They gonna be breaking some hearts for sure. All right, y'all, let's get in here. Let's get in here and have some communion. All right, Melody, you can mute him. You can mute yourself, though. Sorry about that. Just so that we don't hear that. Yeah, but thank you so much. So Melody's in here. Carrie Ann is in here. UC Love is in here with me. This is where the superstars hang out. But yeah, what was great was the kids want to get on, Carrie Ann. The kids see the gather and they're like, I want to get on up. No, this is the game for grown folks. Go play some Fortnite or something.
How did Dad like it, by the way?
I don't know.
Like it?
Who? Oh, my dad. Yeah, he liked it. He sent me a smiley face. So yeah, man, this is the game for grown-ups. You know.
Awesome.
We gotta have something fun for us. You know. All right, let's go ahead and do some communion, y'all, because we got a lot to get into on the program today. Why? Because people on the internet are crazy. That's why. Really, I mean, it's like every day you wake up with a plan for the show, and then there's some craziness that's happened, and you got to do something else. So yeah, we're gonna try to stay somewhat focused. All right, let me screen share here. Actually, I don't need the screen share for this part because they're doing nothing, so I'm gonna just leave it like that. All right, y'all, here we go. We're gonna do communion. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flight for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. Oh, yeah. Oh, that wine is good. No, it's not day drinking. It's priestly responsibilities. Exactly. That's what you gotta tell them. Day drinking? No. I'm way too professional for that. We would never be out here day drinking. It's communion. You know, we got to start our own language. They be speaking Christianese, we be speaking atheistese.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, in atheistese we get to call day drinking communion. Christians, y'all ain't the only ones that get to twist words to suit yourself.
It's just happy hour.
It's just it's happy hour. It's time to be happy. Plus you got to remember it might be like what 12:45 in the afternoon here, but it's midnight somewhere, right? We're just trying to get with the people that's internet. We international, Carrie Ann. That's who we are. All right, y'all. We got the MJ interlude. Everybody kick up. Time to get in airplane mode. Myronese. There you go, Cameron. Myronese. I like that. Mode. There you go. I already put it in there.
I ain't even tripping, but them say she a drug, cause she hear everything for me. And I'm on a hitter faithfully. At least the dub when we touch. No one falling.
I actually need to roll up some more.
I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. Even bring her out on dates with me. See my mama new place with me. She hold me down on the days when I ain't feeling too up. I ain't even tripping, cause she with me in the clutch. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but she ain't even a drug. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I play with ya. But I know I'm never tripping. The
signs say I'm in love.
Mary Jane is different cause she ain't even a drug. She be there every day for me. She my sweet Mary Jane.
Also, I saw James Apperson. James, I was thinking of James, I've been thinking of a couple things I want to chat with you about, man. So if you want to hop in here with us, James, I definitely have some things that I want to share. And GT Punk is in here. It's YouTube Punk when y'all see him on YouTube, but in here he's GT Punk, Gathertown Punk.
In the afternoon I stay cause she know that I'm in love. I ain't even tripping cause she the one I could trust. She go running every day with me. Take the kids out to play with me. They say I'm tripping, I ain't slipping cause she ain't even a drug. Niggas sipping lean, ain't worried what's in your cup. In the morning I might play with ya. Take a long walk and stay with ya. She my sweet Mary Jane and she the one I could trust. Niggas sipping lean, but me I'm smoking a dub. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I play with you. But I know I'm
also, y'all, a couple nights ago, we had this artist. He's my favorite rapper. He's also my cousin, OG Roddy. He was on the show. If you look for that episode a couple days ago, it's called Airplane Mode. OG Roddy in the house. So definitely check that out. Shout out to Cuz. Thanks so much for the music, the merch, everything Cuz is going to be helping us out with. So go ahead, check out the music. We're going to listen to this one too. This is the song he was talking about, John Tio. This is the song he wrote for his best friend that passed. I'm going to roll up while we play this song. It's a great song. And yeah, I'm so excited about the podcast, y'all. We have so much to do today. A lot of craziness going on, but it's going to be fun. So everybody sit back, catch a vibe, and we're going to have some fun. Here we go.
Nigga lost so many, I got no conscience. Lost my whole right hand, had to keep grinding. Had to check up on my circle, it ain't no rhombus. Still remember mom's call, told me about Johnny. Sitting back in the chair, thinking she lying. Then I listen close here and she crying. Then it get dark, but it's like, cause you know for a fact God do it all in time and questioned it all. But I stopped there, John put me on to some fly shit. Louis V for the baggage, time of heart stakes, we ain't gramming. Should've showed you the plan here. Matching tux at the Grammys. Dog, your family, my family. Look out the plane, still see damage. But now look over the modes. Going down as the greatest. Just to get to the top and show all the gain that you gave me. Y'all in this verse like my mom. Never bye, see you later. Rest in peace, Jonathan Tio. That's my bro, miss you daily. Goddamn, yeah. Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my dog.
Ain't no hook for the shit. That shit perfect.
Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my dog.
Ain't no hook for the shit.
Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my bro. Ain't no hook for
Come join us in the gallery, y'all.
And I'm gonna say some shit that, like, this is documented. You know, I got a TED talk. I forgave my brother's killer. And I'm saying it to say this. Nigga that killed my brother, my brother died in my grandma's arms. That house that we grew up in. He shot my brother, he ran to the house. He died in Nanny Hall when she opened the door. So I'm telling you, there's some real shit, man. If I ain't let that shit go, I won't be right here today. I won't be here for my niece and my nephews. Me and Gil won't be doing this. Y'all won't know me. I won't be able to give y'all this game. But I had to leave. I had to let that shit go. When I let that shit go, nigga, I started to grow. And I started to glow. And now I'm here today, and it was harder than man. I'm talking about this is my big brother, nigga.
All right, y'all. I got one more for you. I'm feeling in DJ mode. I'm in DJ mode. I got one more for you. This next one's a shout out. Caterpillar came through the OG Roddy podcast. Show so much love. Expressed her fanhood of BBVW, which is not only one of my favorites, it's one of OG Roddy's favorites, and it's probably their biggest hit. If you went to an OG Roddy show, or especially let's say an OG Henny show, right? His name's OG Roddy, his partner's name is Henny. Their duo is called OG Henny. If you went to an OG Henny show and they had to do one song, or, you know, they wanted you to see their one music video, that one performance, it would be BBVW. Here we go. Oh, no, Spotify acting like I'm not already Spotify, what is wrong with you, Spotify? Hang on, let me get this list up on my other, on my other browser where it's already logged in. All right, here we go. Oh, it popped up already. Here we go.
I can't sing, but tonight I'm gonna try. She got all the things that I seen online, but the one that I'm with gon' ride for life. The problem really is bad bitch first wife. Now, hold up, my wife be a bad bitch. But the ones on the gram got perfect titties and asses. My girl, she loyal and lavish. She ain't showing off her assets, just to level up her status. If she did it wouldn't matter. She do her and I do me. I met a shorty through a link. Now we linking for some drinks. Conversation kinda vingin'. First day, last day was in the base. On some MySpace top 8 shit. Headshots her favorite. But lust ain't gon' save us. Headed home to my main chick.
Wait, y'all heard him say that? He said, headshots her favorite. Cameron, where's them headshots at, Cameron? Cameron Bennett, where them headshots at, Cameron Bennett? Huh, Cameron Bennett? We calling you out, Cameron Bennett. Where's the modeling, Cameron Bennett? Where are the headshots? We're calling you out right now, Cameron Bennett. We need to see it, Cameron Bennett. We need to see the modeling, the portfolio, the spread.
Boom, headshot,
like boom, headshot, boom, headshot, boom, headshot.
I mean, my heart's beating, my hands are shaking,
Don't be nervous, Cameron. Be photogenic, Cameron.
Gonna save us, headed home to my main chick. Yeah, she might do some complaining, but I'd rather her than a fake chick who stuck on herself and she brainless. Focused on loving the same way. Don't got no time for the game, babe. We getting old fucking lame shit. Sing, but tonight I'm gonna try. She got all the things that I seen online, but the one that I'm with gon' ride for life. The problem really is bad bitch first wife. I can't sing, but tonight I'm gonna try. She got all the things that I seen online, but the one that I'm with gon' ride for life. The problem really is bad bitch first wife. 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 She know she the wife. She know she a bad bitch. You do this shit nightly. Make movies like Spike Lee. Take trips so you know that we sightsee. Shorty the wifey. Don't even need diamonds and niceties. I cut off my side chicks. For her, I cut off my side chicks, yeah. I'm up in the morning. My girl, she faithful and loyal. That's why she gets spoiled. But love, just keep us in order, I can't sing, but tonight I'm gonna try. She got all the things that I seen online, but the one that I'm with gon' ride for but tonight I'm gonna try. She got all the things that I seen online, but the one that I'm with gon' ride for life. The problem really is that bitch first wife.
Love it. Oh, this is my favorite.
That hair done
Shining shades
feet up, relaxing, sipping that Douce. If this was 2K shit, I could hit you.
Yo, we having another release party right now.
The dick down proper.
Actually, OG Roddy got a podcast he did this week, and I think he got some music coming out next week or next couple of weeks.
Let me look, he shot town to New Jersey.
We gon' pull up. That man is always in the studio.
Hook up. Anytime that you need me, we gon' pull up. Damn right, I got the hook up. And say you gotta act brand new. Nah, I can't stand you. Have to bring you round just to show what the fam do. No text, no calls, no reasons to be involved. Young John Wall taking what's give it and get it off. Come on.
What you doing, girl? Pull up on me. I spend a lot of time living in the moment. I'm in the city with the gas roll for you. Gonna come get you and we bend up corners. No disrespect about me.
No disrespect about me.
City, so you know I'm about it.
So you know I'm about it.
I can tell you about it.
Now let me tell you
about it. Playing, no, I had to doubt it. Days I'm in the hood like what it is. I might just slide up on you like what up, bitch. Cause you know I like to play with you. Come spend the day with you, come kick it, seeing what it do. You feeling comfortable, I make the move. But now it's different though, I guess it's cool. You wasn't shy about my love, remember after school the days when I picked you up. So now you fucked around and changed, almost messed it up. See, I ain't changed, baby, trying to catch a plane with you. Came back around to show you that I'm made for you. And here you go with the same old song on your weekend shit. I might just wish I never met her like Call Tom is, but I ain't tripping no. Stay up on the grind, we gon' get some dough. And you got that good ass brain, I had to let you know. I really wanna let you know. Tell me where you wanna go and what you wanna know. Whoa. What you doing, girl? Pull up on me. I spend a lot of time living in the moment. I'm in the city with the gas roll for you.
This is how East Coast niggas really like to start the day. Like, we don't really get dressed and just pull up to the office. We gotta get our groove on in the car, on the commute, in the hallway. You know what I mean? That way, by the time we hit the office door, our mood is right. We in the right state of mind to deal with these people and shit. You know, you don't really want to catch niggas in the office fresh out of bed. That's never a good look. You gotta give us some time to catch a vibe first. Get in a good mood. You know what I mean? Let's go.
What you doing, girl?
Pull up on me.
I spend a lot of time living in the moment. I'm in the city with the gas roll for you. Gonna come get you and we bend them corners. No disrespect about me.
No disrespect about me.
City, so you know I'm about it.
So you know I'm about it.
I can tell you about it.
Now let me tell you
about it. Playing, no, I had to
Go. Sour Patch Kids energy drink. It's my coffee alternative. All right, y'all, let's get into this motherfucking show, y'all. Let's get into this motherfucking show. First thing we gonna talk about, and the thing we gonna be talking about, quite frankly, throughout this shit, y'all, hypocritical ass Republicans. I should say Republicans, but y'all know who we talking about. It's the Retrumpletons. And if you don't know what the Retrumpletons are, you take Republican, you mix it with Trumpist, and then you mix it with the tinfoil hat brigade. And what do you get? A Retrumpleton or a Trumpletard, whatever you want to call them. All right? The fuckers that are ruining democracy. Y'all know who we talking about. All right? And yeah, we got to talk about our man Lupin, but, you know, we're going to start big. You know, and then we're going to talk about, we're going to focus it, right? We're going to start with the big picture, and then we're going to talk about Lupin as an example of how these motherfucking nonsense affects our community. And then y'all are going to tell me what the fuck to do about this shit, because I don't have a clue anymore. All right, so let's share this screen real quick. That one. All right, here we go. All right, everybody should be able to see good old Joe. All right, go ahead, Joe. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. Now, see, what's wrong with people is people think I'm trying to say fuck Joe Biden. I'm really not. I actually think the Let's Go Brandon chant's kind of fun. See, that's what's fucked up. See, people be thinking that it's always white people stealing from black people. Oh, they stole jazz, they stole rock and roll, they stole hip hop. Nah, sometimes black people, we want to steal from white people. White people got a lot of good ideas, a lot of fun shit. That My Sharona, hey, I got one for you. Sweet Caroline, oh, right? What y'all think? You're gonna keep black people away from that shit? Nah, that shit's fun. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. That shit fun as hell. White people, y'all can't keep us from the fun shit. We gonna find out what's fun and do it too. Caucus. Let's go, Brandon is a banger.
Socialists in the Republican caucus. What was Biden referring to? Now he's...
James is here. James, very important things. Da Vinci Resolve.
Yep.
You said you want to get into the editing and the blase and the flavonoids. I like Da Vinci Resolve. The reason I like Da Vinci Resolve is because it's slick, it's dope. It starts for free. You get the free one. It does everything you ever need and learn, and then you get serious about it, and you get the other one and the premium one, and it unlocks more shit that you didn't need before, but you'll use because it's dope. Also, there's like a lot of powerful like effects processing and being able to generate a lot of shit that comes with powerful programs like Final Cut. Like when I had a Mac, I was a Final Cut guy, like hardcore. I got a Mac, I'm a Final Cut dude, right? So Final Cut is dope, but it's not cross-platform. So as soon as you have a PC or a Mac?
PC.
Yeah, all right. So if you can't even use Final Cut, but Da Vinci Resolve has basically the same workflow, and like as a Final Cut dude, once I figured out what's going on in Resolve, I was like, oh, this is the same thing, right? But then other people are like, oh, you got to get the fucking Adobe shit. Mm-hmm. You understand? But like I just hate their business model. Like, yes, Adobe is the industry standard for making movies and shit, but nobody cares. You're working in your own studio. You can do whatever the fuck you want. You know what I mean? It doesn't really matter. Right. Plus, you'll learn enough that if you ever have to use Adobe, you'll automatically know what you're doing already. But I hate their subscription model. A lot of their design I'm not with it because there's a lot of design debt. Like, it's such a old school tool, right, that it still looks like it needs to for its user base rather than like some fresh shit, you know what I mean, right? Imagined in the light of now, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, and then the other thing is with the Resolve, it like gives you like 5 different tabs and they handle everything. So you have one that's just for like simple cuts, which you'll probably use for the most part for like doing a simple little podcast. It's literally for like dailies, like it's for like news people. They don't need a bunch of fancy special effects and layering. They just got to cut clips quickly. And so that's what that's for. Then you get a full non-linear edit window. That's where you would do Final Cut or Adobe shit, just like a full normal non-linear video edit. It's their main thing for when you want to get serious. You've got the Fusion thing for when you want to compose fancy effects, and there's tons of easy tutorials. You've got the what the fuck is it called? It's Fairlight. Fairlight is the sound thing. That's where you get your mixer and all your audio effects. So it's like gives you, like, instead of like, if you ever got real serious about your sound design and using effects and compressors and all of that shit, right? Most of those audio programs, you'd have to like bounce your sound out to another audio program to do post-production sound, right? I'm really into post-production sound, right? So you don't have to do any of that shit. Like, it's just like you go to this other tab and all of a sudden you've got yourself a really serious audio workstation. And then you got the Deliver, which is what it sounds like. Get the shit out of here, and it's where you tell it all the formats you want, and if you want the audio, and if you want to get it ready for YouTube or a blog or Vimeo or whatever the fuck. It's just like where you tell it how to deliver your project, name it, save it. It gives you a nice cue list for rendering your shit, and then you're done. So you did mention wanting to get serious about editing. I know some of the other people in our community edit and use Resolve. But that's my sales pitch. It's not a sales pitch based on a sponsorship or anything like that. I've used a bunch of these programs. I've been doing this shit for a long time. I don't think Resolve is perfect. I think it's really awesome, and it's what I use. And there's a ton of tutorials about it, and I have a ton of playlists with resources on it, and I can always show you lots of shit. So definitely use whatever you want, and anything you use, I'll try to make sure I help you with it. So, you know, I want to teach this stuff at the university, in my lab, and for my students, and so I always will tell my students and anybody I work with, I will help you work on whatever platform you choose to work on, right? My knowledge base and skill set really doesn't give two fucks what piece of software you use, right?
Right.
But I'm happy to tell people what I use and why I use it. Yeah, so that was it. I wanted to make sure I told you that because you mentioned it, and I figured if you're gonna get taken off and you're looking for a little, you know, what people, how to think about what to use, that's my 2 cents on that. Also, there's a lot of free stuff out there too that's really good, you know.
Yeah. Resolve is the one people recommend to me the most. So
okay, cool.
I'm trying to learn it right now.
Glad to hear that. Yeah. Glad to hear that. There's also a company called Bandicam. They make a tool called Bandicut. I actually use their stuff too. So I use Bandicam for my screen captures for the Avita Ed videos and tutorials and stuff. If you ever want to make tutorials and stuff like that, I recommend Bandicam. And I actually use Bandicut a lot as well. So for instance, if I were to edit the stream today, right, I would not want to take an 8-hour stream and import it into Resolve. It's just a clunky way to work. It's fine. My computer can handle it. I've got the processing power. It literally wouldn't do anything other than maybe slow it down a little bit on import, you know what I'm saying? And I'd move on with my life. And then it'd take longer for it to render the clips and shit like that. And it would be annoying, but not a big deal. But I just know that's not the way you should work, right? Especially not with such big files, right? So what I would do is I would actually download it, I'd import it into Bandicut, right? And I would use that to chop out the sections and the clips I want. And I would chop them into very small files, or, you know, at most if I said, oh, this 10-minute or 20-minute segment I really actually want to keep because I'm going to make that its own little standalone video, right? I would do that. And then when it came into importing my clips into Resolve, and then doing this thing that we call generating optimized media. Basically, when you download video, you have video footage, right? When you upload something off your camera, you have raw video footage, right? Well, raw video files are fucking huge. They're just massive, right? And they're the worst. So when you're editing, you actually, it's like weird, it's weird to say this, but you actually don't want to actually be working with real video files. Right? So you do this thing called generating proxy media, or in Resolve we also say optimized media. We go with optimized normally. That's just a difference of how it does it or where it stores it, right? And what it does is it creates these sort of editor-friendly representations of your files, right?
Right.
And then you actually edit and work on those. And then when you go to export, it just applies your work to the file to create an actual real audio file, right? That's part of the reason these tools are so powerful, because most people who do this stuff on their phone or on their PlayStation don't have this shit going on. So it's so then it becomes really powerful, because so a lot of times when we start a big edit or make a video or working on something, what you do is you edit up you chop up all your clips, right? Then you import them into the editor, and then you let it sit there for a while and generate these optimized media for all the assets that you're going to want to use in your project, right? And literally, it's wait time, to be honest with you, right? Because what you want to do is you want to import it, and you can start working with them, but things are a little slower. Your editor's not quite what you want it to be, but once they're done, you know, things are snappy and smooth, and you're ready to go. So what I'm getting at is, obviously that's the benefit of chopping up what you're actually going to need and want first, right? Rather than having it optimize 8 hours of footage,
right?
When you're going to end up using, 30 to 40 minutes of it. So that's why I actually use a cutter, right? So I'm just explaining to you the motivation of using a separate video clipper. And with that tool, we want something very simple that's built just for clipping up and just for splicing it. It's simple, it's lightweight, it's fast. In other words, Resolve is, you could do that in Resolve, but again, it'd be overkill for that, right? Yeah. And actually, it's the same thing with music production. When I start with music production, I have separate programs that I use just for video recording and editing, like Audacity, some people know about. I use a fancier version of Audacity. It's a what the fuck is it shit called? Oh, WavePad. Love that shit. But yeah, it's the same thing, right? Like, I don't want to just have all these crazy samples and really long audio files in my digital audio workstation. I want to chop them up first and then import what I need. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yep. But yeah, always happy to give a little tech nerd, because this is what I'm supposed to be trying to get a faculty gig for, right? Hey, I teach people in the community how to do multimedia production, so.
Awesome.
Yeah. Thanks for bearing with me.
Yeah. Keep hustling, man. Keep hustling. You're doing good. So many things going on at once, man.
Yeah,
awesome.
No, but that's it, right? It's virtual evolution and science and multimedia, right? So, and you right now, honestly, are my star pupil. Go watch James Apperson. He's streaming every day. He's kicking all the ass. He's taking on all the production challenges. So, I want to make sure you got everything you need, James.
Everything.
Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you.
Los
so what do we got going on?
Angeles.
Oh yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to ask what we got going on today.
Oh yeah. Okay. Great. So first, we're going to get into this about the Republicans loving socialism. I think you're going to get a kick out of this, and we're going to want to know what you hear. Also, are you streaming right now? Because if you want to, we could figure that out real quick.
No, I'm not streaming.
All right. Do you want to? Because I'm happy with that. If you want to, I don't want.
I will at some point. At some point today, I plan on it.
Okay.
I'm just not ready yet.
Okay. No worries. And I also just want to set it up so that you can stream when you're here with me. So just let me know if that's ever the case, and we'll go ahead and figure that out, because I think my one black friend figured it out, and Gin and Truth or whatever. Like, basically, Restream just gives me a link, and so I just want to share that link with you, and then you use that to go live through StreamYard or whatever. So I just want to make sure we figure out how to get that set up. It has some instructions, and so just whenever.
Awesome.
So, and then after that, we're going to talk about this thing with Lupin. Lupin is the Hovind fan who has been coming through. Like, he found me through the Hovind debate, but he's actually part of Kent Hovind's, community. I get the impression he's, he kind of sees Kent Hovind how a lot of us see me or Derek or you, like a content creator. He's part of their community, and daily or, really regularly throughout his week, right? But he's also like a huge Trump supporter, and not sure about evolution, and, it's questionable issues, ideas about race. And so we found some of his content yesterday, and we're going to take a look at it and see how it highlights a lot of this, right?
Yeah.
And then I got to get through this damn Tower of Babel chapter 2, because chapter 3 part 2, because I realized that like you said, I'm out here hustling, and a big part of it is I wrote this vision statement, and I had all these meetings, and so I've been doing a lot of reflecting about my career, and everything's transitory. Like even my situation with Rob, like, we're excited about a lot of projects, but he's going on sabbatical next semester, and I got to go teach at a community college. So, he's not going anywhere, right? But we have a unique opportunity right now. And so I realized it's not just that I'm this scientist out here fighting for evolution and sticking up and, doing the whole holy war bit. You get that part of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I realized it's so much more than that, because my community, my friends, and my fans and my viewers are actually just like me. But they don't have the same training and tools that I do. And so it's actually you guys who, and you guys know this, actually most of you before me, like you went before me in terms of like being out here in the Counter-Apologetics and dealing with all this creationist, and a lot of you guys are science fans, and you're dealing with the people, you're dealing with the same people, right? But you don't have the PhD in science, and you didn't spend any time in the LNCA lab, and you may not feel confident explaining how creationism isn't science. You know it isn't, but you don't know. You know what I mean? Like
right. That's why I don't jump into these
tooling. Yeah.
That's why I don't jump into atheist evolution versus creation debates, because like I can explain why creationism is bullshit without having to understand a lot about evolution. But when it comes time to actually defending evolution, like I'm not the guy for that.
Yeah.
Not really.
Yeah. And so. And it sucks too, because you shouldn't have to be, right? Because it has nothing, but we do know it comes up all the time, right? Because you could just be having the conversation about, say, I'm a non-believer, and that's it for you, right? That's it for most of us. Like, I'm a non-believer, you know, and then wherever it goes, we land on non-believer, right? Whether it's morality, our past, science, philosophy, wherever it goes, we land on non-believer. So now they start picking in their hat. Well, you know, what about your sense of morality? You go, oh, well, I'm a humanist. I just try to, you know, not be a shitty human being every day. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, well, what about the metaphysical reality? Where do you think we all come from? What is the meaning of life? You just go, I don't freaking know, right? And then you're like, well, what about, you know, do you think, well, are you one of them evolutionists? And you're like, yeah, I accept evolution. I think well, really? So you think you're a monkey? Hey, you think you're some kind of animal? So how's there any right? And then and so you end up like in this evolution fight that you didn't ask for, you didn't pick, right? You're not even trying to have that conversation at all, but now this person's like stuck on this, and they probably sense maybe a little bit of uneasiness in you, right? Because again, they just, you know, you were pretty comfortable on the other stuff. It was pretty basic, and hold on, now they just went to biology class, and you're like, fuck, right? Like, which is the same way I feel when they go to chemistry or geology or any of this other shit, and I'm like, I really hope they don't ask me other than, do I accept what an 8th grader knows, because you know it's the last time I thought about this, right? So yeah, I'm just sitting there like, nah, like I gotta get my people through Avita Ed, and I gotta get them through Tower of Babel, and then I realized this is just the first time. It's like proof of concept, because going forward I'm gonna keep teaching this. And I'll probably do it like academics do it, where we don't teach the same classes every semester, every year, but we do something like, you know, we make sure we teach it once every 2 or 3 years, you know what I mean? And then I think I'm going to go like just make an audio book, an ebook series of Tower of Babel, and just present it to Rob. I think it'd be a nice gift for Rob to be like, hey, look, I just recorded a videos and audio book of Tower of Babel. And, you know, but that's not what this is, right? I'm just going to read it. We're going through it informally all together as a group for the first time. And then, you know, I'll look to do that like the next time or something, right? And I'm going to keep being on the Avita Ed project and the Salmon Run, sorry, I was like, this is getting all my projects mixed, and Salmon Run and Mabe, and so we're just going to be in this, and I'm just excited, right? Because I think the same way over time our community has become incredibly versed on the sort of Bible nerd philosophy stuff. Like we can all tell you there are no firsthand eyewitnesses to the resurrection of Jesus, and most of that stuff about the early historians and the extra biblical sources is a bunch of horse shit. And, you know, that just because you think that the universe has a cause or a beginning doesn't mean that the cause of the beginning is the Christian God, right? Like we're really good, right? You know what I mean? That's part of what I was saying even about the holiday shit and, you know, this whole notion of deconverting your family members. The truth is you just might be the best person to do it. You just might be the most equipped, well-qualified person in their life to do it, and it might actually be easy for you. You know, the hard part for us is the emotional part. It's like, oh, I love my grandmother and I really don't want to tell her she's wrong. But talking about Christianity sitting on some bullshit, oh, that part's fucking cake. Like, we do this all day, every day, Grandma. Listen, let me tell you right now, ain't nothing in that Bible you want anything to do with. It's that simple, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, and we can put it like that, whereas other people can't because they don't know. You know what I mean? And so I would just like to see us get to the same way with evolution. Be like, oh yeah, we've watched so much Jay Bundy, bro. We tired of telling you all this shit about evolution because they'll just be like, we see it. Like, you know, that's what me and Cliff said about what we're doing. We don't expect anybody to know what we know about evolution, but we just know if people see that repeated exposure of you working on a project and building it, by the time you build it, they know exactly what the fuck is going on. Right. Because they've just seen it a bunch of times. They've heard you talking about it. They've seen it. You've seen you programming it here and there. They've seen you chit-chatting about it. They've seen you explaining the graphs and the data to each other, right? So 3 months later, 6 months later, they feel like they're at the PhD level of understanding, and it's just the repeated exposure. Yeah, I do the same thing with Pinochle. Like, a lot of people in our community are getting kind of like the itch to play Pinochle now. They don't think they can play the game, but they can see themselves playing it. The sort of barriers to entry have been removed because they've seen the tutorial a bunch of times over and over again. They've seen me play a bunch of games in hands. And so now they're like, oh, if I just put a little bit of time into like making sure I formally understand what the fuck is going here, I'll be all right. You know what I mean? Right. Yeah. And so even last night, my dad came through actually and played a couple hands with me, right? Just to get him in the gather and get him on the app. And, you know, my thing was he wants to like kind of play with me, and we scheduled the time for this week, but he's had this big project he's working on. And so he's kind of tired, right? And, you know, not totally up for it or whatever. And I told him, like, because, you know, we called him. I called him during the day or whatever. And I said, you know, it's cool if we need to reschedule or whatever. But he's like, oh, I still want to get on and try to play a couple hands or whatever. I said, all right, cool. Like, so I just was like, let's focus on getting him in the gather, making sure he, you know, he sees what's going on, and then making sure he can use the app. And he had already started using the Pinochle app, right? And again, I'm not worried about the Pinochle. He's a Pinochle, he's a really great Pinochle player. I'm not worried about that. But anyway, he got in and we played a couple hands, but we played with all the cards face up and, you know, just kind of taking it easy. And I think people were pretty much, you know, ready to jump in. And I was like, oh, this is the thing we could do as a group is we'll play a few games together. We'll have everybody play with their hands up and just kind of walk through it. And, you know, it's exciting. But anyway, it's just another example of something seems complicated and mystifying till you've seen it a bunch of times.
Right, and it's not anymore.
Yeah.
So, right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, that makes sense. So I actually won a debate earlier with a Christian this morning about evolution.
Congratulations.
Really?
Yeah, so I'm like, look.
Tell me about it. Tell us the story, James. Story time.
So I'm like, right. So I'm like, look, it seems like the majority of Christians are pretty in tune to what Jesus, like, you know, what reality is and what reality isn't. And they're like, yeah, exactly. And I'm like, so most of them agree the Trinity is correct. And so that's a pretty good indication that they've got to figure it out. And they're like, yeah, the majority think that heaven is a real place. So we went through all these things and talked about how Christianity generally appeals to people that have a good bearing on reality. And I'm like, so after I built this case, I'm like, you know, I've noticed that most Christians agree that evolution's true. And they just stopped, and I'm like, yeah, that's what convinced me that evolution has to be true, because the majority of Christians agree on it. And, you know, so they had nothing about that after that. They had nothing, because they're like, because they'd already signed off on the idea that most Christians, like, if you can get a majority consensus among Christians about something, then probably they're onto something. Probably they got it right. So I'm like, okay, I'll just grant that. So now I know evolution's true.
James, you've just been fired from the Church of the Flying Man. Like, you can't be better at me at everything. No. James better than me at everything, yo. That's fun. Amazing, bro. I'm sitting here like, what? How have I seriously never done this before? Me and Rob got a chat. Fuck this Tower of Babel evidence against the nuclear. Why is the James Apperson tactic not in this book? Holy,
it should be in there, man.
It's really good. I mean, of course, he does mention that most Christians, accept evolution, but to build it up that way, right? Yeah. Starting from the essential claims of their faith, man. That's brilliant, James. That was really good.
It was fun.
It is brilliant.
Yeah, it's really good, man.
So it got them to commit to certain positions first that they couldn't back away from later.
Terrifying. It's too terrifying.
It was fun. And they got no satisfaction out of it either because they knew that I didn't really believe in Christianity, so it's not like they were able to use it with me, right? Like,
right, you're like, I don't give a shit. Like, I'm not here agreeing with the Christian consensus. No, that's really smart, James. Also, like, it is really great to me because I remember, like I said, I try to catch your shows when I'm home, or we host it, or I just watch it offline or whatever. But I remember thinking when I was listening to you, like, when I was sort of out running errands the other day, like, I don't think people realize, but like, it's like you really do like minister to me. You know what I mean? Like, in a sense that, like, when I listen to your stuff, like, I'm always like, oh my God, this is what I needed to hear, or this is the topic, that's speaking to me, right? And I'm always like, so I'm always learning from you, right? And I feel like a churchy, evangelical churchy person, right? Because I'm like, no, I just love the way Pastor Apperson speaks, and I really love his topics, and he really ministers to my heart as an atheist.
Fun, very fun.
But yeah, man, like, your shit's just really good, James, and even the getting us to move away from obsessing about them so much and really reflect on how we spend our time and what that does to us emotionally, and the topics with relationships, and we both know, me and you were social dynamics guys, right? Mm-hmm. But and I think that's what community is. Carrie Ann talks about it all the time. We're really all different people, and when you start to help each other, you start to give each other, you kind of help each other grow your platforms, and then it helps you because then you benefit from each other more, right? Like you, like, for instance, just you and I doing Gather and really, trying to rally around Carrie Ann and help her get in here. Now we have a space where Carrie Ann's regularly part of the broadcast, right? And Carrie Ann's somebody who's like an anchor in our community. She goddamn holds us down, And so now people get to hear her voice finally. And
I'm the secretary.
Yeah, that's
I'm the secretary.
It's amazing, yeah. And so it's just been really fun to sort of help each other, and it just helps each other more. I was thinking about trying to get Derek to come through your channel. I was like, that's good, because then when James gets some opportunity, he'll be like, hey, if you don't mind, go check out my friend Pocket Locker.
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah, absolutely.
So.
Every time you come through on Derek's channel and you like say anything in chat, I'll direct people to Pocket Locker channel like immediately. I'll drop a link right there in the chat.
Yeah, I noticed that, and it was funny because I was gonna thank Derek in the super chat again for coming through your channel, and then you did that in chat. I was like, I should have done it.
Right.
But thanks. I appreciate that. But yeah, Carrie Ann's way more in the secretary, but definitely the reason I like that is because in the motorcycle club, we do have officers, right? The people that sort of step up and take responsibility for what goes on in our community, and we're a team. We all got our different roles, and so secretary is one of them. And it's actually more like. How do I put this? It's more like secretary is used in a political sense rather than like a corporate, you're my assistant. It's like the secretary, the only people higher than the secretary in our hierarchy are the president, the vice president, and then technically the sergeant at arms, right? Because it's like you're a motorcycle gang, and the sergeant at arms is like got the responsibilities when it comes to fighting and blah 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 blah. But right after that, it's the secretary, right? So that means the treasurer, the enforcers, the war chief's captain or whatever, the wicked chief's captain, myself, the wise man. We're all considered lower on the hierarchy than the secretary.
Well, I just figured it was easier to go that way because I don't have the channel, and I probably won't.
Oh yeah, Carrie Ann, I just used it as an excuse to
support everybody else.
Yeah, and I just used it as an excuse to drop some motorcycle club lore on the chat. So that's you know I don't give a fuck, right? But yeah, I do want people to know that if, about a motorcycle club hierarchy, right? The secretary is really high up in the hierarchy, right? As a matter of fact, when I thought about being an offer position, there's only two positions I would be willing to take. One was the wise man, and the other was secretary.
Nice. And
originally we didn't have a wise man position, but since they created it, and they said, Jay, we really had you in mind when we created it, so I took that, right? But if we ever needed a secretary, I would step up to that role as well. But those are the only two I would take.
on my list today.
Yeah, the only two I'd even be interested in. But yeah, all right, let's get into what's going on with these Trump-letards. Nah, guys, I'm telling you, this story is beautiful. And yes, that was a pun. It was a double entendre because I have a crush on Anna. This is one of my celebrity crushes. So beautiful, yeah. It was lyrical. It was lyrical. It was some Jay-Z shit, right? The king of the double entendre. This story is beautiful, like content-wise, and in terms of the person presenting the content. And can we get a swap? Can we put Joe Biden on the small screen, Anna bigger on the screen? I'm just saying, though.
He's touting the passage of the bipartisan infrastructure bill, and he specifically calls out Republicans who weren't so favorable toward that legislation. Let's watch.
The report describes Republicans in detail, I'm not going to mention their names, who voted against the infrastructure bill, called...
James, I love it when you co-host my show.
Yeah, I feel you.
But the keyboard, they're going to complain about the keyboard clicking. I like the keyboard clicking. Chat, tell me about the keyboard clicking. James, can I be honest with you? I literally invested in my keyboard because it was clicky.
Yeah.
And on top of that, I have a little programming app, and I love it because it like actually makes this like sound every time I press a keyboard on stream. So I'm gonna show it to you. What's this shit called? EDEC, UDI. The only reason I don't, you know what I realized, James? I love this program. You gotta look at this program. EDEX, I think it's called. Editor. Oh, there it is. EDEX UI. Look at this thing, James. Boop, 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 boop. And it's actually not. It's technically it's like a terminal. Images. Look at this thing. Glorious! No, I won't give in. I won't give in. It's like Tron inspired. So it's like you can like code in this shit. It's like it's the sexiest. It's a little heavy on your computer, but it's the sexiest coding environment in the world. And I wanted to use it on stream literally every single day. But most of the configurations show your fucking IP address.
Oh.
Heartbreaking. Not disappointing, heartbreaking. Like, so sad.
Me and it, socialist, and then attacked it. All Democrats were passing it. Socialism, radical spending, rushed and irresponsible. Well, now they're
Christmas
quietly
gift for
and privately
Otangelo and Sal.
sending letters to my
That's a
administration
great idea.
asking for money, for talking about how important projects are in their districts and for all Americans. Well, guess what? I'm going to give them the money because it's not about them, it's about the people they represent. As Speaker Pelosi says, they vote no and then they take the dough. Can't make this stuff up. I gotta say, I'm surprised to see there are so many socialists in the Republican caucus.
And there you have it, folks. The motherfucking Republicans love socialism. Y'all, and all the Democrats are getting in on the dunking. Even the centrist fucking corporate Democrats are like, let's pop off at the jokes. They vote no, then they take the dough. Joe Biden is like, wait. I thought you said my infrastructure bill was socialism. Wait. Hang on. I thought y'all said I was trying to turn this into a communist country. Wait. Oh, now you want the money for your people? What?
Right.
Well, what happened? It was socialism. What happened? It was anti-democratic and un-American and all of that shit.
Right. They ain't loyal to. They're not even loyal to a principle at all. Like,
it basically is a confession. Holy shit, it was a good idea. We just had to obstruct it politically for absolutely no reason.
Yeah, just a dog whistle, just to be able to turn people into one issue voters.
They should be doing this every day, YouTube Punk said. Absolutely.
I think their biggest objection to it in reality is that if you have socialist programs, there's an awful lot of minorities that get to benefit from it, and they just don't want that to happen. The idea of someone that's not white and not,
And you just hit me with something that I don't even want to say, but like, I've known this for a long time. It's where I actually thought the Republican Party was headed at one point, stupidly. You just outdo it. Republicans are triangulators. They have no value system. And they've landed on this sort of divine, supernatural commitment to obstructionism when they could have just out-liberaled the libs. That was the easiest shit to do. Hey, we're Republicans. Remember Jesus said heal the sick? Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, free school? Yeah, this is now a Republican thing. Yeah. No, free education, free health, yeah, all of that. Yeah, those are Republican ideals. Yeah. Yeah, it turns out and Joe Biden and the conservative, those anti-democratic Democrats have not gotten it done. Jesus wanted everybody to have extra care for COVID, right? Like just y'all don't have no principles, so why not just give people what they want? Just out dem the Dems, right? Like we don't give a shit. Well, we be voting for fucking Liz Cheney. I'll vote for Liz Cheney tomorrow. She starts singing the right dance. Like I don't give a fuck, right? Well, I ain't got no principles as a voter. Somebody tell me what I want to hear they get in my vote. If they didn't do what they said they was going to do, they going to keep getting my vote. It's very simple. I don't care what jersey they got on. If I like your shit and I think you will actually come through on it, I will actually send your ass some money too. I ain't playing around. I will give you my vote and send you my hard-earned money.
Right. And that's true of most people on the so-called left. We're all on that page. We're all like, it ain't about the labels, right? It ain't about the tribe. It's about let's get some shit done, right? And if we saw like a whole bunch of people on the other camp, coming through on this humanitarian stuff we give a shit about,
exactly,
and,
Exactly.
We vote for them.
Yep, and we'd be right with them. I'll be at the next goddamn, CPAC and all of that shit up there talking shit about the Democrats. Now listen, Cory Booker, I love you, but the rest of you motherfucking Democrats need to join him on that peaceful warrior shit or get the fuck up out of office because the Republican Party is here to save black people, right? Like, bring it. Bring it. You know what I'm talking about? Like, come on, let's do business, y'all. The fuck is wrong with these people? But what they want to do is they want to do business on the low because they know they can't go to their people and go, oh, yeah, sorry, I didn't get y'all none of them infrastructure jobs. Yeah, sorry, y'all bridges are still fucked up. Oh, yeah, we could have fixed the roads. But that was the Democrats that were trying to fix the roads. Yeah, we really wanted to fix the roads, but we couldn't sign on fixing the roads if Joe Biden was behind it, right?
Right, that's how they are.
Right, and motherfuckers, and real motherfuckers in Iowa and Wisconsin and Texas and all of them fucking places. Like, if y'all don't fix these fucking roads and lower the price of this motherfucker, shit is hard right now, right? People are not as invested in this political drama as they think they are, and Republicans know it. They know it. So they gotta do, like you said, they little dog whistling song and dance, and then when the rubber meets the road, they gotta pony on up, bring them dollars to their district, because if they don't, they will be on their way out the door. And so it's just when you pull their card, they come groveling back. But what I love about this story is that Joe Biden, his team, and whoever did this report, whoever's behind this, and I hope it is as politically motivated as possible, finally called these fuck faces out and got some national attention to the fact that this is how they operate. Mm-hmm. And that's what's great about this story. All right, let's keep it rolling, because I just want to look at Anna some more. All right, here we go.
God damn it. Please keep doing more of that, and please don't do it as don't just save that energy. I know energy is a funny word to use in this context, but don't just save it when you're quickly approaching an election season or midterms.
Boom. There you go, Anna.
You should do this throughout the entirety of your term because people love it.
We do.
It's like,
we're here for it.
By the way, that's bare minimum. That's bare minimum stuff. But we're so thirsty for that even the bare minimum, it's like, wow, bravo, Dark Brandon. How about permanent Dark Brandon? Let's do away. Let's dispense of normal Joe Biden and replace him permanently with Dark Brandon. How about that?
Yeah.
Just a little bit of a fight.
Yeah.
A little bit of
Let's
a fight.
go Dark Brandon.
Yeah. No,
we're
look,
Dark
the
Brandon.
thing is that it's ironically shows you how little.
Go ahead, James.
I'm just agreeing. Testify, man.
Yeah.
Let's go, Dark Brandon.
Yeah, let's go, Dark Brandon.
Fight the Democrats have.
100%.
So look, I credit where credit's due. We always say we're super fair. So I love that he said that. That's great. I love the irony. I love the sarcasm. I love that he's fighting back. I love that he's pointing out something that's logically true, right? And he's getting a lot of media attention to it. All of that is great. But it's so easy. Why don't you do it all the time? That's like the tip of the iceberg. You can bust up the Republicans on 1,000 things, way worse than that. And why as Anna said, why do you do it like right before the election? Why don't you do? Because guys, politics is about branding. Are they going to vote for Democrats or are they going to vote for Republicans? You have to tell them the Democrats are great and the Republicans are terrible. And it's our job in the news to say, well, yeah, the Republicans are terrible, but oftentimes so are the Democrats, and they leave that to us. We're the media, right? We're supposed to tell you what's true and not true. I mean, God help you with the rest of the media, but we actually do that, right? But your job as the leader of the Democrats is to make your case. And you could tell by everyone's reaction how little they do that. That when he does that bare minimum, everyone's like, whoa, Dark Brandon laser eyes. He just pointed out just the simplest hypocrisy of the Republicans there is.
There you go.
And by the way, in that Philadelphia speech with the red in the background and stuff, and everybody's like, oh my God, Dark Brandon annihilated the Republicans. I reread the speech because I'm a nerd. And in the beginning, he says, now this is a slight part of the Republican Party, the MAGA Republicans, right? Before he lays the MAGA Republicans. He says the majority of Republicans are moderate and reasonable. I know because I work with them all the time. That was where he did the
Right,
laser
I hate
eyes.
when he does that. Exactly.
No, that's
Come
not
on,
the majority of Republicans.
Exactly.
No, it's not.
One, it's not true.
Exactly.
Two, why are you weirdly and counterfactually helping?
Yes, and what's with the softballs to these people all the goddamn time?
Right.
And again, it's like the alt-right playbook, right? Where even the president of the United States, right, is bending over constantly so that these so that he can just remind these people, hey, look, if you guys need to fuck me in the ass real quick, you know, because you really don't want to come through for these poor and brown people and all of these marginalized groups and the LGBTs and all that. Hey, man, you guys are really important to us. We love you. You know, it's just like, stop. It's not. Most of them are not reasonable people. Most of them are not willing to work with us. Mm-mm. You want an example? Here's an example. The one amongst them who had the best bona fides as a true traditional moderate conservative, literally the daughter of the former fucking vice president who was the fucking power player of the national fucking Republican Party, who people said actually ran the fucking president, right? They called him, he was the first fucking shadow president. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm talking about Dick Cheney's daughter. Right? Remember when George W. Bush was president? Who did people say ran the country? Dick Cheney.
Yeah.
Dick Cheney shot a motherfucker in the face. People were like, yeah, but it's Dick Cheney's bona fide, so his conservative bona fide just said it was probably just an accident. Sorry. He was like, I'm sorry, shot a guy in the face. Moving right along. Right? Liz Cheney just got her ass whooped. I sent her money.
Yeah.
She actually had independents, moderates, and leftist Democrats from all over the country and probably the world sending her money. You want to talk about reach across the aisle? How much more reach? We are literally like, Liz Cheney, we don't agree with you about a goddamn thing other than this Trump shit, right? Right. But this shit is so critical. This shit is so unbelievable. Our whole democracy is at stake right now, and we cannot afford to even lose your seat to another one of these Trumpleton recharges. Liz Cheney, here's some fucking money for the fight. I sent her the same type of money I sent to Reverend Warnock. And it's like, and we, identifying myself as now an official supporter and part of the Liz Cheney struggle, we got our ass whooped by one of these Trumpletons. So when he talks about most of the Republican Party is trying to work with us, Joe Biden, you're lying, and everybody knows it. You're just fucking lying. And like TYT said, I'm a fan of these guys. I don't know why. Like, why are you lying? It's weird. Yeah. It's a weird, guys. It's not weird. This is what we talked about, James. You ever been unfaithful to a woman? Yeah, you have, James. Now, come on, be honest. Now, I'm not really calling you out. Just pretend you have. Now,
sure.
In this pretend case, right? We talked about this last night in a gather, right? Let's say you work at a factory, and you work from 9 to 5, right? Now you done got your dick wet after work tonight, right? And when you get home at 7:30 instead of 6, yeah, tonight your wife calls you out about it. Now, what you're not gonna do, right, is tell her, that you had to arrange a quick business trip to travel to Seattle for an executive board meeting of the National Board of Directors, because that bitch know that ain't part of your job.
Right.
She's not stupid. Like, you have to take what she knows into account. She knows you work the line at the factory from 9 to 5 and that you're at home by 5:45 every fucking day on the clock. Now, right? So you're going to come up with some shit like, carrying everybody in the chat start throwing in suggestions, right? Your homie's tire went flat. You had to help a partner pick up his daughter from school. Pick his daughter, right? Then you or somebody convinced you to grab burgers, right? And so we said, all right, we're gonna go with somebody convinced you to grab a beer and a burger after work, right? What are you gonna do? Your wife works out after work too, right? And on her way home, she passes a certain pub every single time on her way from her gym to your house. What are you not gonna do? Tell her that you were at that pub. Why? Because she'll say, I can drive by that pub all the time, man. I didn't see your car. No, I don't think you were there. Right? You ain't gonna risk that shit because, again, your whole story could fall apart because why? There's certain things you already know that she knows, and you're not gonna be able to pretend that she doesn't know the shit that she already knows. So you're gonna have to talk about your homie that lives on the other side of town, that you had to go way out of both of y'all normal circle of activity, right, to go out to the bar with, and then you had to drive him home because he had a couple too many beers, and that explains why your ass is home at 7:30 instead of 5:45, right? But what they do to us is they just pretend that we don't know what we know, and this is a perfect example of it. He's trying to tell us most of the Republicans are, reasonable and they're willing to work with us and they're great people. No, nigga, we just saw when they historically announced Ketanji Brown Clark as the fucking first black woman to Supreme Court, they walked out of the room rather than stand and applaud that woman. That's who most of the Republican Party is, fuckface. And we know, everybody know, even they know it. So it's weird. It's weird to lie about shit that everybody know, that you should know that everybody knows you're lying. This ain't no, right? This some shit where, again, and that's what we got to, and this is the alt-right playbook. You have to, as somehow you're supposed to be a progressive, hope of the people, you have to stick your tongue all the way up Trumpleton's booty hole to tell them that their cooperation is truly the pillar of our sustained democracy, when we all know it's time to just cut them people off. They only respect one thing, which is power. It's time to get the power and go. Stop fucking around. We ain't got time to waste. YOLO.
Truth.
Let's keep rocking though. Love this team, man. This is what I'm trying to get, y'all. This is our TYT vibe, right? This is us. This is you getting the TYT news story, but you're getting it Cult of the Flying Man style. Real ones.
Yeah. Yep.
The Republicans says you're supposed to be attacking them, and then everybody was like, "Oh my God, Biden is so tough." Okay, but hey, this one I'll take it. More, give us more. And by the way, your own voters, forget progressives.
Exactly.
Oh,
Both
progressives.
sidism,
They're
all of that.
They want to fight Republicans. They're crazy. They're
Fuckers
radicals. They want to fight the
walked
other
out on her.
side. No, we're supposed to hug the other side. Okay, forget us, right? Even establishment Democratic voters now are like, please, fight them. We're supposed to fight them, right? That's why he's now responding. I guarantee you this, they're getting donor calls saying, fight back. And now all of a sudden you see Biden fighting back a little bit. But hey, if he kept doing it, we'll even stop talking about the past. Okay,
and y'all, that's what we got to do with the Christians. What we got to do is start fighting back against the Christians in our lives, unfortunately. Hey, I'm not with the bullshit with the Christianity. And then put them in a situation where they either dip on the church or tell the church to get with it. Right? Because what I see is that's the enabling. You might not like somebody's behavior, and yes, I am with positive reinforcement. I am with giving people a chance. I am with education. I am with second chances, third through fifth chances, y'all. Why? Because I've needed them.
Right.
If they didn't give me a second chance, I'd be fucked. And if they just said, we're only giving you a second chance, I'd still be fucked because I'm probably on chance like number 18 and really hoping I don't need another one, because if I don't get it, I'll be like, fuck, they gave me a lot of chances. They really did, though. Right? So everybody deserves that, right? They could have fucked me many ways and it just didn't happen, right? So I'm with all of that. But we cannot keep giving people sugar because they will just expect sugar. I switched up because there were consequences to not doing so. I got my shit together because I had to survive. And unfortunately, even in my own case, I have to admit that it took a lot of discomfort. It took exactly what my mother said. It took the pain of not changing had to become so much worse than the work of changing.
Right.
Right? Because changing is hard work. Learning new habits is hard work. It's why I say there has to be consequences to community development. This is the thing I want to talk to you the other night about, James, right? Because remember, I kind of gave you the bad news. I kind of said, James, if you ever want the community to do something different, you got to cut these niggas off, right? They have to have FOMO, right?
Right.
But it's a positive thing to me. What you're really saying is we can open up the gates for community building. We can do more for each other, and we can do more together, right? Mm-hmm. But people have to behave differently.
Right.
And so what we're really doing is we're encouraging people to make those growth steps by forcing them to, essentially. By saying you just won't get the benefit if you don't. And it's not because we don't like you. It's because there's certain things we can't do on YouTube. So we need you to be willing to come hang out with us in Discord or gather because we can just do more there. We would love to stay small, intimate content creators for you guys, right? We would love to not give a fuck about getting to 1,000 subs and getting monetized. But then you got to be willing to send us donations through Streamlabs because we're not going to have a super chat button anytime soon, right? You know what I mean? Like, and so because if you don't do that, then people are just going to do what they've already done because they don't want. And it's a good thing, by the way. Everything's good and bad, right? Like, there's a reason we don't because if we just fly by night. Whim and change tools, you'll never get any work done because you'll just be learning new tools all the time. You'll never find a community because you'll be jumping from platform to platform every day.
Right.
So there's a reason we have this sort of inherent resistance to doing new shit. Right? It's how we make shit demonstrate its utility to us before we invest in it, right? But the downside is we're sometimes not early adapters. Right, and you miss being on the leading edge of something, right? Because in that leading edge, it's not worked out, it's not smooth. There's technical difficulties and glitches, and so it's all love. But yeah, I just want to like bear it out that this is kind of how I feel about this. Is that the same way they're saying, hey guys, Joe Biden didn't really change his tune because he grew a set of balls overnight. It's just the people who realize he doesn't have any balls called him and said, "Oh, hey, if you don't at least act like you got some fight in you, we're just not as enthusiastic about writing checks." And then all of a sudden, he found some courage in his medicine cabinet, I guess, right? Jokes and everything, got his writers on it and all of that shit, right?
He's just a career politician, and he just, it's all just like, how is the stage set right now? What game do I need to play today? Like
exactly, what game do I need to play today? And so I think this is what our community is trying to do with some of the people in our life. If we call him up and say, hey, I'm cool with it, but I'm not enthused about coming home, and if I ain't enthused about coming home, I'm not going to come home because I don't have to. Yeah, I don't pray anymore. Yeah, I just don't. Okay, prayer's cool. I'm with it, but it's not a thing I do anymore, right? So, and then it gets weird, and then they got to really start to turn on their church. Like, wait, hold on a second, because what's happening? So many people. What they want and James talks about this a bit too. Like he talks about, they really give over to human power and they're given over to their ego and they build God in their own image. But what they also want, I call it, they talk about they want heaven when they die, but they really want heaven now. Meaning what? They really want the esteem of other people. They want the status, right? They want to be holy, righteous. They literally want us to heap praise on them that makes them feel like they're superior individuals, right? Mm-hmm. And if we're honest about what it means, it's not just saying that they have some value equal to the human norm. That's not what righteousness is. If the average motherfucker was righteous, then who would give a fuck about righteousness? Nobody walks around and says, I got 5 fingers, aren't I fucking wonderful?
Right.
I got 2 sets of eyes and I can see 3 feet in front of my face. Isn't that fucking amazing? Because it wouldn't be amazing.
Right. Well, it's like, I don't walk around saying I didn't torture any kittens today.
Exactly. Nobody wrong, right. But these motherfuckers want to literally tell you, hey, I'm fucking amazing. Why? Because I haven't cheated on my wife. Okay. Well, I don't steal. Right. Good for you. I don't lie. And I always pay my taxes. Okay. Welcome to the club, right? Right? But they want us to put them on a pedestal for this shit.
Right.
And we do. So what I'm saying is just don't put them on the pedestal for it anymore.
Right.
And if they ask why you treat them differently, say, hey, look, I'm just not going to pedestal you for this thing. For me, I'm just telling my mom the truth. This is the worst part of you. This is the one part of you I'm not willing to celebrate. Now, if you want to come over here and talk about your love of butterflies and bunnies, boom, I'm your guy. You're both of our love of education, Mom. Let's talk about that shrine to both of our academic achievements, right? The ones that you earned yourself, and then the ones I could not have earned without you, right?
Right.
On some real shit, right? Let's talk about this beautiful home that you have purchased as the result of your fucking labors. You know what I mean? Let's talk about you being the bedrock of this family. All shit we could just talk about. Your love of fine dining, your way of teaching me that, you prefer ways to support your small community, all of that shit, right?
Right.
I just ain't willing to celebrate this thing that I don't think is true. That's all.
Right.
That's it. Ain't a big deal.
It's no big deal to us.
Right.
They don't get it.
Yeah.
Like the thing that they think is the best thing about them is not. It's
holy shit. I finally realized what those beeps are for. The beeps are when I get these great Gathertown messages. Fantastic. I'm still learning. Hey Tug, what's up, man? Happy birthday. We send shout outs to, anybody that we feel is when we're asked to, right? But was especially excited when it's family, friends, and I love the idea. It's crazy. Like, I feel like our community is a very private part of our lives. Like, this is my thing. Go away. This is my thing. You can't have it. Right?
Right.
But I love the idea of people sharing the content with their friends and family. Like seeing, Melody on Gather earlier with their kids that just and hearing the kids, I want to play, Mommy, give it to me. It's my turn to do Gather. I was like, yes, this is amazing. Cameron watches with his fiance. Jason Torrin talked to me about having it on a big screen with the family above the fireplace. I'm like, holy crap, I'm family entertainment up in this bitch. Awesome. But Tug, we appreciate you. Happy birthday. We wish you many, many more of them. We love us some Carrie Ann. She is fucking instrumental to everything we do every day. I can't even imagine what this community would be like without her. And she's helping us grow, man. Like, right? Because it's like we're trying to reach out, one, to build more of the overnight community, right?
And saying thank you guys.
Oh, we appreciate that. But that coincides with international, right, James? Different time zones.
Right.
Different parts of the world. And so Carrie Ann watches a lot of channels and content that is produced in other parts of the world, in other channels. And so we're always talking about ideas to really strategically, grow our audience, right?
We have a Nitty.
Yeah, Nitty's in here.
Nitty's in the house.
Nitty's in the house. What's up, Nitty?
We love our Nitty.
But yeah, we're glad that Tug's watching on his birthday. Happy birthday, man. Go ahead, James.
Yes. I want to say the same happy birthday. And then I want to also shout out to Nitty, because my friend Jessica, who was in chat the other day with us on my channel, she was watching the stream with Nitty, like we were reviewing something with Nitty, and she's like, man, that Nitty seems like a really great guy. Like, she's talking about how cute he is and how smart he is and all that stuff. And, I'm like, he's married. She's like, I don't care, I'm poly. I'm like, yeah, but he's not poly.
Yeah. Hey, man.
Let him know.
Ruh-roh.
You got to go with
ruh-roh.
it. Yeah. You got to go with it, man. That's, it's just fun because everybody's got their appeal, right? And people are attracted to your content. If you've got a good look or a good voice, it's definitely a bonus.
Helps with marketing.
Helps. Yeah. It doesn't hurt your case. So
right.
Yeah. Go ahead, Nate. And I think about that even a lot with my students, and it's not always sexual, right? Like I spend a lot of time thinking about being more attractive to my students, right? And that includes the guys that it's not a romantic attraction. I want them to think this class is fun and Jay's cool and I'm an ally for them, but I take the work seriously, and I do the Uncle Bobby. Actually, this week I pulled the Uncle Bobby line. I literally said, my favorite YouTuber, Uncle Bobby, he's always talking about his high school football coach, and his high school football coach was always saying, I'm not just teaching you things that are gonna help you win football games. I'm gonna teach you things that are gonna help you win at life. And I said, that's what me and Rob are all about, that, right? We're here to teach you not just science, but communication and professional skills that are gonna, help you throughout your life. And they got a good chuckle out of that, right? But it's really part of it, right? Is you want them to show up in class because they feel like they've got a professor that's invested in them, right? And that's attractive to them, right? They want to be in my classroom more than other classrooms. They don't feel obligated to be here, but they want to be here because I'm very passionate about them, and I'm excited to have them in class, right? Yeah. Right. Yeah. But yeah, Nitty, what's up, man? For those of you that aren't as familiar or may not tell us what's going on your channel. What have you been doing lately, and what can we look forward to?
So this past week I did kind of a review and personal assessment on making woke evangelicals mad on Twitter, and then talking with Tux and Jess about it. Heathen Queen, rather. And then we ended up talking about other things about like diversity and inclusion towards the end, and about like how to expand our like communities' voices so people feel that they're being represented, right? And how much of that is work on our part versus, who are the experts, and that's just the nature of the game, right?
Nitty, also
it's available to contribute.
Tell me how to tag you in a video.
Yeah, so in the title, right, or description.
My description. My titles. My titles. I'm already in a fight for characters. I'm sure you know, but tell me about the description.
1 second, let me get my actual vanity URL.
Yeah, no worries.
Because Doug tagged me when I showed up on his channel one time.
And also, if you don't mind, since I think everybody here considers you a friend, and I know we don't formally co-host anything together, but if you don't mind, I will just put. I have a part of my description now that just says, subscribe to my co-host and mods or whatever, and it has Tux's channel and James's channel and my one black friend and Jen and Truth, and I can also add that, and then it'll be in the description of all my videos.
Nice. Yeah. So
it doesn't mean you endorse my ideas, right?
Right.
But
no,
it's just an easy way for people who are new to the community to check out other people and then have you listed there as like an official recommendation from me or something.
Yeah, and on my channel page, I'll add you to my because like you can put like different categories on your channel page, right? So I
okay.
Let's see.
Hey,
I gotta go actually look at it.
Go ahead, James.
Speaking of people who don't necessarily agree with our ideas, has anybody noticed Peter W. lately? Is he still around?
Disappeared?
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly was worried that he was taking the Rebecca thing pretty hard, right? And
I thought that too. But, people that feel that way, I'm like, Rebecca's got an email, and Rebecca does other stuff on YouTube that's different now. And, if you're like seriously a fan, you could probably get her phone number. She'd love to hear about how great she is. Hit her up.
Yeah, and I've been in touch with her. I mean, a bunch of us have, and I definitely, sent her kind emails encouraging her both when I thought she was thinking about not doing content and when she had decided that that's what she was going to do.
But anyway, you can do like custom channel lists on your channel's homepage. So I have my fellow unbelievers list, and I'll get you added on there.
Yeah.
List of who I watch, and then I have my shorts underneath that. And then like the main purpose of my channel is my reflections on my cultic church, right? And so that's like the first set of videos that I want people to be engaged with, so that when they do show up to my channel, they're not like, what do I do? What is he all about? And like, why is he not steel man in Christianity? And why is he not, reviewing William Lane Craig and all that other stuff? Because that's not what I'm about.
Yeah.
Like if I want to be Vice Rhino, I'll start, doing scripted shit and putting my act together and being that
that's
way, right?
That's what I was saying. Yeah. If I wanted to do that, I'd do that. Right? Yeah, exactly.
Coming up, my friend wanted to do an interview on my channel about leadership and doubt in the church and how that kind of plays out. So we're going to do that next week.
Oh, that sounds fantastic.
And I'll be on
I feel that,
Granato's
man.
On Monday.
Because I've been in church leadership, right? I literally worked at a church. The church I worked at actually wanted to make me a deacon before I went back to school. Now I had the convenient out of literally I was getting ready to go back to school. So like I took some time off from Penn State, right, when I was an undergrad, and it corresponded sort of with my bipolar diagnosis and taking a couple medical leaves and saying, okay, you gotta sort of go somewhere, right, where you can get better, or else this is gonna disrupt your life. You can't keep taking medical leaves. So I ended up living with my grandparents in New Jersey, and it was nice. I worked at a Guitar Center. I became a bartender. The Guitar Center I worked at is the same Guitar Center where I bought my first drum set, right? So I literally sold drums in the same drum department where I got my first kit. So it was lovely. But yeah, I ended up working at a church, and I just loved it. But when they wanted to kind of like elevate me, it was like, oh, I'm not going to be here. I'm getting ready to go back to school in a couple of months. And that was true. And then we left, and we all kind of left together. I was part of a team of young adults that kind of ran the youth programming. And that period for that church had just come to an end because the youth pastor was moving to Florida to like go back to seminary to like, further his education and start new ministries and stuff. And so everybody was getting ready to just kind of disperse. But had it not been for that, right, I was really serious about just doing that kind of gospel-driven community work, so to speak. I found the church a tremendous vehicle as a community organizer. Kind of got me in anything I wanted to. The church had a great reputation. I had a great reputation, was doing all sorts of cool stuff with politics and social programs. Anytime the city did anything, internship program, monies to start soup kitchen, or anything that the city had access to that could help you serve people, we were on top of it, and the reputation was so good, we were like a shoo-in to get it, right? And so it was just so effective. But to your point, and I had a friend who comes through. His name's Cloud. He's a right winger, actually a black guy who supports Trump and is a evangelical Christian. And he sent me this really long Discord message about how he disagrees with our stuff because it's overlooking how the black church was so central in the struggle of black people, and how it means so much to people's lives, and there's different forms of truth, and it's all this stuff. And it's like, look, I get it. Black folks love them some Jesus, and that's a really important part of who we were in the past. But none of that makes it true. And they just don't get the fact that we can swap out things that are useful or emotional but untrue for things that are all of that but true.
Right.
And we just can't keep going forward sitting on some bullshit. Like we can't keep deliberately looking away from the truth just so we can hang on to what we like, right? It's just not going to work. Doesn't work. Doesn't work.
They're only doing it because they don't understand. They don't understand their own psychology. They don't understand the human experience. So they think they need things that they don't need.
Exactly.
They think we need things that we know we don't need. And it's like, don't tell me that I need Jesus in order to have a happy and fulfilling life if I've already got a happy and fulfilling life. Like, how are you going to sell me that shit? You know what I'm saying?
Right, exactly. So I think now that's kind of what we're dealing with. And it is tough to confront people with this sort of reality that I feel like we're dealing with, because they are hanging on to it. And sometimes, I know this sounds it sounds maybe insulting, but I really do feel like I am taking candy or a precious toy from a baby or a child or toddler, and I'm just saying, listen, playtime is over. It was cool. You've had your, it's like if I imagine raising a child, right? You ate your food, eat all your vegetables, you get playtime before bed, okay? You've had your playtime, and now I've got to literally come take your toys and tell you it's time for you to lay down and go to bed so you can get your rest, right? And what they do is they literally resist. Okay, I get it. You were having fun with your toys. This is your favorite toy. You really don't want to give it up. But then I go, all right, playtime's over. Time to go to bed, right?
Right.
And then the next response is what? Throw a tantrum.
I never thought about this before, but yeah, that's exactly the step-by-step. Yeah, it's like exactly what toddlers do, exactly what little kids do.
Because if you throw enough of a tantrum, what? I'll eventually decide I just don't care enough about your toy to sit here and deal with your tantrum. And so eventually I'll say what? Go ahead and take the fucking toy to bed with you. Go ahead. If you really want to sleep with your fucking He-Man, your posable He-Man action figure.
Right.
This makes sense.
So at some point, I just need you to go to bed, right? So you go to sleep with your He-Man, and then you wake up and you put him in your school bag, and you take him to school with you, and you play with him at lunch, and you bring him home. And can He-Man go in the toy box now so we can do homework? No, right? Listen, kid. I know you love He-Man, and you really want to protect him, and he's here to protect you too. But it's time to do your homework, right?
Right.
So I'm grabbing the He-Man, and you are hanging on to it for dear life, sprawling all over the table. And what? Here comes another tantrum.
Yeah.
So eventually, I now go get some goddamn help, right? Because I don't know what to do. And what does the shrink tell me? Just sit the He-Man on the corner of the desk, right? And say, listen, I'm glad He-Man is here to defend you, But I'm sure He-Man really wants you to get your homework done today, right? So, we're going to sit He-Man right here so he can watch over you. Let's whip out that math book and do that addition, right? So they do that, right? And then I try to take He-Man again before bed. And so eventually I just let you keep He-Man with you round the clock 24/7. Because at the end of the day, I don't want to deal with your tantrum.
Right. So keep your Jesus, but let's still study the evolution.
And what I'm realizing is in this situation, I'm not disappointed at the toddler for throwing the tantrums. I'm disappointed at myself for not realizing I've created a situation where a tantrum is a way out, and I let the tantrum win every time. And so the new thing is I got to figure out a way to get you to stop playing with He-Man without throwing a goddamn tantrum. That's the new challenge. How do I get you to stop playing with He-Man without throwing a tantrum?
You treat him like a kid.
Well, I mentioned this on Gur streams last night. I wonder if it's partly like, for some people, they start to recognize like the costs that'll come with changing their beliefs. And it might even just be like kind of subconscious where it's like, oh, if this isn't true, then what does that mean for this or that? And if I accept this at this point, then what do I need to change? Like, or I can't think about that. That's too scary.
Right.
All right.
I got some good stuff from YouTube Punk that I'll pull up here that we should definitely check out. But yeah, I love this conversation and it's all tying into what we're gonna have going on today. But this is a fantastic conversation, and yeah, I don't know what to do, and I think Nidamos is right. And part of what I think we've got to do, and again, this is the part where it's rough for me because I think we start to have some influence here. Is we have to make the cost of not getting rid of that bad, right? Because what really gets that kid to stop bringing He-Man with them 24/7, right? It certainly
Find
isn't
something else to replace it.
Well, there's that, and that's one thing. Yeah, and maybe that wasn't what I was thinking, Carrie Ann, but that could be one thing.
Sometimes they grow beyond it.
Sometimes they outgrow it. Sometimes they find something else. Maybe for a lot of us, science is that, community is that, sports, right? But what I was thinking is the other kids start making fun of you. Right? I'm gonna keep it 100 with you.
I want to go that way.
I'm gonna keep it with you 100. This is what it was like as a wrestling fan. Right? To be honest with you, there was an age where being a boy in school, and even the girls a little bit too, everybody liked wrestling. All the boys liked wrestling, and even some of the girls. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And it was cool to like wrestling. And then those of us that started doing stuff like e-fetting, which is fantasy online wrestling, it's like D&D for wrestling fans, right? And you write these scripts and you make these characters, right? That was cool because everybody liked wrestling, and so we were the hardcore cool kids amongst the wrestling fans, right? Because we knew the wrestling shit, right? But when you got into middle school, them numbers start dropping off quick, right? Because now all of a sudden, a lot of people figured out wrestling's quote fake. They don't like it anymore. They've moved on to sports and girls and all this other stuff, right? Now, by the time you get to high school, you can forget about it. You're full on getting made fun of if you've been looking forward to WrestleMania all year, right? Now, a lot of us have decided we're diehard wrestling fans and we're willing to wear it like a badge of honor, but we probably don't really talk about it a whole lot. Right? Unless we know we're around other wrestling fans, right? And if it comes up, we just realize that, right, we're it and we're not it's still real to me, damn it, guys, right? But we're all you guys just don't understand because you refuse to employ your suspension of disbelief and understand that this is our art form. I'm out of here, you know? But my point is there's very few people who do that, right? They're called grown man wrestling fans, right? Most people grow out of it, and then it gets to a point where they take ridicule for it, and it's not cool anymore.
Right.
Right? And so I think that all of these are part of why you stop playing with He-Man. Part of it is you've got something else to play with. Hopefully it's a girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever, or a little SO. Maybe it's you grow out of it, right? You start to question these ideas. Hey, I don't think people are born of virgins. Heaven doesn't really sound like it's all that great, you know. And then some of it is, and this is the part that I don't think we're doing enough of, you're no longer put on a pedestal for being that wide-eyed kid that goes along with everything mommy and daddy told you, including Sky Daddy.
Right.
And we start to go, really? You really going to pray before you eat that sandwich? Like, I don't mind, but really, like, I just think it's kind of weird, bro. You know what I'm saying? And when that starts to happen, I think it's just going to not be as easy anymore. But go ahead, guys. I know you guys are trying to get in.
Had something too.
Yeah, I think that might work on younger people, but for older people who are used to the like that kind of cost of their beliefs, are even going to double down and just be like, well, now I'm just being persecuted. You know, this is my badge of honor. It does feed into the persecution complex and the badge of honor. And that's what hurts me about the theology, because it has the persecution complex built into it. They'll scorn you. They'll, you know, spit on you in his name.
By fear.
Yeah. And then it also even has
a lot of that's surrounded with fear.
Yeah. And then it even has the lean not on your own understanding built in it, and all that kind of anti-empiricism kind of baked in. But go ahead, Carrie Ann. I don't know if that's what you were going to say before, but I want to make sure we toss the mic over to you.
No, I was going to say, I mean, equating it to a childhood toy is a good thing because it's for fear. Most of us have that toy and sleep with it because you don't want to wake up in the night and be scared. Your toy is there to protect you.
Yes.
And big people have fears too.
Absolutely. So, Krista,
and if they can't get over their fear, they cling to their toy.
Absolutely. And I got that from Christopher Hitchens. Christopher Hitchens is the person who I heard in debates and lectures say something like, listen, I see this as your toys, and you have every right to play with your toys, but do it in your own space on your own time. I will not play with your toys. Right. And don't ask me to, you know, fund, you know, playing with your toys in school. And so he kind of gave me that idea. And then I remember somebody else talking about it. I can't remember. It was a lady I heard talking about sort of anti-science in America or something like that. One of the shows we watched, Think Big or something. And what she said was, it's sort of like the monster in the closet. Right. And she said, it doesn't work to tell them there is no monster in the closet or under the bed. What works is you tell them, I get it, there's a monster in the closet and he's really scary, but if I sit this plant right here on this nightstand next to your bed, he can't come out. That's what gets them to sleep. And so to Carrie Ann's point, it's the fear, but acknowledging their fear, sort of in giving that, charging that object and that toy with that power, right? Because in this case, the plant or whatever is the toy, right?
Well, that's just it. You don't tell them about the plant. You actually sit there and hold their hand and show them that there's nothing in the closet.
Yeah, and you can. That's what I'm saying, right? I think that's a perfect, or I think a really useful analogy, at least a really useful imagery, right? That we're trying to go from, hey, if I sit this thing here, the Satan can't come out from under your bed, into, hey, look, I think it's time you and I flip over the mattress and realize that there's honestly nothing under here, and you know what?
It'll take time too.
Yeah, and then you say, and next time we'll take a peek at that closet. I think you're gonna like what you see in there.
Yep, and eventually they'll set it down on their own.
really great perspectives. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and play the clip, but before I do, does anybody have anything to add on this? Also, there's 9 of us in here. Love you guys, and really appreciate everybody joining us in here. And as you guys see, you don't have to nerd out with us. Six Spider is in here gaming. If Lena jumps in, she'll be gaming. So it's kind of just our space to hang and gather together, and some people are with us, some people are not. James Apperson's probably writing a blog or something, so happy to have everybody. It's a virtual office, folks, so people can be in here with us, or they can be out in their own cubicles or their own areas, but I'm glad to have everybody hanging out in the office, doing whatever they want to do.
Requests right now, reviewing code, so.
Oh, appreciate you, Nitty. So yeah, Nitty's getting work done. Hey, man, that's I love to see that, man. Love to see it. Love to see it.
But yeah, I think that whole punishment thing has potential. There's an awful lot of people that are Christian fundamentalists and Islamic fundamentalists that are high on the narcissism spectrum. In fact, a lot of them have just full-blown narcissism. And if we can get them to understand how much they're shaming themselves to have this imaginary friend, right? And to feel like they need to be parented as grown-ass men need to be parented by somebody who'll just tell them they're a good little boy and settle their boundaries for them. They need to feel some shame for that shit.
Exactly.
And it's
exactly.
That's the whole reason why they have shirts and slogans about how I'm not ashamed of the gospel, or I'm not ashamed of Jesus.
Right.
The whole reason they have that is because they're trying to ward off the shame they already feel.
Absolutely.
Right? They're trying to rally each other to try to resist that sense of shame.
Absolutely.
And we're like, no, you need to embrace that shame. You need to feel it.
Right. This is bad. This is bad juju. You're caught up in some bad shit, my guy. Yeah. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and jump into the next thing. And then we're gonna get into the stuff going on with Lupin, but I want to tie what we just saw into sort of now talking about, because again, Lupin's this guy gets on and sort of some of this is we were seeing some of this last night, and we thought, wouldn't it be great if we did a podcast that just fucking surprised his ass? Surprise, Lupin, you're the star of the show today, buddy.
Yeah.
But no, he's friendly with us, Lupin. He's friendly to us, and almost like Tangelo. We have the back and forth with him, but he's sitting on some bullshit. And one of the things he's a real big Trump defender. We were listening to sort of David Pakman review a Trump speech, and David Pakman interrupts Trump a lot to say what he wants or mutes Trump so he can, and he's criticizing Trump, and Lupin was losing his shit. He can't watch David Pakman. He can't sit through it. Because he was defending everything Trump says, and David Pakman's making fun of the Trump crowd for being like a cult and putting their lighters or their ones in the air and the music and all of this shit. And Lupin's going, no, that's how you connect with people. This is great. This is wonderful. And he's been to Trump rallies. I've been to Trump rallies. This is the best time ever. You know what I mean?
Oh my God.
So I wanna before we jump into Lupin stuff, I wanna review this thing that's happening, current events, right? Part of what we want to do is cover what's going on in the news and what's current and all of this stuff. Is yesterday the January 6th committee voted to subpoena Trump. Now he claims he watched the January 6th committee hearings, right? So let's watch this. I'm sure you guys all know where this is going, and then we'll discuss it a little bit, and we'll get into Lupin stuff. Right, here we go.
Have also gone to enormous lengths to avoid testifying about their dealings with Donald Trump. Steve Bannon has been tried and convicted by a jury of his peers for contempt of Congress. He is scheduled to be sentenced for this crime later this month. Criminal proceedings regarding Peter Navarro continue.
Oh, hey, B.S.
And Mark
Lewis.
Meadows, Donald Trump's former chief of staff, has refused to testify
Spider's
based upon
in here with
executive
us.
privilege. The committee's litigation with him continues. Mr. Chairman, at some point, the Department of Justice may well unearth.
Lupin doesn't like Gin and Truth either. Where is Lupin? Come on, Lupin, you gotta come through, bro.
The facts that these and other witnesses are currently concealing.
He can call in anytime.
But
he
our
might just be
duty
busy.
today is to our country and our children.
I assume he has a life.
And our Constitution. We are
I don't trust those
obligated
people that
to
have a
seek
life, man.
answers directly from the man who set this all in motion. And every American is entitled to those answers, so we can act now to protect our republic. So this afternoon, I am offering this resolution that the committee direct the chairman to issue a subpoena for relevant documents and testimony under oath from Donald John Trump.
All right, gang. We got to take our viewing to the next level, and James is with us. So in the spirit of James being with us, y'all got to break down the social dynamics real heavy like. So you got to be able to understand when you're watching official business, but when you're also seeing political theater. And what you're about to see is a prime example of this, and I want to lay it out for you so that when you watch it, you know what to look for. First thing, look for the tone and the pride and the dignity of these people. There's also a certain level of, we finally got him, and we're going to officially make sure we fuck his ass right now properly, and all of this. And so don't miss the show. So here's what to pay attention to. This is Liz Cheney. She's the vice chairwoman of the committee. She's also a lawyer. It's very important that she lays this out because they want the presentation of the actual case to be what? Republican-led. That is obviously the Democrats have taken the lead on this, but Liz Cheney's role has been incredibly important because of her conservative bona fides, her legitimate credentials, and the tone and seriousness of her, and she has the type of legacy that she can't be fucked with, and on top of that, right now she's a lame duck. So Liz Cheney with nothing to lose. Fuck out of here. Also, don't fuck with Liz Cheney. She might come back as a presidential candidate and move on, and that bitch could always move, right? Pull a Hillary Clinton, move to another state, right? Right. But look, I don't agree with shit about Liz Cheney on the politics, y'all. But you got to remember, we know who on the other side is sharp, has their shit together, and you don't want to fuck with, okay? And Liz Cheney's on a goddamn game, right? So she's leading the charge here. Now, what you'll then see is she leads this recommendation of, hey, let's subpoena his ass, right? Mm-hmm. She's making that official request to the chairman. Now, the chairman is going to say, I hear you, Miss Cheney. Let's go ahead and see if everybody in the committee wants to subpoena him. So now what he'll do is he will call for a vote. Like, it's the old school way shit was done in Congress. All the ayes say boom, all the nays say nay, and then he'll say, it's my opinion that the ayes or the nays have it, right? Now, if somebody wants to then challenge that, they're saying, yeah, but I'm not sure the ayes have it. It was kind of close, because it's like a crowd, right? It's like when I say, hey, you say, ho, hey, ho, right? All right, everybody over here, everybody over there, right? And it's like, who's louder? I don't know. Somebody got a decibel meter out in this bitch? Is it equal distance? Are there, who the fuck knows, right? So for the most part, it is obvious, right? Who's louder, or whether it's more yays or nays, but or ayes and nays technically, but you never know, right? So then they can call for the official roll, right? And that is, now we're going to call everybody out by name, and you're going to formally enter your vote on the record, right? Now, this is how you know what you're watching is theater. Because first off, y'all notice everybody is scripted, they're on point, and they're strategically rolling, meaning they deliberately don't take their time with this. This is the type of thing where, you might give people a moment. So when I call the roll, I might say, all in favor, say aye. All right. And anybody not in favor, say nay. Mm-hmm. And then, all right, so if there's a deliberate, this time they deliberately don't do that. They deliberately rolling, right? So because they want to make a showing of the fact that they're all ayes, there are no nays, right? They're unanimous on this. And then here's the thing I want y'all to notice, that when they call for the informal vote, it's hilarious. If you know what to watch for, this is hilarious. They start actually acting like people in our community who just saw PineCreek go live. They're racing to be the first to enter their voice in the record. You know how like everybody's racing to get in chat? First, second, third. Give me more Pine points. Fuck, Cameron Bennett is fourth. Don't give him any pocket change. Right? Cameron, you fourth. Fuck out of here. Give me some room. Right? They are racing to vote aye on subpoenaing Donald Trump. No joke. They're making a show of they're deliberately saying, guys, when we do this, right, no hesitation, right, they're going, no, we going no hesitation, right? Like, it's funny. And then here's the thing, y'all will hear it is all ayes. It's completely unanimous, right? It's all ayes. No nays at all. It's crickets. I wish I had a cricket sound effect. I got to get a cricket sound effect. But this would be when I play the cricket sound effect. When they go, all the LPO say nay, it's crickets, nothing, right?
Yeah.
What does Liz Cheney do? Again, she's the senior ranking Republican on this committee. She's the vice chair, right? She also fucking hates Trump. She knows she has him 9-0, right? So here's where the theater comes in. To rub salt in the wound, she calls for the roll, James.
Calls for the roll.
That way there ain't no doubt about it. Ain't no question. This bitch is like, Donald Trump about to get your ass for real. And why is that theater? Because it's unanimous. Of course the ayes have it. It's completely unanimous. There's no reason to call for a fucking roll other than they all want to stamp their names on the fucking of Donald Trump. Right? Roll it. So she's literally like, and can we call for the roll, please? Cheney, you are spiteful, right? Spiteful as fuck, right? Yeah. And then he acknowledges it, and then they go in turn on the roll, and then look at the look on her face when she votes personally for the support, right? And then each of them takes this proud sort of it's political theater, let's call it what it is, but they take this serious, proud senatorial moment to hold their heads up and with dignity vote to subpoena this man. And it is really, you can tell that this is, because let's face it, I said this about Corey. Some of these moments are them being part of American history in the making, right? There are times where seeing Cory Booker do things makes me cry, and I'll tell you some of them. One was when he introduced the CARES Act, right? He and this bipartisan team introduced this legislation to support the decriminalization of marijuana, to reschedule it, and to open up funding for research purposes of medical marijuana. Brought me to tears. Why? You spend your whole life with somebody, your blood, sweat, and tears with them, you're knocking on doors, you're in the streets with them, you slave away in their administration, you accept as part of our personal relationship the same way I've done some shit he's not proud of, he's done some shit I'm not proud of, we gotta love each other anyway. I gotta be on Team Booker, even though I know this motherfucker may never take up the issues that are most important to me. Right? Because we love each other and we've been in each other's life, he's under no obligation to become a fucking pro-marijuana guy, right? But the first term he's in the Senate, the pretty much first thing he did right out the gate was like, yeah, we got to deal with this marijuana thing because I used to be the mayor in Newark. And I'm like, Corey, my guy. Right? Tears. You understand what I'm saying? When he interviewed Ketanji Brown Jackson as part of her becoming the first black woman nominated to the Supreme Court, Cory Booker's a Stanford graduate, a Yale Rhodes Scholar, a Yale lawyer, right, and a Rhodes Scholar. And he treated her like a queen. I mean, that interview, letting her tell her story, asking the great questions, letting her clear up some of the attacks that she had faced, condemning the Republican Party for the way that they treated her, holding her up, and he was at his best, right? Tears. Why? Because he's making history. Another one was when he voted to remove Donald Trump from office. Now, why is that an interesting one? Because it failed. Yeah. Why is it also interesting? We knew it was going to fail. We knew he was going to be impeached, that they had the votes in the House to impeach him, and then what? It would fail in the Senate, and we all knew that. So why would that be one of the proudest moments of my life that made me cry?
Why?
Because on record, the senator from New Jersey, Cory Booker, one of the two senators from New Jersey, voted to impeach Donald Trump's ass.
Yeah.
Donald Trump's ass needed to be convicted and removed from office. And yeah, we lost that vote, but we did not lose that vote because the senator from New Jersey voted the wrong way.
Right.
And I knew I was part of him getting there, and he would tell you I was part of him getting there, so that on that fucking day, the state I was born in was represented by my hero, and he voted to convict Donald Trump's ass. And even though we lost that day, I was proud of him, right? I called both my parents. I said, I'm so proud of what I just watched Cory Booker do today. Everything we've done, all the sacrifices we've made, all the internships. If Cory never does another thing for me and I never do another thing for him on today, it was all worth it, right? And so what I'm bringing your attention to, gang, is that this is their moment for Cheney and Schiff and all the people that are on this committee, the chairman, our main homie Raskin. We're some Raskin fans up in this bitch, right? They are all getting their moment, even the Republicans, to say fuck Donald Trump. And my duty as part of this historic, unfortunately tragic and historic committee that is here to find and represent what happened on that day and what needs to happen as a result of what happened on that day, they take their moment in the sun to vote on the record, right, James? So it is political theater, but it's big-time political theater. It's huge. It's actually appropriate political theater. It's very classy. What Liz Cheney does is very, very classy. She's saying, yes, we got him dead to rights on the official vote, but nope, I'm going to, as the Republican lead, as the vice chairwoman, I'm going to request a roll call, and then she gives every member of the committee their time to enter their vote personally, right? So this is huge stuff. Just wanted to kind of not let us brush through this and watch through it and not really take a moment to appreciate what's happening. So thanks for bearing with me. Hope you guys can all appreciate a little bit more what's going on here. This is historic.
Connection with the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Cory Booker's RuPaul's cousin. Yeah, it's crazy.
If there's no further debate, the question is on agreeing to the resolution.
I knew both his parents.
Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed is no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Those resolution.
All right, here we go. Resolution. You see how fast it was, James? They was first, second, third. They was racing. They was racing. It was, y'all, watch. It was so fast.
And Mark Meadows, Donald Trump. The duty today is to our country and our children. Other witnesses have also. Steve Bannon has ruled to be under Navarro justice.
I always put the wrong.
And our children.
Well, you find the spot.
committee
How many
directed.
Trump supporters do you think have actually seen that?
This is what's interesting to me, and to be honest with you, it's actually where I'm going with this all, Lena. Damn it, Lena, you're spoiling shit. But they say they're watching. And this is the question for Lupin. It's like, if you're watching this, why do you think all of these lawyers in front of us are voting to subpoena this man? And are you seriously going to sit up here and tell me this man is the greatest president of all time? So we asked him flat out, because remember that was the whole thing with Doug, and a bunch of people in this community were all, maybe January 6th wasn't that bad, and Mike Pence's life was never in danger, and people like Sample Pack were calling him out. Well, have you watched the committee hearings? Have you read all the details? Have you followed up them? Oh no, who's got time for that? And I don't need to watch and all this. And it was like, well, then we can't take you seriously when you tell us that this wasn't that big of a deal, because if you haven't watched, then you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And anybody who knows,
it's all Democratic propaganda,
right? And so, to his quote unquote credit. When we asked about this, Lupin said he was watching the January 6th coverage.
Oh, interesting.
So this was sort of my way of laying out where we end on it. Then we're going to look at Lupin stuff. And then if we get to talk to Lupin, it's like, well, we assume you saw this, and then I want him to answer to this. Why the fuck do you think these people vote to subpoena this man? But before we do that, y'all, we're going to finish this. Yeah, we're going to enjoy it.
Aye.
All right, so here we go. Sorry, find the place.
If there's no further...
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
All
Subpoena.
right, we're going to start at Liz Cheney's little, we're going to let her do her little official build-up here.
The facts that these and other witnesses are currently concealing. But our duty today is to our country and our children and our Constitution.
There you go.
We are obligated to seek answers directly from the man who set this all in motion.
Woo!
And every American is entitled to those answers, so
I'm
we can
not
act
fucking with that
now
woman.
to protect our republic. So this afternoon, I am offering this resolution that the committee direct the chairman to issue a subpoena for relevant documents and testimony under oath from Donald John Trump.
Cheers, everybody.
In
There
connection
it is.
with the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
All right, let's go. Here comes the good. Everybody pay attention. Main
If
event
there's
time.
no further debate, the question is on agreeing to the resolution. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed is no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Cheney.
Aye.
Ms. Cheney.
Look at that look.
Ms. Lofgren.
Aye.
Ms. Lofgren, aye. Mr. Schiff.
Aye.
Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Aguilar.
Aye.
Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mrs. Murphy.
Aye.
Mrs. Murphy, aye. Mr. Raskin.
Aye.
Mr. Raskin, aye. Mrs. Luria.
Luria, that's my girl.
Mrs. Luria,
She's dope.
aye. Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger, aye.
Mr.
He
Kinzinger,
came
aye.
through.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 9 ayes and 0 noes.
The resolution is agreed to. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair requests that those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members from the room. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Hi, everyone. George Steph.
Adjourned.
They were loving it, right? And you just see that look in her face. She just had "go fuck yourself, Donald Trump" all up in her facial area when she voted, bro. She was staring holes through that camera right into Donald Trump's soul. Like just, ooh, she came for his ass. All right, y'all. Now, we had this guy named Lupin. We be chilling with Lupin and shit. But look, here's the problem, y'all. He is just always sitting on some bullshit. And, you know, it's hard to sort of tease this stuff apart, right? But what I'm trying to show him is that this pattern is very consistent and predictable for us. You know, you're pro-Hovind, pro-Trump, pro-Jesus, don't accept evolution. You're just susceptible to misinformation. If there's misinformation out there, if there's a conspiracy theory out there, you just are the type of person this type of thing is custom made for. And you seem to just whole cloth swallow the worst of it. And so it becomes like Otangelo and Rebecca and all of these people who we want to say, we think you're a decent human being, except you're constantly sitting on some bullshit. And you were sitting on, you know, and if you're not the culprit of the violently weaponized misinformation, You are the vehicle and supporter it depends on.
Mm-hmm.
And this is particularly interesting because, James, this had me reconsidering my production visions because it's almost like this podcast he does on his small channel. And it got me thinking, is this a right-wing format that we need to think more about? Because he's basically doing a podcast, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the podcast is while he's playing Call of Duty. And I'm like, is this their thing? Like, instead of just sitting around in the studio like we're doing, boring people to death because we're just sitting in front of microphones talking, they're just like playing Call of Duty to like keep their content super engaging, but then they're just talking right-wing bullshit. So like you just spew the right-wing non-actual, non-factuals while you're like sim warring it up. You know what I mean?
Sure, a lot of people do that. A lot of people like Vice Rhino like shows interesting graphics in the background while he's talking. You know, so it works for bullshit and for non-bullshit.
Yeah, it works for bullshit and non-bullshit. Yeah, you know, and you could just, you know, spit some weaponized pro-violence nonsense conspiracy shit while you know, take out on the virtual Taliban and shit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right, so
can I cut in here for a second?
Absolutely.
All right, I just wanted to tell you I'm heading out. I'll probably be back sometime after.
Oh, appreciate you, and please wish Tug
hey, Lena.
Wish Tug a happy birthday for us, and hey, maybe he'll get a Tug. It's his fucking birthday, Carrie Ann, you know what I'm saying?
No, it ain't happening. I got other agendas on there, remember?
I feel you.
But
Appreciate you. Tell him we said happy birthday.
You know, the whole Secretary of State and stickers for the plates. And
yeah, hell yeah, let's get it. But
yeah, we're getting all the business taken
care of. That's got to be done too. But yeah, wish him a happy birthday again for us, and we'll see you later.
I will. He also said to tell you guys he's actually enjoying this, and he was surprised.
Okay, well, tell him to look away quickly because we about to be real mean to fucking Lupin. We about to roast Lupin's ass. So
just it. He wanted to jump in, and I'm like, honey, I would let you, but you know, I can't have you arguing for 2 hours.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, tell him I said thanks. I really appreciate it. We'll see you later, Carrie Ann. Oh, it was awesome. All right, cool.
All right, love you guys.
Lupin in here?
Yeah, no worries. No.
Love you.
You said is Lupin in here? No.
Can we get him in here before we roast him? I like to.
I mean, if he comes through the channel, you know, yeah, we've there's a link and stuff he can click. If he
I don't think
comes
anyone
through,
knows where he's at or like what he's up to.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I have no idea. I will. You know what? Let me see. I think I have him added on Discord. So I should be able to. I'm trying to think. Lupin, yeah, here it is. Lupin Wolf. It says he's online. I'm gonna be like, we are chatting about you on stream. Come
defend yourself
if you.
I guess
if you like. You can defend your honor.
So while we wait for him, I've been watching UC Love play this Star Citizen game. It looks pretty great.
Is that new or is that?
Y'all, Lupin sent me a message the other day talking shit. He said, my ape friend wants to be a wrestling champion, but he afraid of words. It's funny. But he said, all right, so now he knows we're about to. But yeah, so speaking of that, I'm gonna let his stuff play for a bit. I need to step away just for a second so I can actually make pee-pee, and I'll be right back. But I'm gonna play Lupin, and so y'all can start to hear what he says. Now I'm gonna set the stage for y'all. He's talking about the Las Vegas shooting. Okay. All right. So I'm going to let y'all get a couple of minutes of build up, and then we're at 7 minutes, and then right at the 9-minute mark, he really lays out his case for what he's trying to say. Mm-hmm. So welcome to Call of Duty and Chill. featuring Lupin.
Place, and he can have a clear vantage point and take shots. And I mean, all of that points to premeditation. You know, he had to think about that. And we'll probably never know, you know, the full story because this guy's dead. I mean, whatever secrets he had, he took with him to the grave unless they find some kind of note or something on his laptops or his technology. We may never know. But it was definitely pre-planned and seemed almost professional-like, which is going to lead me into a little topic here where I think maybe some conspiracy and government scandal type deals come into play. So what I really think happened here is, I don't know if it's because I saw the movie American Assassin a few days ago, and if you have not seen that movie, go see it. It's worth the money. Go watch it in the movie theater. Don't rip it off. Watch it in a movie theater, and watch it now, because there's something about that movie. I don't want to spoil anything. It's a great movie. You're going to get your money's worth, but there's something about watching it now and how close to reality it really is. And I'm not saying that that movie is tied to this in any way, but I think it's very relevant, that story that that movie was telling. And, you know,
incredible double speak.
How much in the shadows, how many things are in the shadows that we don't know about. And that movie really has a lot of interesting details. With that being said, I'm just going to get down to it. Honestly, I think this was some type of government, CIA, FBI type of manufactured chaos. Because like I said before, going out to kill people the way this guy did is just not a normal coping mechanism. This guy was armed to the teeth. I think they found like 18 guns at the scene, and then he had like 30 guns at his home. That may be flipped. I'm not sure about the whole numbers, but he was armed to the teeth, which, I mean, is perfectly okay. I'm definitely pro Second Amendment. Get as many guns as you want. I want everyone to have guns, but this guy had weapons and wanted to use them for malintent. Another thing is that these weapons were automatic weapons. It's real difficult to get automatic weapons. You either have to modify them yourself or buy them from somebody that's modified. They're generally really expensive. And, I mean, the legal hoops that you have to go through to get them are very, very, very tricky. And even, especially in, like, California and Nevada, I'm pretty sure they have very strict gun laws where it's very difficult to get even semi-automatic weapons, you know, like ARs. They can't have buttstocks or pistol grips, silly stuff like that. So this guy was able to get fully automatic weapons, high-capacity magazines, and do this damage. And again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with owning guns. I'm a huge gun advocate. I think everybody should be able.
Explaining it. Does anyone know what the hell he's talking about?
I don't know.
He's talking about the massacre in Las Vegas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
To arm themselves. Personally, I think if there were more guns in that situation, that maybe this could have been stopped. Maybe it couldn't have, because this guy was 1,000 feet from the crowd shooting downward from a hotel room. So some guy with a 22 or a 45, chances of him shooting upward into a window from 1,000 feet and hitting a guy, maybe stopping him for a little while, is highly undoubtable. You know, not really something that would be real possible. I mean, it could happen, but it's very slim chance. So,
well, they got him eventually, but yeah, he's gonna kill him.
Another funny thing about this shooter, or strange thing about this shooter, is from all the reports that I've gathered, said that he had no military background experience, no like firearm training, which I mean, military background I can understand. Firearm training, hard to believe, because you don't have that many guns and not shoot them and not fire them and not know how to use them. And this guy was 1,000 feet away, approximately, shooting into a large, dense crowd of people. Killed over 50 people, wounded around 600 to 700 people, maybe more. So even if you are just spraying and praying, you don't have gun control, you're shooting into a dense crowd, I mean, you could easily do some damage, but you have to have some type of training. You have to have some weapon control. You have to know what you're doing. So this guy definitely knew what he was doing. To be that effective,
shooting?
even
No,
if
the
it
Las
is shooting
Vegas
at a
shooting.
dense crowd of people,
It's the Las Vegas massacre. It was a country music
you have
concert.
to have some type of gun control. And I'm not talking about like gun control.
All right, hang on. What the fuck? YouTube, go away.
Oh, they didn't get him. He killed himself.
Yeah, killed himself. I think it was at a Jason Aldean concert. I'm a really big fan, actually.
Did we ever find out why he did that? What his reasons were?
I think maybe he had left notes or whatever this shit is.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
All right, here we go.
They were not able to definitively answer why.
The surveillance footage is remarkable in its banality. It shows Stephen Paddock, the Las Vegas gunman, in the days before his mass shooting. He cuts a lonesome figure as he moves through the Mandalay Bay Hotel, playing video poker for hours in the casino, buying snacks at a newsstand, watching a LeBron James interview in a
let me
restaurant,
see. Lupin said he's in Gather.
and at
Hang
times
on.
chatting with hotel staff. But this picture of an ordinary
His dad
gambler
was a bank
disguises
robber.
a far more sinister intent. Through this previously unseen footage, we'll show how Paddock methodically planned his attack, and how, over 7 days, hotel
All right, gang. Let's roll over. Everybody, just set yourself to follow me, and then we'll go over to the cafe, and I'll show people how to get from one to the other. So just go ahead and set yourself to follow on me. If you're in Gather, yeah, you just select my name and then hit follow. All right, here we go. Oh, I gotta open the door. All right, there we go. Boom. All right, we're still missing. Set yourself to follow me. Carrie Ann will be back. She's AFK. Lena is, I think, gaming. And then I guess maybe Melody and Joy will catch up. But yeah, Lena, if you set yourself to follow me, you won't have to follow me manually. It'll automatically do it. Yeah, all right. All right, come on. This is so cool. All right. Cameron, click on me and just set it to follow.
He might have, and he's just like going slow because it's lagging or something.
Nah, I think he's following manually.
That's okay.
Call to the flying man on the move, exactly. Now we gotta wait for everybody to get through the portal. No, I'm not catching you in Discord. I just moved everybody over here to catch you at the cafe. Also, I don't like Discord. Yeah, I don't know what they doing. Y'all got to go to the portal and hit enter. Me and YouTube Punk out here waiting for y'all. That's how you link up with the gang. Why does it keep doing that? Oh, I got to log into my Spotify account and I keep forgetting. What is my logged in through? Profile. J Bundy. That looks like I guess that's my Facebook profile. All right, so I don't know where everybody went, but y'all got to get y'all passwords in. The goal is you got to get your passwords in and you got to get your passwords saved. The reason is because it shouldn't take anybody this long to get through the portals, right? They're set up so that once you enter your passwords, they're there. So if you have not done so, when you get your emails from me, log into all of those spaces and enter the passwords. That way you can move freely throughout the gather. Because right now you guys need to move to the cafe. There isn't even there's no password to the cafe. All you got to do is hit enter. So I don't know why that was a struggle for everybody.
Wait, that's like when city to city, you niggas not hot in your state. If it was money to get ahead, you get it and never complain.
Same goes for the gang.
And we put it up all the same. I can't really eat, let's stay straight. Cause we go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day. They still hang around me today. You wanna come round us, you can't. I'm rolling up loud, it's great. But mama, she bad but complain. Cause I'm too in love with my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane. And go get this money with Dizzy. I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate. And then he go get the cake.
All right, I gotta find a place to post a link to the cafe. Two-factor authentication actually irritates the shit out of me.
You niggas be lying about fame, be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but he a clown. Don't fuck around with the fuck arounds. Little nigga, you should cut it out. Me and my niggas take different routes. Punch a bitch nigga all in his mouth. Hold up my nigga, we different now. I need a Robert, this is my style. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I get a bitch today, she probably a foreign model. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. With my gang today, tomorrow never promise.
All right, they all at the bridge.
And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang, gang.
Why are you all at the... Yeah, that's the question though. Why are you all at the bridge? That doesn't make sense to me. All right, hang on. I'm gonna have to go back through. It looked like y'all just got through. You just got to go up to it and press enter. Yeah, I don't understand why y'all are having such a hard time with this, honestly. I'm not trying to be mean. I genuinely don't get what the struggle is. It's the one space on the map that isn't password protected. It's literally the easiest place to get to deliberately. I got to like pull up my Discord and go to the stream chat and like rescue you guys. That's weird to me, man. It's the easy.
Yes, I forgot I had to hit enter.
Oh yeah. It's taking you to another place. There's the link. I want to put it in. We have a channel in here called Bundy Ranch. I'm gonna say cafe link. This is the only gather link you can share.
Why do I have a red thing? How do I change that?
Why do you have a what?
That little red thing that's in my avatar little area.
All right, hang on a sec.
Like a do not, I'm like set on do not disturb or block or something like that. I don't know what it is.
Got it. Automod now blocks messages with 6+ unique role user mentions by default to help against mention spam. Adjust this limit or disable. Got it. Don't care. Pin that message. All right. There's a pin link in the Bundy Ranch Discord. And then maybe I should just make a...
Yo, where did you find that video? That was so long ago. Was it on my? Is it on my YouTube? On
yeah,
Redfield?
it's on your YouTube. Yeah.
Man, that was back in the day.
Hey guys, if you want to check out the what we talked about just a second ago, my video here.
Like that Call of Duty mod right there, that mod is still dope. That's still one of the best Call of Duty mods there is.
All right. All right. So where are we all at right now? All right. Everybody's here finally. Great. We got everybody in here. All right, cool. All right, guys, so I put the link in the chat. There's also a link. I put the link in the Discord. We're just looking for Punk and Lena. But Lena, they're all in.
It looks like we're all.
Yeah, we're all here. Request to lead. No. All right. Yeah, Lena, just come join us. All right. So where can we all fit? We can all fit around here. So you guys can stop following me. Everybody grab a chair.
Oh yeah, sorry if I'm kind of a little, seemed like I'm in a little bit of a rush. I only got like 45 minutes or so, but
Nah, you're good. All right. Let me go back to your thing here. All right. I think we're good.
Whenever I made that was in what, 2018? 2017?
Yeah, it says October 3rd, 2017, yeah.
Okay, 27.
You were 27?
Yep.
How old are you now? 32? 33?
Yes, sir.
Taking off.
Oh,
yeah, I'm taking off.
Damn, I got my Proud Boy name on there and everything. What's up? That's hilarious. Bro, this brings back memories.
All right, hang on a sec.
Are you still affiliated with the Proud Boys?
I never really was. I never got like actually initiated, but I still support them. Yeah.
You had a Proud Boys thing where?
I'm Proud Boy USA.
Where's that?
That was my name from back in the day.
Oh, was that your gamer tag or something?
Yeah, you can switch them, whenever.
Yeah. I guess I didn't see it pop up. I guess you just remembering that.
In the kill feed, right there in the kill feed.
Yeah, that's it. I'm just telling you, this just brings me back to
So
memory
that's
lane.
you, Proud Boy USA in the kill feed. Lena knows about the. Yeah, I wasn't watching the kill feed. Got you. Okay.
Handle a weapon. Another thing that I think is kind of strange is how long it took for the police to get to him. I don't really know the whole backstory into that part, so I'm not going to get into it. Overall,
right, so let's see. We were looking at actually this little quick thing. We're gonna watch this real quick, and then we'll talk to Lupin. Let's watch this, and then we'll chat with Lupin.
To his room.
Try and remember what I said in that video compared to what you see here.
From MGM Resorts begin on Monday, September 25th.
See some accuracies.
At the VIP counter, he checks into a suite on the 32nd floor and books an adjoining room, which he will check into 4 days later. He doesn't immediately bring in suitcases. Instead, he spends 2 hours in the hotel, going to his room and eating at a sushi restaurant downstairs. Just before 5 p.m., he drives his Chrysler Pacifica minivan to the valet area, where a bellman loads the luggage cart with 5 suitcases. Paddock asks to stay with his luggage, so the bellman brings him through the service elevators to his room, something hotel management say is not unusual. Paddock spends the next 4 hours in his room.
No, I didn't get
and at
punched while
9:40 that
naming
night,
cereals.
he leaves the hotel, bringing 2 suitcases with him. He drives 1 hour to Mesquite.
We were doing
where he
chocolate
lived.
bars.
Cell phone records show that he stays the night and spends most of Tuesday here. Around 8 p.m., Paddock returns to Las Vegas, but he stops at the Ogden, a downtown condominium complex. This is interesting for a few reasons. Paddock was also renting rooms here for the entire week. He checked in the previous Friday, when a music event called the Life is Beautiful Festival was being held in the surrounding streets. Internet records recovered by the police show that he searched for that festival's lineup and its expected attendance. This was similar to his research of the Mandalay and the Route 91 harbor.
This was
premeditated.
This is what was crazy because this Route 91 harvesting, right? Like, I'm a huge country music fan, y'all. Huge. And Jason Aldean's one of my favorite artists, right? So if I'm in Vegas and this is going on and y'all telling me it's a Jason Aldean concert, plus Mandalay Bay is where they host all the big fights, all the big esports events now, right? People are here, y'all. This is big shit.
Festival, which he would later attack.
I was ballsy for covering this.
The Ogden
I don't think
and the
anybody
Life is
watched.
Beautiful Festival could have been used for planning, or may even have been a target. Later Tuesday night, Paddock returns to the Mandalay, and a different bellman helps him to move 7 more suitcases to his suite. Again, he uses the service elevator.
Look at that,
Tips
all
the
those
bellman
guns.
with
Those
no
are
way
all
of knowing
loaded
these
with
cases were
weapons.
packed with guns
Hundreds
and
of pounds
ammunition.
of weapons.
Damn.
He gambles for 8 hours until morning.
And this
Paddock
dude's
was
got
a
money.
regular at
He's
the Mandalay,
loaded.
and several casino hosts knew him. The video showed
I don't understand. Do you support the Second Amendment? What do you care that he has guns? What does it bother? Does it bother you?
Huh?
Does it bother you?
Does it bother me that he has guns?
Yeah.
No, it bothers
Okay.
me that he killed that many people. With
Yeah, did you change your mind on
What do you mean?
this?
What do you mean it bothers you that he killed that?
But you
many?
don't have one person having that many guns.
No, I'm saying it's very difficult to get. First off, that weighs a lot.
Who cares? Who cares? You don't care that he has a lot of guns, right?
I don't care about the guns. I care about
Right.
a person's intent with the guns.
Really? You just said you don't care that you care that he killed a lot of people.
That
You-
is.
what
that
if
is-
he killed
that's
one
not.
person?
That's not at all what I said. I'm not gonna talk to you if you're gonna like twist my words around. That's not at all what I said.
Lupin, that's exactly what you said. You said it bothers me that he killed that many people. Those were your exact words. You're not twisting your words.
So what happened if he killed one person?
Simple question.
If he killed somebody as a random act of violence, then yeah, no, terrible.
Okay, so what bothers you here is the actual intent. He came there to kill a lot of people. Yes.
This is a very complicated thing. It's not that black and white. It is not.
No, I'm
that
asking
black.
you.
Dude, that's what you said, Lupin. We're not here to trap you. We're here to understand you, but we can't do that if you won't give us straight answers.
Spider's here to trap me. I can tell.
No, he's not.
Not at all.
Yes.
Listen to what I'm asking you. I'm asking you. So what bothers you here is the intent, right? What bothers you here is that he came there to kill a lot of people, correct?
We're with you. Yes. Thank you. It's a simple question.
It bothers me that 600 people got injured and hundreds of people got killed. Of course.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. That's what I asked. Thank you.
That's it.
Can I add what I think, bro? Which is, why do you think anyone?
Lena, you're breaking up. I'm gonna play the clip. But yeah, your signal doesn't look strong right now. We can't hear you. But yeah, Lena definitely wants to talk to you, Lupin. So hang on. Lena, can you hear me?
Testing.
Yeah, it sounds okay right now. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Okay. Well, my only question was, why else does someone need that many guns?
This is a very crazy story. This is a very crazy story. And if you heard what I was saying in my video, that this is definite. This seems we still don't know. We still don't know the whole story, and we're probably never gonna know.
Do you think someone should be able to have that many guns?
I don't care if somebody has that many guns. No, I want that many guns. I want more guns than that.
Yeah, I mean,
you see no correlation between stockpiling guns and mental health problems. Just asking.
I don't know if I understand that question.
Do you think it's normal to want to own that many guns? Do you not think it's an indication of a mental health issue that you want to own that many guns? I mean, think about it. I love drums, right? I want to own 3, maybe 4 drum sets, but 60? No, right? I love women. 1 would be amazing. 2? Whoo! Crazy. 3, once in a while, that sounds like a crazy night. But 7, definitely not, right? There's just a normal range. This is what I'm saying. No, I don't want 1,000.
What about 1 million? What about so many where they're disposable?
No, that's what I'm saying. No. There's a certain. No, I wouldn't want that. No.
So you like Solomon, right?
That's what we're saying. For most of us, Lupin, there's so much. There is such a thing as too much of a good thing.
Well, my answer for if I want that many guns or do I see any problem with that? No, I don't see any problem.
I appreciate you being honest. We're just telling you that we see that differently. Go ahead, Lena.
Oh, I'm sure he doesn't. I don't think. I think it would take some intellect to look at that and say, yeah, maybe we wouldn't allow people to have that many guns. Maybe it should be strictly kept as a self-defense tool.
Right.
Because that's what I think it should be.
There's no way anybody needs this weapon, this many weapons, and I'm with you. I just don't. There's certain things there's no reason for a person to collect.
Do you think you can have gun laws, gun restrictions, and still be within the purview of the Second Amendment? Do you believe in sensible gun control?
I believe that gun control, and especially gun control when it comes to politics, has been twisted to where it takes the power.
That's not what I asked.
Wait, can I finish my sentence? Mm-hmm. So, gun control restricts the right for level-headed citizens and the average citizen to protect and arm themselves, because they will go through the process of filling out paperwork. They're going to be going through the process of going through a background check. You know who doesn't give a damn about gun control? Criminals. They don't give a damn about gun controls. If they're going to get a gun, they're going to get a gun, and they don't care about the rules.
So there just shouldn't be any rules? Yeah.
I don't understand why you didn't let me stop him. If he's going to
honestly, Lena, because this is what it's like. This is what we have to learn as our skill set of tolerating people like this. Like the conversation we were just having, like they're just gonna throw the tantrum, and we already know the tantrum's coming. So we're just in full blown tantrum avoidance. Go ahead.
It's like a math equation. If they immediately start with the wrong variable, I already know the response is not going to address what I asked.
I completely agree with you.
You asked me for my opinion.
Yeah, and it was a yes or no question, and then you went off bloviating.
There's no right or wrong if it's my opinion, but go ahead.
It's a yes or no question. Can you just answer the question?
Repeat the question, please, Lena. You're good.
Do you believe that sensible gun regulations fall within the purview of the Second Amendment? It's a yes or no. Or I don't know.
Can you translate that for me? Because I don't know.
She's just saying, do you think that there's any gun control that can still be considered honoring the Second Amendment? Can you still have Second Amendment rights but there are restrictions in gun control. Do you think there is such a thing as sensible restrictions on the Second Amendment? Is that reasonable, Lena?
Yeah. What are they?
Okay, so can we just acknowledge that you're not asking me simple yes and no questions?
No, she did. She asked you a yes or no question. You answered yes, and now she's asking you a follow-up question. She wanted to first understand if it was a yes or no.
I'm sorry, this is the hard part. You're right. Yes.
Yes. Now she wants to know what are the sensible. Yeah. What, given this example of a gun control law, you would say I would vote yes on this gun control law because it's a sensible restriction that doesn't violate the Second Amendment.
Mental background check.
Okay, mental health background check. Where are you at with Lean? Is that a good example?
Yeah, that's great. What else?
Okay.
Or is that it? And what sort of background check do you have? I mean, I don't need all the details, but because as far as I'm aware, we have, and these things still happen. So
yeah, and to be honest with you, this is the one that bothers me the most, and I know it bothers me because I take it personally, and I take it personally because I've been involuntarily committed to the hospital and I have bipolar. I'm not a threat to public safety, but people are a threat to my safety. And now people run around telling me they worship the Second Amendment and they love the Second Amendment and everybody should have the right to have guns, but then if it comes to any sort of restriction and any sort of limitations, what's the first thing people do? They go to who's the easiest to hate. Let's take the quote-unquote crazy people, throw them under the bus. So if you've been involuntarily committed to a hospital, fuck you, you don't get a Second Amendment right. We don't care if you're taking your meds, you're under treatment, whatever. And nobody wants to ignore the fact that we're mostly under supervision. And we're much less.
May restrict you, actually, so you may have a point. I mean, I don't.
No, but hang on. Let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that it's a problem because we're the target, but we're not the problem. The people like this dude, yeah, he's probably got some mental health shit going, but nobody's sitting around talking about all the treatment he was under. So it's the undiagnosed mental health that is a problem in so many areas of our life, not just gun control. Domestic violence, drug abuse, poverty. There's so many areas. Yet at the same time, when it comes to really addressing issues, we throw these people under the bus. And so I think I don't think this is where Lena was going with it, but this bothers me because it's just when we say, give us an example of a sensible policy that you would have that's a meaningful gun restriction that you would consider to fall within the purview of the Second Amendment, people just go, oh, yeah, well, it's great. Let's just take all the crazy people and make sure they don't have guns, and not realizing that, one, two separate issues, two, that's not going to address the problem, and three, all we've done is say, hey, there's a class of people we're all comfortable discriminating against. Regardless of the fact that that very discrimination will increase the vulnerability of that population. Because guess what? If I got a gun and I'm looking for somebody to knock off and bully, the first thing I want to do is make sure what? The house I choose to rob, the people I choose to victimize are unarmed and cannot defend themselves. And if 100%. I know I got somebody with a mental health issue who's been committed and is under treatment in my block, guess who I know doesn't have a firearm in their home? So believe it or not, Lupin, some of us are just asking for straight answers because you might find that this is something, I was going to say, this is something you might find that I agree with you on and some of my liberal friends and leftist friends disagree with me on because they would say, hey, Jay, part of my vision of gun control is unfortunately people like you don't have the Second Amendment right any longer because you've been involuntarily committed to a hospital, on and on. And I've accepted that that's how they feel.
We have a powerful
and then
cumulative
case. Sorry, guys, but I'm with the NRA on this one. I think everybody having a Second Amendment right means everybody has a Second Amendment right. Now, I'm with some sort of restriction. Right, I'm with somebody saying, Jay, you have to have a psychiatrist or 3 psychiatrists sign off on a special evaluation that you're not a threat to other. You have to have demonstrated that you've passed the gun safety course and a certain accuracy. It's got to be locked or whatever, right? It can't be a felony on top of it. You have to, right? And then you've got to stay. Right, you have to be recertified every 6 months in terms of accuracy, gun care, and on top. No, I would. I'm just saying how far I'd be willing to go.
Be you, but
but I'm just saying it would be better to me to let's deal with the problem and find a way to not unnecessarily just, whole cloth rule certain populations out. Because there are people like me who say, and it's not just that, it's other intersections. So I have the intersection of a couple things. One, I got the bipolar, mental health, involuntary commitment thing, right? But here's another couple things I got going. I'm a black man living by myself in Michigan, which is a state where people roll with ARs to the motherfucking state capitol.
You got all the gun restrictions. You fucked.
Yeah, right. And so the radical people that would do harm to me, they having an easy time. They're having such an easy time getting guns. They're literally rolling with ARs to the state capitol just to intimidate the governor. So I don't really feel great about being in this particular state without a right to defend myself. On top of that, I do what? I'm a medical marijuana user and grower. So now I got something that makes houses, right, a known target for crime. People who know people grow do what? Rob those grow houses. And if you don't believe me, I got plenty of friends who have been robbed at gunpoint to tell you about it, including my own story where I had a roommate who was selling, not even growing, and our house got robbed at gunpoint with a shotgun I was married at the time. So
growing sunflowers, right?
So yeah, exactly. Allegedly, you feel me? But it's, that was rough because I had to live with the fact that this lifestyle put myself and my wife in danger, and I am not legally in a position to defend us in that situation. So the intersection of all these things becomes very interesting for people, right? Go ahead, Lupin.
Oh, I 100% agree with you. Yeah, I think it's awful that you can't defend yourself. You better get a samurai sword.
Facts. I literally have knives and shit that I've been able to get from stores and shit.
You come to Texas, I don't know if you can own them, but I mean,
Lupin, I can't even own a fucking taser in this state. I can't own a BB gun in this state.
Wow.
The guns I have that I show on camera, like I have guns I used for like my little gimmicks. I say if a creationist comes through, I'll bust a cap in their ass. The reason I came up with the joke of the cap busters, because guys, a cap gun is the only gun I can legally own. So that's why I went with those.
If you come down to Texas, I don't know about owning a weapon, but we could go down to the gun range and quote unquote get certified, bro. I'll take you down to the range and we go shoot some shit.
Yeah. I don't think guns are the only way or the right way to protect yourself. I just think you can't bring a knife to a gunfight. That's
I mean, it's better than nothing, though.
Go ahead, James.
Well, I mean,
Go ahead.
I'm more concerned with the original purpose of the Second Amendment. Just in case the government gets out of control, you need to be able to have equal, the kind of weaponry it takes to defend yourself.
I want better equipment than my government. Yes.
So that means that we each need a nuke. Period. That's not even debatable.
Hell
and
we each damn right.
We each need a red button with GPS.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We need tanks and fighter planes, like the latest tech. Like seriously.
If you got the money,
that's funny. In all seriousness, we need to defund the military and just basically walk.
I was being serious. Like I want a cannon and shit.
Yeah, but that's not the answer for us, though. That's not a great idea.
But you know what though? Death is the great equalizer. If we all die with our rights intact, I mean, that's
if you're an atheist, what the fuck does it even matter if we die or not? What happens?
Because I enjoy the
for him and Cat.
We just go into the void or what?
Yeah, and this life is gone, and I quite like this life.
But at least...
Because I just want to address how that conversation went, and how not only did you dip and dodge on the questions.
Sure, but go ahead.
This is a typical thing that I get from Christians.
What did I dip and dodge?
Hang on, let her explain herself. Go ahead, Lena.
All right, my bad.
And when they hit the script, they turn from a normal, regular person with like characteristic to this puppet that just gives you these generated responses. And I see it all the time when I'm engaging with Christians. But the thing I notice with right-wingers is they are allergic to describing their policies. They will refuse to actually engage with problem solving, and instead they will point fingers and whataboutism and all this nonsense that doesn't actually get us anywhere. And the reason why is because their policies are horrible, right? But That's the feeling I got when I was trying to just get you to
If they have any.
the question.
Yeah. And then that was my
you started
thing.
going on about criminals who, by the way, the only reason why there's so many criminals with guns is because of right-wing policies and the sort of runaway capitalism that relies on an underclass.
And then also,
you're talking to a communist who would push against all of that.
Okay,
and
you're talking to somebody who came from a family
all right, but hang on, Lupin.
Because they knew how harmful communism was.
Lupin.
You don't know how lucky you are to be in America and not be in a country that's run by a communist and that want to take away all your rights and freedom, where you're a slave to the state. That's just that.
There's
I'm
no
sorry,
state under communism.
That gets me fired up. That gets me fired up.
You've been lied to with a bunch of propaganda.
Yeah, Lupin, relax. Lupin, relax. We know.
I'm from a communist regime. What the fuck are you talking about?
But
You
that's,
don't know me.
but that's not.
There's never been a communist regime. That's the whole thing. Your communist regime is
All right, I'm sorry, but Lena doesn't know what
contradiction
you're
of
talking
terms.
about.
No,
So
she does. You're referring to an authoritarian regime that is called communist by Americans who don't know what they're talking about.
Okay,
Yeah, literally saying
I
every
didn't have
single
uncles
president.
assassinated by the government. Okay,
You are
thank
you are hot listing through the Pratt list of capitalist propaganda. Everything you said has been wrong.
I didn't have family members assassinated by the government.
That has nothing to do with this, Lupin. It really doesn't.
That has nothing to do with communism.
In a communist government,
Just
executed
because
my
something's
family
called,
member.
listen, just because they're called urinal cakes doesn't mean you should eat them. Just
Right. Now
because
you
it's
tell
called
me.
Just because it's called the Republic of Korea, the
Doesn't mean it's a
Democratic
republic. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Doesn't mean
Jay,
it's a democracy.
We're gonna have to change topics here because this one isn't going nowhere.
All right, we're going to.
It actually was going somewhere until you derailed it.
I mean, I like how we all agreed we all need nukes. So that's go back
And
to
to get meta once again, you're doing the common fascist talking points and
I'm being
strategies.
called a
to
fascist,
avoid-
a racist. What else?
But Lupin, this is what Lupin. We're calling you
You're
these
probably all
things. I
three.
hate to tell you this, but we're calling you these things because you deserve to be called these things. You are supporting these positions, and what we're gathered here today to do is actually to help you try to see it. We're here to roll the tape in front of you to see if you are capable of understanding what. But okay, I'll continue to do that. But here's the thing: we want to acknowledge what Lena is saying because look, no, Lupin. Here's the thing, Lupin. Here's the thing. What Lena
I'm
just
not trying to
said
insult
about you running, Lupin. Here's the thing: you got it.
What is insulting?
Remember you being so hot with me in the Discord. Oh, Jay, you want to be a tough wrestling champion, but now you can't handle words. Lupin, you got it. Okay, but in all seriousness, you got to handle the
I don't know where
words.
I missed that.
He doesn't
What
because
offended?
you said he's playing from the fascist playbook and you know all this stuff. And it's
But I do believe that. Like I'm not.
that's what I'm trying to get him to understand. That is what I'm trying to get him to understand is that we're not insulting you, Lupin. We're actually doing something that I know is probably going to take you a little bit of a while to understand, but we're demonstrating an extraordinary level of care for you. We do not have to give a shit that you are just quite simply wrong about fucking everything we seem to talk about.
Was I wrong
But instead-
about you not being able to defend yourself? I was wrong there.
I'm not literally being hyperbolic with everything. I'm just saying, Lupin, you are playing from the fascist playbook on so many things. And to Lena's point, you're doing it on the gun thing, but you buy into people like Ken Hovind, who does this all the time on science. You're anti-evolutionist. You got to understand.
have nothing
Hang
to
on,
do with each
Lupin.
other.
Yes, they do. Listen to
No, they
us.
do.
I'm bringing out what they do. You do the same thing. Creationists do what? They never make positive claims. They never tell you, here is my scientific idea that you can go and test in a lab and see if it produces results. Why is that? Because they know if they did, one, anything they proposed would fail to hold up to testing. And number two, for the most part, they don't even make positive claims that can be tested. And they know this. Who doesn't know this? Apparently you. We see it all the time. Lena's called it out all the time. I've tried to explain this to you. The last time you were on, I tried to say, Lupin, you are subject to low information. You demonstrate it with being a Ken Hovind follower. You demonstrated it by rejecting evolution. You then demonstrated it by being a huge Trump supporter. And then today you've called in, and once again, you've demonstrated it on the issue of gun control. So you seem to be susceptible to not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but on and on and on, the full bag of conspiracy tricks. And the thing is, Lupin, you're the victim here. You really are. We're not the victims. James Apperson knows Ken Hovind's full of shit. Lena knows that we need sensible gun policy. Cameron Bennett knows that Trump is a fucking criminal who belongs in jail and was the worst president we ever had. We all know that Christianity is full of shit and the Bible's a book full of lies. We're concerned about you because you're the one who believes all this nonsense.
You have nothing to be concerned about me. Don't worry about me.
No, we are also the victims of your behavior, of your ideology.
What have I done to you?
You empowering the people who are literally destroying our lives.
I just said you
Lupin.
support as fascists.
What you just support is fascist. She's trying to be honest with you, Lupin. She's not trying to hurt your feelings. She is doing, Lupin.
You know what?
Honestly,
This is probably going to get kicked. This is probably going to get me kicked off the program, and it doesn't really bother me at this point because you guys have gone on for about 10 minutes lecturing me about stuff that 100% you're right for a fact. You know what, Lena? Let me ask you this: are you a male or a female?
doesn't matter. She doesn't have to answer
that question.
Doesn't need to be answered at all.
So you're telling me I don't know what I'm talking about, but when you can't decide if you're a male or a female, it should be a simple question. I'm a male.
What is wrong with this fool?
Cool. I don't know what any of that has to do with. And again, maybe you're just trying to distract from the issue again. Another common fascist talking. Dude, you've really drinking the Kool-Aid. Like, I used to be a Tim Pearson fan, so I kind of can't wait. Are you have you been on YouTube your whole life, or?
I just don't understand why you do this. Like, Kent Hovind did the same thing. Like, I don't remember who they were debating, but Ken Hovind did the same thing against somebody. This doesn't have anything to do with Lupin. I'm going to give you a chance to unblock yourself, but I swear to God, if you bring up gender, I'm blocking you on everything, and I will never talk to you again. That has absolutely nothing to do with this conversation. Do not ask somebody to identify their gender. It's not okay. It's not okay to ever do that to anybody. It's 2022. Now, if you want me to treat you like a grown-up in 2022, when I unblock you, you need to act like a grown-up in 2022. You also understand that this is my channel, my gather, my community. I set the rules here. You do not. I am in control of the situation. You are not. I don't give a fuck what your values are, what your beliefs are, who you think you are, or what rules you play by. If you are going to engage by my community, you will listen to my fucking commands at all times, or I will remove you permanently. You will either straighten up right the fuck now, or this is the last time you will ever speak to me. I've unblocked you already on Discord. I've unblocked you on my channel. That means you have crossed the line with me far too many times. I'm not going to give you any more chances. Well, it's probably because you're still listening to him and I'm not. Sorry.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
What am I? Hold on, you kind of cut out there. Now, what is it? What are we on about now? What are we talking about?
Do not bring that up again ever.
Okay, that's fine.
Ever.
I mean, that was just an attempt to be shitty. That's all that was.
I mean,
but for some reason they have to be. For some reason they just have to go there.
All right. So anyway, what else are we going to talk about here?
We're going to talk about this Vegas shooting. Let's go.
Thank you.
Remember, in 2 days, Paddock has brought 12 cases upstairs. He spends most of Wednesday in his room, and that evening repeats a similar pattern. He leaves the Mandalay, again carrying 2 suitcases. He stops at the Ogden and drives home to Mesquite. On Thursday, he buys a .308 bolt-action rifle from a gun store and visits a nearby gun range before driving back to the Mandalay. That night, he again uses the valet service and a bellman to carry a white container and 3 suitcases to his room. his arsenal of weapons is growing. Again, he gambles through the night. It's now Friday, and at 8 p.m, the Route 91 Harvest Festival will open in the fairgrounds across from the Mandalay. Paddock stays in his room until around 3 p.m. and uses his laptop while the suite is cleaned. He checks into the adjoining room, 134, using the name of his girlfriend, Mary-Lou Danley. He also tells cleaning staff to leave behind the food service cart.
Look at how
2 days later,
organized this
Paddock
shit
would
is.
use this and one other service cart to create
Oh,
a
trust me,
surveillance
we're gonna
ring
get
during
into
his
it.
attack.
It's deep. I'd
Overnight,
love
he
to
makes a
talk about
brief
this.
trip to
This is
Mesquite.
crazy.
All right, but
Arriving back at
we
the
gotta let
Mandalay at
everybody
6
else
a.m.
get the facts,
with
man.
2 more
Okay.
suitcases. Soon after noon on Saturday, he places Do Not Disturb signs on both room doors. He declines housekeeping, he takes an elevator to the valet area and sits waiting for his car. He carries 2 more bags to his room. He gambles some more, and that night he makes a final trip to Mesquite, returning to the Mandalay at 3 a.m. on Sunday morning. He gambles through the night in the high-limit slot area and returns to his room at 7:37 a.m. It's 12:16 p.m. when we see Paddock going back to the parking garage. The guests exiting the elevator have no idea that in 10 hours this unremarkable figure would commit the worst mass shooting in modern American history. He returns from his car, bringing 2 suitcases and a smaller bag inside. Since Monday, he has brought at least 21 cases, 2 smaller bags, a laptop bag, and a container to his room. This is the last time we see Paddock, arriving at the 32nd floor. Through the day, he opens, closes, and locks both rooms repeatedly. At 36 minutes after 9, he locks the deadbolt to room 135 for the last time. 4 minutes later, Jason Aldean, who is headlining the Route 91 festival, begins his act. Paddock then turns the deadbolt to room 134. At 10:05, his shooting rampage begins. In under 10 minutes, he would kill 58 people and injure over 700 before taking his own life. He had amassed 23 guns and thousands of rounds of ammunition. Almost 6 months since the attack, Paddock's motive remains unknown.
Insane. Can we go back to my video? I want to see what I said. It's the first tab.
Sure. Yeah, we can. I'm gonna start from like 9 minutes where you get. I'll start from like 9 minutes where you get to your kind of central claim here.
I want to see how my opinion is varied
Has a lot of
since it's happened.
interesting.
I think that's fair. Go ahead.
I don't think it has changed at all.
With that being said,
All right, let's see. Here you go.
I'm
Listen
just
up.
gonna get down to it. Honestly, I think this was some type of government, CIA, FBI type of manufactured chaos. Because like I said before, going out to kill people the way this guy did is just not a normal coping mechanism. This guy was armed to the teeth. I think they found like 18 guns at the scene, and then he had like 30 guns at his home. That may be flipped. I'm not sure about the whole numbers, but he was armed to the teeth, which, I mean, is perfectly okay. I'm definitely pro Second Amendment. Get as many guns as you want. I want everyone to have guns. But this guy had weapons and wanted to use them for malintent. Another thing is that these weapons were automatic weapons. It's real difficult to get automatic weapons. You either have to modify them yourself or buy them from somebody that's modified. They're generally really expensive. And, I mean, the legal hoops that you have to go through to get them are very, very tricky. And even, especially in, like, California and Nevada, I'm pretty sure they have very strict gun laws where it's very difficult to get even semi-automatic weapons, you know, like ARs. They can't have butt stocks or pistol grips, silly stuff like that. So this guy was able to get fully automatic weapons, high-capacity magazines, and do this damage. And again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with owning guns. I'm a huge gun advocate. I think everybody should be able to arm themselves. Personally, I think if there were more guns in that situation, that maybe this could have been stopped. Maybe it couldn't have, because this guy was 1,000 feet from the crowd shooting downward from a hotel room. So some guy with a 22 or a 45, chances of him shooting upward into a window from 1,000 feet and hitting a guy, maybe stopping him for a little while, is highly undoubt. You know, not really something that would be real possible. I mean, it could happen, but it's very slim chance. So, another funny thing about this shooter, or strange thing about this shooter, is from all the reports that I've gathered, said that he had no military background experience, no like firearm training, which I mean, military background I can understand. Firearm training, hard to believe, because you don't have that many guns and not shoot them and not fire them and not know how to use them. And this guy was 1,000 feet away.
And so we then get into your analysis of the stuff, right? So, I mean, and I got it there if you want to see more of it. But so what's the deal, bro? Like where are you at with it now compared to then?
I'm still, this. Oh, let me see. Am I muted? Okay.
No, you're good.
Yeah, no. This was a case, and I would like to go back and see what the political landscape was, because I do believe Trump was in office during this time.
2017, right? I guess so. Yeah. Yeah.
And I want to see what was happening there, because sometimes you have to kind of cross-reference what's going on in the world with some. This was a big event.
Sure. All right, but here's all right, Lupin. Let's get to it, bro.
Okay.
Do you still think that this was, because here's the problem I have, bro, is like you guys say that you're back the blue, you're patriots. You're on here defending your beautiful America and all of that.
But yeah.
But you claim you think the government did this in league with the left, because the left, the government, the FBI, the CIA was behind shooting up white people at a country music concert in Vegas? Like that's what you think the government is up to? You think that's what the left is doing? Is this a false flag operation? Because I didn't see I see any evidence of that in that video. Like where are you getting that from?
I mean, that's just one video. And it's been a while, but there was some crazy information that came out with that. And
is that what you think happened?
Do I think that it was a CIA operation?
Let's review it. This is look.
Do I think it was a government operation?
Yeah.
I'm definitely not ruling that out. No, I'm leaving that open as a possibility.
So you think but what do you have to show that that's a possibility? And why can't it be that this clearly mentally unstable person shot up a bunch of people? Because hang on a second. Hang on. I gotta hear this again.
With that being said, I'm just gonna get down to it. Honestly, I think this was some type of government, CIA, FBI type of manufactured chaos. Because like I said before, going out to kill people the way this guy did is just not a normal coping mechanism.
Can we pause there?
This guy was armed to the...
That I was thinking about it. Yep, go for it.
Okay, so look, let me explain. Whenever I say a normal coping mechanism, if somebody was upset and wanted to hurt somebody with a firearm, a lot of people aren't going to think maybe about a mass shooting. They're probably either going to think about either suicide, or maybe if if they're directly hurt by
He did commit
somebody.
suicide.
Yep.
Okay. Or hurting the person that maybe caused them some pain, if that's the case. Do we understand that logic of thinking?
It is incredibly common logic for people to want to lash out and hurt others when they themselves are hurting. Yes.
Okay. And this guy, from what I remember, like I said, it's been years. We just brought this up out of the blue. This guy didn't have any history of mental problems. He didn't.
What does that mean? Who cares?
That means it would have been completely undetectable, if this guy snapped.
Exactly. So we've already established that you and I are in agreement that targeting people with mental health disorders doesn't, or people who are being treated or have a history of mental health disorders doesn't filter out people with mental health disorders, right?
Exactly.
Because the problem
Anybody
is
can
undiagnosed. And anybody can snap, right? Yes, agreed. All of this agreed. And planned and foresight and collecting firearms and all. This is what I'm with. This is what's crazy about it, Lupin. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. The shit you said about your conclusions of your podcast to me are like wildly off base and crazy. But your analysis of almost everything else is like perfectly competent. Like even when you like consider these alternative hypotheses, you're like, oh yeah, people say more people should have had guns, and then if everybody had guns, these things would happen. But dude was 1,000 feet above everybody else with the scope on him, and he's shooting fish in a barrel, and there's no way you could have stopped him with it. And I'm like, and he's right, exactly, yeah. He was breaking it down. I'm like, he's right. Then he's playing the Call of Duty, and y'all know I'm dog shit at first person shooters, right? So you on some high level tactic shit, even in your own, fucking.
I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, even in your own shit on the game, right? You covering your back, this window over here with the explosive, right? Then you go and peek over here. All right, I got him, snipe him. All right, cool, and
That's
come
video
down there.
game stuff.
Yeah, but you getting busy. You getting busy. But then when it comes to putting it all together. And then when we go for the ta-da, you just say something wildly and demonstrably, if not false, at least unverifiable. And then why not stay strictly with your conclusions into the realm of what we can demonstrate? And a lot of it, man, is just because I think you start with your identity markers first, man. You have identified yourself as certain things, and I know because I've been there.
Can
right?
I tell you something?
Go ahead.
Whenever I speak, like whenever I talk to you, all identity kind of like type stuff, like whether I'm right wing, whether I'm Christian, whether you're black, whether yada yada, really that stuff's not even going through my mind. I'm just here talking.
That's the issue, though. Like, right? Because I live in a life where those things have to be going through my mind. I don't have a choice. And so when you,
stuff like that, man.
yeah, but that's
by the way, your political affiliation is not your identity. Please do not confuse the two.
Truth. It's just how you identify, right? So there's a difference there. Yeah. Thanks, Lena. But yeah, what I'm getting at, man, is just like I have to think about these things because I don't live in a way that I can afford not to. And so I can't afford for you not to anymore. And that's the issue. And to be honest with you, like even today, like you crossed the line, man, where like it was the point where, like I feel guilty for like not blocking you and not kicking you. But at the same time, it's like
wait, you feel guilty for what?
Because like I just like again, you're subject to this weaponized stuff, and like the way you tried to call Lena out, like that was totally inappropriate.
I was being attacked, and I had to make a point, and I gave you a fair warning.
You don't have to make a point, and you don't have to attack. No one was attacking you, right?
I mean, we could roll back the tape and we could see it, but anyway, let's move on.
Okay, but that's my point.
Are we going to roll it back, or are we going to move on?
I'm fine with moving on.
Double speak again. Okay, so I'm not attacking you. Please understand that. I genuinely think you're confused and that you've fallen down a propaganda pipeline.
Okay.
And we just
fine.
have extremely differing views. And when I say a
agree.
word like fascist or communist, I have a particular meaning. And it's not that I think you're evil or that I think you're delusional. I just think that you've been fed a bunch of stuff and I've been fed other stuff. And we got to compare what we've both been fed.
Yeah, well,
Okay?
I'm sorry, but whenever you talk about me, when you talk about communism and stuff like that, like I haven't lived that, but I have family that live that. I have family,
And I don't believe that there's ever been a place on Earth that has been communist, as I understand it. Every single time I've heard you say a communist place, it's always been some totalitarian dictatorship.
But Lupin,
largely ruled by capitalist structures.
But what I recognize is that people have to deal with how they understand certain words and certain issues. And for you, you have a particular family history, right, where you come from a regime that is identified as being that. And so when that term is used in a conversation with you, it is what it is, right?
And I apologize for any
that's triggering and that's hurtful, and I think we should, understand that, and I think we do, right? But I also need you to understand that we're trying to talk to you about the best way we can about certain ideas, right?
Sure, but
and Lupin, let me also add this real quick. And I want you to take this seriously, right? If you want us to acknowledge and think about the fact that your family, in your opinion, right, escaped, let's just say certain...
Not my opinion. Not my opinion.
Okay, yeah, let's just say, all right, so that's your experience, right? Like, that's what you know about your family, right? They escaped, let's just say, certain totalitarian and dangerous regimes that literally made their life a threat, and they had to flee away from those things because it wasn't safe, right? And it wasn't okay, right? They weren't okay there, right, Lupin?
No.
Is that true? They weren't okay there?
No, they weren't. They had to literally escape. They had to escape.
They had to escape. Okay.
They lost everything.
Okay, Lupin.
I have family members that lost their life.
Lupin. So
I
wouldn't it be
empathy and condolences?
Yeah, no, seriously, and let me do the same, right? We should all do that, right? Like I'm sorry that your family went through that. I really am. But here's what I want you to think about, because I had to do the same thing for myself with issues like slavery and racism and classism and things like that. Wouldn't it be the worst? Wouldn't it be the worst irony of all time if you ended up being a part of creating that structure in the lives of other people?
That would be ironic.
So for something like that, I think what we're trying to talk about is, Lupin, how do we get it so that you seem to be more on guard about not supporting people who are doing that? Because I feel like I got escaped. Lena, James, probably Cameron, a bunch of people, we see America so differently than you do.
Where are you gonna go to?
That's a totally different question. The issue is I shouldn't have to go anywhere, Lupin. But the same way that your family they had to get out of somewhere because they were somewhere that did that. It wasn't okay to be them. That made it unsafe to exist as they are. That they had to look for greener pasture. If you want to know, Lupin, where's better America? For you, Lupin, the answer might be nowhere on the planet. But at the same time, the answer for me might be almost anywhere.
Okay, well, I mean, that's a good question to have maybe on a different day. If you do feel like you need to escape, which you may or may not.
I would answer you can't. I would
got
say
lots
you
to
can't
say
run
about this
with
too.
hegemonic power. And that you can't run from your problems. You have to fix them.
Hang on, let me let James get in here for a second. Go ahead, James.
I would like to hear Lupin define communism.
Communism
is
where the government controls everything. Everything is equally distributed, but that right there is in itself a lie because the government controls everything. You do not own property. You do not own you don't own material things. You don't own your home. You don't even own your kids. You don't even own your education. You don't even own the right to say whatever the fuck you want to say. no matter how stupid it is, which is why I love America, because we can say the dumbest shit here, and that's okay. But not only that, but if you, I mean, that's pretty much the basis. It goes much deeper than that. But that's my view of what communism is, and that's my experience of what it's done to my family.
Mm-hmm. So
I think that was a perfect summation of the capitalist propaganda. Go on, James.
Thanks, Caterpillar.
So, I mean, how would you define it, Lena? How would you define communism?
Yeah, so pretty much none of that. Under communism, there is no state. Everything is communally owned. So the idea of private property would be abolished. He's right in that sense. But personal stuff is different from private property. And this is the real confusion in language and how you kind of have to dig into this stuff, because private property is not personal property. You still get your house, you still get right. Like we're not trying to come in and take all your stuff away. And in fact, this is going to be. Am I cutting out?
No, he's just said you lost him there because I think this is such a radical departure from how he understands it. So he just.
So this.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the real main difference is under capitalism. Capitalists own the means of production, the businesses, the factories, everything that makes society run. A few people own it, and it's not democratic. Under socialism or communism, the workers own the means of production. So everything's democratic. It's literally just democratic versus authoritarian within the economic sphere.
So if it was that way instead.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Putting words aside, like who defines what, it doesn't matter. Like, this is semantics. So
I mean, that was like word soup to me. I didn't get anything from that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Which words did you not understand?
It's a lot of it. It's okay. Let's.
Do you want me to go through it again and you can write it down?
Or are you just saying you didn't understand it because it's so such a radical departure from your understanding of communism?
It was. I heard that people don't own personal property, yet they do own personal property. It just didn't make sense.
Private property.
Okay.
The difference between private property and personal property.
Okay.
Personal property is like the small stuff that you need to live: your house, your food, your car.
What about my gold chain? What about
right?
Personal property.
That's personal property.
So is your house.
Private property is a factory, a warehouse, a movie theater, etc. Right? The actual facets of our society that capitalists, individual people own. No, they're run by capitalists. I mean, yeah. Sometimes that's the same thing. No, under communism, the workers own the means of production.
Okay.
Right.
People who work in the factory, they're the ones who own the factory.
So basically, honestly, Lena, I don't even know. I always tell people, everything in our lives feels different, is different, and like is materially totally radically different, but it doesn't even necessarily look all that different. Like if you were aliens and you were looking out and you actually created this communist regime that Lena would sign up for, Lupin, I don't even know if you'd notice the difference. Like if you were on the alien perspective, it wouldn't even right because why? You still go to the movie theater. There's still a manager. There's still a nice theater. Everything's still the same. It's just the difference is instead of AMC be running by some immaterial board of nothing represented by whatever the Blase Glavinoids, the owners, the union of workers that represents them now actually represents. You still get to go.
Who owns my gun, Lena?
You do.
It's personal.
Just like
property.
a toothbrush. It's
okay,
personal
so
property.
You're not gonna take it away?
Nope. Why would we want to?
Okay, just making sure. As long as you don't take it away, I'll defend myself.
Yeah, you can defend yourself. That's why you have it.
To defend yourself against any government that potentially tries to take your stuff away. I'm trying to give you your stuff. I'm trying to give you the fruits of your labor. Where do you work at?
Do you see that? Do you notice that usually in communist-run countries, they don't have rights to weapons?
That's because they're not communist-run countries. That's what she's trying to explain.
They took the guns
fascism
away from
as well.
Fascism. Under Nazi Germany, they took all the guns away from the communists.
Yeah, they did that in Russia. They did that in
Well,
Russia.
yeah, so
believe me.
So we're against all the same things. It's just we're using language differently. It literally is just semantics at this point.
Okay, well.
So you guys probably have more in common than you realize. And probably in terms of what you want and in terms of what you don't want. It's just that you're using words differently, and it makes it hard to recognize that. But like with fascism, that's one of the things I didn't like about Trump, because he was a hardcore fascist, and he was, because look, I mean, what happened in Germany, right? They were burning books. Why were they burning books? Because they wanted to keep you from dangerous information that could expose their bullshit. So what did Trump do when he was in power? He told that NASA that they weren't allowed to do climate research anymore. He told the CDC that they weren't. Here's a list of words.
Told COVID patients to stay on a fucking boat because he liked the numbers the way they were.
Yeah, so it was about controlling the flow of information. It's about making sure that if there's any information out there that can expose his bullshit, that he makes sure that the public doesn't have access to that information. It's the same thing cults do, right?
Yeah.
This is a tough conversation, because I know if I say the wrong thing that it'll get heated.
Lupin, it's not about that. It's about the fact that you are the engine for it. It doesn't work on people like us. It works on you.
I'm just saying, Jay, I want to appreciate you as a person, and I want to understand the way you think, and I want to, from everything up until that time that we had that first, exchange, that first blow up, man, I thought, everything was cool and everything, and I want to maintain it on that.
Dude, I'm not that way. You gotta understand about me. I'm not here to be friends with people who are in the habit of making war with me. And what I
don't want to make war with you.
I know you don't, but you do it anyway. And so
I don't want to talk about
so
this
we're
thing.
but this is the issue. This is the issue when somebody comes to your bar and I say, dude, sorry, but I don't drink with members of the KKK. And they go, sorry, I'm not a member of the KKK. I go, well, okay, but then why are you funding them? Right? You are the support system for the people who hate us. Now,
you're injecting a lot of things. You're injecting a lot of inference.
I'm not.
You are.
I'm actually underselling it.
I mean, when I go to any educational website, whether it's a university or wiki or whatever, and it lists all the things that the Proud Boys represent: anti-feminism, anti-immigration, anti-LGBT rights, anti-Semitism.
Wait! Before you throw a list out there, try and go through them one by one, and I'll see if I can answer them real quick.
We don't need you to. These are known white supremacists. How about that?
Dude, do you know that the leader of the leader of the Proud Boys is an Afro-Cuban American? He's a black Cuban, brother. How are you gonna say they're members of the KKK?
Again, because I, one, already knew that. Two, that has nothing to do with this. And three, if I was if the leader of the KKK, the Grand Wizard of the KKK, was African American, would that mean they're not a racist organization?
That means there's a stupid ass. They are. That's such a fanciful thing. The KKK is an established white supremacy thing. For you to
as is the Proud Boys.
So for you to say that the Proud Boys is a white supremacist organization, yet one of the leaders of its main chapters is an Afro-Cuban.
For me to say that, and this is the thing you do.
For anybody to say that.
For anybody to say that, bro. Again. Your government, the one you supposedly love and proud to be an American. Oh, okay. Well, now we got something in common.
Yeah, I'm totally anti-government. I'm fuck the government. I'm all about the people. That's what you're not understanding.
The most pro-government president we've ever had.
This was the most the government hates Trump. They hate him.
No, I mean,
you have not seen a president get crucified as much as Trump has. Whether you believe,
do you think it's because he deserves it?
I believe the state, the government, everybody hates him. They hate him inside. They don't want shit. He wants to expose people from Jeffrey Epstein.
Why do they hate him?
Wait, Trump was buddies with Jeffrey Epstein. He was. He hung out at the island all the time.
Trump disavowed Jeffrey Epstein.
Him.
Yeah, after Epstein got in trouble, then he disavowed it.
He didn't know. He kicked him out way out of Mar.
He didn't know.
Yeah,
everybody knew.
There's evidence he knew. Everybody knew.
He didn't go on the Kitty Express 90
What?
times like the Clintons.
He went,
Of course he did.
bro.
Of course he did. He was right there with him.
What is wrong with you?
He was right there with him.
Trump is logged on there only a handful of times, and you know what? I'll give a human a handful of times to do some weird, sick shit because I know humans are capable of that.
Weird, because I'm not into that.
I'm not saying you are, but there are people that are. You know what?
No. I'm just saying it's weird. It's weird. Okay, but why put that over the people who don't and who aren't? And you know what I mean? Like, why say that man is the greatest president? Right? Why not just say, hey, we had unfortunately, like, he's not that great of an individual, but he did. I'm really pro-life, and I'm really glad that he appointed so many pro-life judges. No, I'm just saying that would be an example of a reasonable thing to say about Donald Trump. But you are a Donald Trump fanboy. You want to tell us that he's the most noble, most honorable, and it's like, bro, he's a cult leader.
Can I tell you why I agreed with Trump and why I support Trump?
Sure.
Okay. Trump was pro-Second Amendment. Okay. Trump is pro-life. Trump is pro-religion. Trump is less taxes.
Do you know the truth is actually not really, right?
That's your inference. That's what your experience is.
I'm just saying Trump.
Knowledge on. No.
Trump was actually he was friends with the Clintons, right? He was. You think Trump
they're all friends with each other.
Okay, so do you know what is Trump in trouble for right now?
Trump is in trouble for taking some documents from the White House.
Okay, so everything listen. Let me just explain something to you, bro. Let me just clear some of this up before we get any deeper into this. Trump, his whole life, has been demonstrably anti-guns. There's a reason.
I don't know that's true.
Yes. People know publicly. This is what I'm saying. This is publicly available information that I'm about to lay down. Nothing I'm about to say. You can fact check everything I'm about to say to you. It will come up straight. Trump actively discourages children from playing with guns. He does not like the fact that he has a son who's out there like shooting stuff and hunting. He's literally been like, thinks it's in poor taste. He does not like guns. Now that does not mean he's not supporting the pro-gun agenda because he finds it politically useful. But again, you've got to see through the fact that this person is an open hypocrite. Okay, pro-religion. Listen. Hang on. Pro-religion. Let's deal with that right now. Hang on. This is Trump on religion.
An Old Testament guy or a New Testament guy?
Probably equal. I just think the Bible is just something very special.
I want to know the.
This guy could. This is the guy who did not know how to hold the Bible. These are just clips from his interviews. It's just like he didn't know how to hold the Bible. He couldn't name a book in the Bible. What did he say? 1 Thessalonians or whatever. This dude is not at all religious, and everybody who knows him knows this, bro.
Everything he's done is a photo shoot, a photo op to you. Everything he's done is
everything he's done is the only route to power. Yes, manipulating people who think this way has been his route to power. Yes,
what can I do? Absolutely. What can I do to change your opinion on this? Because apparently there's nothing, because you're extremely entrenched in this thought process. Are you not?
That's just a projection. No, I'm actually not. I'm really not.
You're not extremely projected.
Yeah, If Trump actually was not sitting on some bullshit every day, I'd be the first one to tell people Trump's changed his tune, and right along with it, I have changed mine. Yeah, it turns out Donald Trump is an honest, transparent, God-fearing, gun-toting, all of this stuff. But Trump's a poser. Yeah, UC Love called it perfectly. Trump is a poser, an absolute poser. And hang on a second. Everybody else on the panel will attest and affirm that. What is Trump?
That's
fine. Well, hang on. What is the one thing Trump might actually go to jail for? What? Tax evasion. So look, let me explain something to you. What are you
tax evasion? Fuck tax evasion. Taxation is
exactly. So this idea that somehow Trump is like
smart with his taxes.
No, that he's anything other than a criminal is ridiculous.
Okay, yeah, he's a criminal, yet Hillary Clinton can go and destroy emails, destroy sensitive information, can fucking, dude.
And how could you go there right now, bro, when this man is actually under investigation for stealing secret documents?
The hypocrisy is so off the charts. It's insane. Oh man, I don't want to talk.
None of us are Democrats. We're just doing more.
Seriously, and again, more whataboutism. We don't care about Hillary Clinton, but who cares?
Why are you so obsessed with Trump and not? Why are you so obsessed with Trump and not even thinking about what Hillary Clinton did when she's done?
Because Hillary Clinton
she's way more entrenched in.
Was Hillary Clinton just the president of the United States? No. Is there any? Did Hillary Clinton tell? Is Hillary Clinton running around preparing for another run at president?
Yes,
not that I know.
She still wants to, dude. Are you kidding me? She's gonna. Hang
oh
on.
well, then when I get the opportunity when I get the opportunity to not vote for her, I will do that.
Appreciate it.
But
thank you.
What I mean, if she was up against Trump, she had my vote and my money, right?
Okay,
but I won't vote for her, and I wouldn't vote for her in the primary. But Lena, go ahead, talk to this man. It's Lupin. This is difficult for us, man, because these things are demonstrable.
We have different thought processes.
We don't. You're a victim of weaponized ignorance, man.
I'm not a victim of anything, brother. I'm just here enjoying my life. I'm not a victim at all of anything. What am I?
But when you recite propaganda word for word, it's like terrifying.
Those are my words.
I don't think so. I honestly don't think you've done any research into economic theories or socioeconomic theories.
Look at this video.
I don't think you've read the Communist Manifesto. I don't think you've even read Trump's book.
I don't.
I think you're honestly just like.
No, I haven't. I haven't read the Communist Manifesto.
And when you accuse us of calling you fascist and racist and retarded, you don't say those things because we're trying to offend you.
You're not calling me retarded to not offend me?
Right, correct. No, not at all. Correct. That's the truth. We are not trying to offend you.
Well, then I think you guys should look at different ways.
Okay, but Lupin.
So how could I communicate to you that I don't think you're intelligent enough to understand?
So you're sneak dissing and calling me.
We're not sneak dissing. That's what we're saying. When we say it plainly, you get upset. When we put it softer, you say we're trying to be sneaky about it. Which way do you want it?
Because there's something.
I think you're stupid. Yes, I can't get around that.
Yes, we can't
I don't think you're a hopeless cause. The reason I'm talking with you is because I want to educate you.
Okay, well, Lena, I'm sorry. I think you're confused, and I don't care much about your opinion.
But she's not confused. We know this.
I don't care much about your opinion.
Lupin, here's the problem.
That's the thing.
The problem is it seems like the only people whose opinion you care about are people who lie to you.
No, what? That doesn't make any sense. I care about your opinion, Jay.
Okay, well, Lupin, if you care about my opinion, I think Lena's right. That's my opinion. And not only that, Lupin, here's the problem. What bothers me is like there are hierarchies in this world, and I hold the truth to be above falsehoods. And the issue is you are just not on. You don't represent the truth. Like and so the issue is that you keep thinking that these things are matters. They're differences of opinion. They're us versus you. Oh, and it's this both sides. What, like she said, what about it? Here's the truth, Lupin.
How many people you got watching?
Here's the sad. You need. You would do well to get more formal education, because what happens is when you're in school. When you're in school, here's what happens. There's accountability in place. You don't get to just assert that your ignorance is just as valid of an opinion as the truth that people who take these matters seriously.
What's that sound?
It was just a car going by, sorry. So like for us, it's frustrating because like when I work with students, right, I get to guide them. But part of that is there's a trust relationship.
You're not going to guide.
And that's the problem.
Don't try and guide.
That's the issue. We're trying to figure out. No, Lupin, you're off. This is how relationships work.
Let me be off.
No, we can't.
Let me be off.
Nope, can't.
Differing opinions.
No, it's not. No, it's called you're sitting on some dangerous bullshit. And if you don't get off of it, we got to get ready. Yeah, it's flat out. We can't.
Called a fascist. Can you explain to me what a fascist is? What is the definition of fascist?
Lena's about to do exactly that. Listen closely.
Well, part of it is, a disdain for intellectualism.
No, I want the definition of fascism.
I just gave you the relevant definition. Disdain for intellectualism.
Okay.
It's one of the hallmark features of it.
I'm reading. I'm reading the definition right now.
All right, read it. Go ahead. What is it?
No, but what?
Read us the definition.
What Lena said is not nowhere in there.
There's a lot of things about a concept that aren't in the definition of a concept. If you look up the term evolution, you will find something. And then you will find, here's the definition of evolution. And then I'll hand you a textbook. What's your point? There's a lot of things about fascism.
Fascism is.
Read the definition, Lupin. I'm the host of the show, and I just gave you a very clear instruction. Read the definition of fascism.
Okay, so here's what. Can I get a reminder of what Lena said, though?
No, you can read the definition of fascism.
I can't get a reminder? Okay.
No, everybody remembers what you said. Read the definition of fascism.
So it's just me. All right, let's
Did you forget?
We'll tell you afterwards.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Read the definition.
It was something about intellectualism.
Awesome, great. Read the definition.
A political philosophy, movement, or regime, such as that of the fascisti, that exalts nation and often race above the individual, that stands for a centralized autocratic government, headed by a dictatorial leader, severe economic and social regimentation, and forcible suppression of opposition.
Boom. There it is. Now, what
I can read, yes.
Now, what we are trying to say is that you are supporting people who are trying to bring that very situation about in America. And what Lena was pointing out is hang on a second.
That's such a wild claim.
Hang on a second. I'm not done. People, hang on a second. People that are this way, right, we have to identify them by their behavior. People don't walk around with labels that say I'm racist, or labels that say I'm a communist, or labels that say I'm a fascist. We have to go, what are the tools? What are the methods? How does fascism work? What does fascism look like? What does a fascist regime do? What does a fascist regime depend on to execute fascism? And what Lena pointed out, absolutely what Trump did. But in particular, related to Lena's comment, what Lena pointed out is they use anti-intellectualism. Why is that? Because it depends. You can't just say to people like you, hey, Lupin, I'm Donald Trump and I'm here to suppress you. What you have to do is instead make sure that people like you don't want to or can't find out that they're sitting on some bullshit and that they are, in fact, lying to you and oppressing you. So what they do is they do exercise ways to make sure you have limited access into information, censoring certain people, getting rid of certain ideas and books and all of that shit like that. But another thing that they do is they make you not trust the experts and not listen to the people who will give you the good information that you need so that you are no longer able to be an instrument of fascism. And so what Lena is pointing out is when you demonstrate active anti-intellectualism for no reason and against your own self-interest, it is a hallmark of someone who has fallen for fascist ideation, especially when we can piece together so many of these other behaviors of yours, so many of these other issues that we've observed where you've also fallen victim to the fascist narrative. So it's not our opinion, we're not insulting you, we're not trying to upset you, we are actually trying our best to communicate to you. Yes, limited, and we should probably always work on our communication skills, but if you're honest, everybody can, and nobody has perfect communication skills. If you're being an adult, you would set that aside and go, what are these people trying to get through to me? Lupin, we're trying to get through to you that you've got to change. And you've got to eventually decide that you trust somebody in this world enough to tell you when you've got to change.
What does that change look like to you?
Honestly, it looks like realizing that you may have some ideas in your life that you really need to change your mind about, and that it might start with you having to get an education about certain things.
Okay, so your main argument right now is that I have to be educated. Yet
Yes.
You're going over a video from mine from 7 years back or something like that. And
5 years, I think.
5 years, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna get up into semantics. And you're telling me that how colloquial and how well it's put together, yet you're calling me unintelligent. It just seems kind of counterintuitive.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the thing is that this is what fascism does. It takes people who are otherwise really capable, really well intentioned, but in the end, they put the cart before the horse, and they're caught up in this rhetoric. They're falling for they're drinking the Kool-Aid, and that's what we're seeing with you. We're saying, man, this guy's this and Lupin, I want to give you some credit. You're in the lion's den, and we appreciate that. And that's why, like Otangelo and Rebecca and some of these people who we really do disagree with, and quite frankly, sometimes really do agitate us, but we give them as much grace as we possibly can, because we go, they're showing up, they're here, they're trying their best, and we're trying our best, but we've got to. We're just trying to figure out how to get through to you. I want to let James get in here. Hang on. Let James get in here, and then I'll let you talk. Go ahead.
One of the things on Wiki is fascism listed under the ideologies of the Proud Boys. Crypto-fascism is the secret.
I don't want to hear that from Wiki.
They have citations.
Anybody
factual
can
citations.
write anything on Wiki.
Lupin, just let him say what he wants to say.
But that's a fact. Anybody can write anything on Wiki. I'll just put that out.
We know this. Go ahead, James.
Technically, it's not true. Anybody can try submit an edit to Wiki, but their paid professional researchers and editors go back over that. And if they see that you don't have a citation cited, they will put that in there, citation needed. Or if they see that it's contrary to the citation you listed, they will remove it. They will not let it stand. It's not just a big public sticky note. It's also a hub. Wiki isn't a source. It's a hub to information. This is why they have.
Isn't even really a thing anymore. Why are we
all right, Lupin, just let him say what he's saying. He was trying to cite a source. The source is Wiki. You don't like it. We got it. Go ahead, James.
So this is the great thing about Wiki, and the thing that a lot of people misunderstand. It's not a source. It is a hub to sources. It summarizes the sources, but it links to them. So what you're supposed to do is go to where the citation is, like for fascism, for example. You click on it, and it brings you down here.
Share your screen. Show us what you're looking at, and send the link. And send the link as well, please.
Lena also put something here in the chat. If you look at the open mic chat, it's from the University of Michigan, fascism. Point number 11 about fascism is disdain for intellectualism in the arts.
Yeah, disdain. Yeah, they want to suppress people that don't agree with them.
Right, that's not true. That's not true. This is what we're saying. So you've just said something. They want to suppress people. That's not true. That's not actually what intellectuals do. That's not what artists do. Right? What happens is, here's how they get you.
Forcible suppression of the opposition.
No, let me show you how they get you. Here's what they do. They get you to buy into some nonsense. And then they get you to propagate that nonsense as if it were your own idea when it wasn't to begin with. And then when people like us say, hey, we can't let you do this. We can't let you guys ruin our lives just because you want us to be nice to your opinion. We can't tolerate having our lives taken from us. We can't tolerate. Okay, tell you how it's happening?
Yes.
How do I tell you how it's not happening? So first, we've got COVID. Let's just throw that out there.
Okay.
Then we've got the fact that we can't.
That could be another good conversation, COVID. But go ahead.
I got 300,000 lives last I heard that could have been saved due to vaccination. Go ahead. What you got? I've been locked up for a couple years. What you got? Don't. You don't even want to have this conversation, man. I promise you it won't end well. Dude, look, I'm not gonna play your game where I've got to go through this.
No, I want to know how your life
Here's
is
the
being
truth.
ruined.
I don't think you want to know.
I'm asking you.
He just gave you a solid concrete example.
Yeah.
He said COVID is
racism, the anti-vaccine movement.
The anti-vax movement hurts all of us.
And it's anti-intellectualism at its foundation, as is this bullshit about racism isn't the problem, critical race theory is the problem. What the fuck do you think explains the fact that you don't accept evolution? You are a primate. You are an animal. You evolved. Now, you don't accept that. That's the fucking truth. Sit up here and tell me, oh, guys, feel bad for my fucking family that escaped Cuba and its communism and all of that shit. Okay, you want us to honor your history? No, cool, I'm with it. You want us to honor your history? Here's your history. You're a goddamn primate. Now, if you don't accept that, then again, you're denying your own history. Why? Because you've bought into some anti-intellectual nonsense. Donald Trump is the worst president ever. We literally just showed a congressional committee that is all
Nancy Pelosi.
No, wrong. No, shut up. We've watched it. Shut up. You're wrong. No. None of them have had anything to do with this. None of them have had anything to do with this at all. Not at all. No, wrong. They stayed away from it. Wrong.
Right.
Why?
Let's let James hop back in. I want to let James finish.
Go ahead.
James is here. No one's stopping him from talking. What's up, James?
I don't think we ever did leave away from you, and I wanted to hear it.
You wanted to say something
Did you have
about
your screen
Proud Boys
share?
and communism?
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't think we. Okay, James, go ahead.
All right, sorry, I didn't think I was going to be able to speak soon, so I was in the other room.
Oh, no worries.
I'm coming back.
No worries.
I did come in here with like 45 minutes. I am overtime.
Yeah. Okay. I'll let James get in here, and then we'll let you go. And Lupin, we do appreciate you coming in. And we don't expect to work all this out in one conversation.
100%.
We just and to be honest, we didn't mean to ambush you with the clip. Actually, what happened was somebody dropped the clip on us last night. After the stream, like somebody just found it. They checked out your channels and they said watch this. You would think it's interesting, so they showed it to us. We thought it was funny, and we said, wouldn't it be fun if Lupin woke up tomorrow and found himself the star of the stream? And then people were like, well, where is he? Because we started and you had it come through. So I said, let me hit him up on Discord. And to your credit, you came right through. So it's all love, man. And I'm gonna let James wrap us up, and then I'll let Lena say anything else, and then we'll let you go. Go ahead, James.
So I went ahead and shared the screen, but anybody can just look up Proud Boys in Wiki and see what they got going on. And then there's links. The part of the page that I shared is the citation part of it.
How do I see your screen? Hold on. Let me see.
Okay, go ahead.
So there's several different PDFs here from several different locations. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sites. Some of them are PDFs, some of them are websites, like articles and stuff. Sure. So that's how Wiki works, right? Like they make a statement and you have to link to citations. And then the editor's job is to make sure that you provide a citation, and then to make sure that it matches the citation, and then to make sure the citation is considered an
Now, hang on one second, James.
Source.
I want to interrupt you, but only for a very critical reason. Lupin, I also want to just say unofficially, James does work related to this for an actual living. So I didn't realize James was going to drop his, professional shit on us all of a sudden, but he is an expert at understanding how this type of thing works. So go ahead, James. So is it fair? Am I okay? Was that?
Yeah, that's
Thanks, James.
correct.
And I have something to add to this whole thing.
So here's the thing.
Yeah, we will. Go ahead, James.
I can completely understand how if somebody's source of information that they trust is on one side of the fence, and it's not just conservatives that often make this mistake. Liberals make the same mistake. Not all of them, like not all conservatives, not all liberals, but it's a common mistake on both sides of the fence that people will just say, you know what, I trust these one or two news sources because they agree with my views, and then they get this one-sided view of what's happening in the political arena or the world in large. So with that being the case, it's understandable to me that somebody can go the entire length of Trump's candidacy and presidency and even the follow-up where they simply don't ever hear about the things that we hear about. Right, they don't hear about this stuff, and so it doesn't. They don't have to engage with these inconvenient facts. Right, they're like, media on that side of the empire is just building this one kind of idea about Trump, and if there's anything that contradicts that, they just don't tell you about it. And so later on, when you run into these people that are left of center talking about, well, Trump did this and Trump did that, and all this other stuff, or Proud Boys did this or Proud Boys did that, then people on the other side of the fence are like, that can't be true. I would have heard about it. You're making that shit up. And that's what happens when people over-rely on one side of the information, which is why I like Reuters and NPR a whole lot more than I like CNN, right? Even though I lean left.
Right. I go through the spectrum. I go from all the way to the far right, all the way to the alt left. I go from Alex Jones, InfoWars, to CNN, to MSNBC, to Fox News, to the Young Turks. I go through all of it. I don't go through one.
Yes, and that's kind of why we're here, because you are here, right? And that is an indication that you are a person who actively tries to live outside the echo chamber. And I just want to give you a nod on that, right? I think if that's how you see yourself, I see that you behave consistently with that. Sorry, what'd you say, Lena? Sorry, what was that, Lena? I turned down the volume a little bit. Go ahead.
I say huge kudos to that.
Yeah, huge kudos to that. Yeah, for Shaq. All right, go ahead, James. James, I wasn't trying to cut you off. I was just trying to say that he's trying, James.
Right, no. I just assumed you guys were on a roll and it'd be a while. So I left the room again. So here's the thing. Alex Jones isn't a news source at all. Fox News isn't a news source at all. And this is why the right is so disadvantaged when it comes to information, because they think they're hearing, quote unquote, both sides,
So
and they're not.
What is a news source then? Can you told me what isn't one? What is?
So I can link some stuff to you. My hands.
You can't just tell me off the top of your head.
NPR is a great news source.
NPR is
they're not left.
They're liberal. They're liberal.
They're not liberal. Here's why it looks liberal. It looks liberal because because what they say runs counter to the conservative framework of ideas, so it looks liberal, but it's not. It's completely neutral. So is Reuters. And this is the thing, because the whole idea of what constitutes left, right, and center is completely skewed from that side. Because here you have these news sources, quote unquote, that aren't news at all. Like Fox News is the whole reason Fox News won that lawsuit this last year for spreading false information. Their defense that they won with is no reasonable person watches these broadcasts and thinks that this is news. No reasonable person thinks that this is actual news. That's how Fox News won their defense. Alex Jones, got
pretty smart. Yeah, Alex Jones just got slammed. But go ahead.
Right, and that's the thing. So the idea of where the left, right, and center is on news is completely skewed. If anything, NPR and Reuters are a little bit conservative, but it doesn't look that way because we're measuring on a scale where people like Alex Jones and Fox News are treated as if they're actual news. It completely skews people's perceptions of what constitutes left, right, and center. It's like currently our government with Biden and Pelosi and all those other people, we call them left and liberals, but they're not. They're conservatives. They're just left. They're just they are.
It's the thing.
Absolutely not.
They are.
I'm
sorry.
No, go ahead, James. You're good.
So I mean, but here's the thing. It's like what constitutes.
I can't let you say that and not say no. I'm sorry.
Here's the thing. What constitutes somebody tall is that you're comparing them with somebody not as tall, right? Because tall by itself isn't a thing. Right. It's a comparative designation. So is left, right, and center, right? Yes. So is conservative and liberal. This is why somebody coming from the far right position looks at somebody like Schumer and Pelosi and Biden, and I think those are liberals.
To them, the New York Times is a liberal rag.
Right. That's
whereas for us, it's like
I would argue there's no leftists in U.S. politics.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm with you, Lena. I'm like, what y'all think is left is not even. They're barely. I mean, yeah, I'm with you, Lena. Like, you don't even see us our position represented.
If you ask people in a Scandinavian country, the Nordic countries, right, like what constitutes liberal versus conservative, they have a completely different idea of it. Like
right, they might not have an idea. Their ideas is not the same as American.
Yeah,
their fundamentals aren't the same. As
yeah, Lupin. A lot of us are like what Punk is saying, that to us Bernie is barely leftist, right? Like,
right, he's barely left.
Yeah, barely. Bernie's like a conservative mainline leftist, is what we'd consider him, right? Like, yeah.
If you want, so none of the sources you listed were actual leftist news sources. If you wanted to actually listen to both sides and hear some communist propaganda, I linked a YouTube channel for you in the.
Oh, okay. So Lupin, check that out, because we try to exchange sources. If you want to actually come through, I'll send you, Lupin. I'll unblock you, whatever, in the Discord, so you can come through and you can drop some stuff on us too if you'd like. We always say if we're going to counter evangelize, we should at least open the door to being evangelized or whatever it is, even if it's not that particular topic, obviously. But yeah, man, I know you got to run, and thanks for showing up and chatting, and we do hope to do it again. And I'm also want to thank you and Lena for being civil with each other here in the end. I really do appreciate that.
No problem.
Yeah. So I will. We'll see you soon, man, and hope you have a good day.
You too. Take care.
All right. Thanks. Cool. So I'm going to. I guess we can.
I'm trying to figure out how to leave this. Give me a second.
Oh yeah, you're good. I can. I don't even think I can.
Just sign in.
I'll block him right now so that he's not.
I think if I just close out of the.
Yeah, just close out that. Yeah, just close out. There you go. Boom, done. All right. So that was cool. I think we'll just chill here and do this for a little bit, because I think I want to read, but I'll stay in the cafe. That way, if anybody else wants to call in, we don't have to do so much commuting. And then if after that, we'll have fun and we'll hang out and gather. Because, I want to get the weekend popping. And I already said we're going to try to really get into fun shit like shows and movies. And make Gather really fun through the weekend. Matter of fact, I might even break Chapter 3 up into another part for tomorrow, just so I could get into Gather a little bit earlier, because we'll do what is going to be our new routine, which is rocking out on YouTube, doing a really solid stream, and then hanging out in Gather. And everybody's going, man. Actually, we're learning to rely even less on those spotlight tiles. We have them in great places, but I kind of wanted to show that today, to where, you don't even have to worry about the spotlight tiles or the stage, right? Because you can just kind of get in the room or the private area, and everybody can kind of just, be on it together. Right, rather than making it like a panel, or where it could have just been me and Lupin up on stage. I just thought it was better like everybody. So we do less of the spotlight tiles and more of these rooms and booths and stuff like that now. Even if I did want it to just be me and him, I probably was thinking I would have just gone over and sat in the chairs. Like, see where Myron Bot is? Like, I'd have done something like that, where it's like a table for two, you know what I mean? And stream from there, because if we rock like that, then we could all use this as a public space. So like, let's say James had somebody like Derek came through, or let's just say you just wanted to use the stage for any reason, like even if you're just by yourself, James, right? Mm-hmm. And then I came in here, I could have just like turned you down and then sat at this table. We could all gathered around, done that whole conversation with Lupin, then went right back to being in your audience. You know what I mean? Somebody else calls in on my show, I sit down with them or whatever, you know what I mean? And it's just flowing. You're flowing, you're doing what you want, you're bouncing between whatever. And then this is sort of our one cafe space, but actually and really it's a whole lot of rooms in here once you start to break it down. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And then on top of that, we have kind of the auditorium feel, where there's the stage and all the chairs that everybody can rock with. And then plus you can see that from anywhere in here, right? Like, even outside and stuff. And then there's more tables and stuff there. So I like the cafe, right? And I figure we just got to get in some of these spaces and use them. But yeah, this is the one where I like to keep it like our spaces are very, very locked down. You know, it's a kind of friends and family only type of vibe on the ranch. Just because I just want it to feel that much extra comfortable. Like, you know, when somebody's there that it's all love, you know? But this kind of is our gateway to gather for the public. We've got our own cafe. It's our space. Come out here, hang out. I might even throw some of the games around here. That way people want to come hang out. They can hang out and show them how we do things. And then once we know them better and they invite them to the ranch, they kind of already know how to operate, you know?
Right.
But yeah, plus it's fun, it's visual. And I tell you, there's so many things that I take to be indicative of the potential of a platform like this that, you know, I just love to have these stories even from my colleagues. But Melody Joy's kids were rocking it with us a little bit, and she's just got a beautiful family. Beautiful.
I'm sorry I missed that.
You are, because I mean, just beautiful, just wonderful, wonderful, gorgeous kids. Really sweet too, really nice, right? But what was great was you could hear him in the background. I think the reason she put him on was because they were going, I want to play, let me play, right? And so, like, we've created that vibe where, like, it's like mom's chilling and Melody Joy's popping in to chill, and she was just hanging out with me at the bar and gather. We were just listening to the news. So we're doing grown folk stuff. Like, when did you as a kid ever get up and go, oh, my parents watching the news? Oh, I'm jealous. Oh, yeah, I wish I was chilling with my parents watching the news. That's fun, right? You were like, that news, that's for old people, right? You wanted to go play with your friends, do something fun, right? But gathered like raps, essentially sitting in a Zoom meeting, watching the Young Turks, like, you know, something only grown folks would ever want to do, right? It just wraps it in this layer of playfulness, and you can hear the kids in the back, I want to play, it's my turn, and you're like, this is great. We're making the kids jealous. We've got our own. We're tired of envy in all their games. Now we got a game that they wish they were playing. You know, it's about time to flip that dynamic. Fuck those kids. Pay some bills, kids. Then you can play Gather. But yeah, that type of thing is really cool. All right, so look, I'm gonna go ahead and take my little wee break. Hopefully, Gin and Truth made a new show today, so that I can use that as a little preview. Yeah, you know, the promotion never stops, y'all. I was gonna go to commercial. I'm like, should I go to commercial? Nah, you should promote your co-host. You know, you should promote your co-host. All right, and then I gotta make strategic, instant production decisions, right? Because now, since there isn't a brand new one from today, I got to make sure I don't show something that you guys just saw recently. So now I got to go deep into the Gin and Truth crates, you know, find something novel, you know, something deep, something that those that are new to the Gin and Truth multiverse haven't even seen. And then, James, you know what happens? Sunday morning, they see this thing. They see Gin and Truth is live. And they see Pocket Locker 86 is live.
Yep.
But it looks like it's the same exact stream. So confused, they click on Gin and Truth. They go, no, what's going on? They watch Gin and Truth. And they see my ass singing, dancing, prancing even, if you will. And they go, no, this is the wrong channel. Why is Pocket Locker prancing on Gin and Truth? This must be a mistake. But it's not a mistake. Because you are tuned into the hottest, blackest show in Counter-Apologetics, known as The Blackout. So really all I'm doing is promoting my co-host. That's all I'm doing. I'm just showing love to the team. You know? That's all we're doing here. You know? So, speaking of which, we're going to have Gin and Truth on the James Apperson channel.
One of these days, I'd love it. I know that.
Think we're going to have to set that up, James. Right? I mean, it's only right. It's only right. We're all NWO. If he's going to have the T-shirt, he's got to get the love if he's got the T-shirt.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
James, what's your T-shirt size?
That's a good question.
You can send it to me on Discord, James. Appreciate you, brother. All right, here we go. I'll be right back.
Okay, YouTube. All right, we're up and running. All right, gang, let's jump into
I
this
gotta go get
shit.
ready, Bob. I'm gonna be like 10.
I'm not gonna lie.
All right,
Uncle
appreciate
Bobby
you,
wasn't
Lena.
gonna do a show today. He just wasn't. But you know how the world works. Day of peace and quiet? Wrong, mister. I saw some shit. Shit pissed me off. So now I have to rant about some shit. Gang, the first one up, let me see if I can find this fucking, I'm not even gonna fucking play it. The first one up, gang, is fuckface Jesse Waters. You guys remember that name by any chance? Is my mic plugged in? Yeah, it is. Jesse Waters is now one of the main ass wipes over on Fox. Now, he got his start by carrying Bill O'Reilly's fucking spit bucket, right? He was a fucking nobody. And he sat there on, the last 5 minutes of, Bill O'Reilly's show, and he was basically there to juggle his nuts in his mouth, right? After he swallowed enough semen from Bill O'Reilly, Bill started to give him, like, the last couple minutes of the show for this real fucked up ass segment called Waters World. Now, Jesse Waters had one of those fucking moments. Now, keep in mind, this is all on Fox. So what I'm getting ready to tell you is sickening, but it shouldn't shock you because it's Fox, right? He had this spot, gang, when Hillary Clinton was running against fuckface Donald Trump, where he carried his monkey ass to Chinatown, to ask the residents of Chinatown, who are you going to vote for? Now, what this asshole did, gang, again, it was one of those, you know what it was like? Podcasters, you can't see me, but remember when Donald Trump did what he did with his hands? YouTubers, you can see me. You guys remember when Donald Trump was imitating a physically disabled reporter? Yeah, one who just so happened to be like an award-winning fucking journalist, right? And he sat there, and again, podcast, you can't see me, but I'm crinkling my arms up in front of my chest, right? Kind of the fucked up universal sign for having, a physical or mental issue. So he curls his hands up around his chest, and he's like, oh, I don't know, I don't remember. Gang, how did that fucker become, well, I know how that fucker became president, but how did that moment not crush his political balls on the spot? We should be disgusted by this country. Again, I told y'all before I get back on fuckface Jesse Waters, I said long time ago over Twitter, and I think maybe even my first season of Gin and Truth, it was my dad's turn to pick me up from daycare, Lanark. He comes and picks me up. I'll never forget. He's in his dress greens. And we're sitting there, and I don't know why we're waiting, but while we were sitting there on the curb, standing on the curb, I still remember his name was Charles. Charles was confined to a wheelchair, right? And Charles, in his wheelchair, he wheeled past me. Podcasters, you can't see me, but I'm imitating my eyes following Charles. And so as Charles crossed my eye vision, it's what I did. Gang, when my head got all the way around, you know what happened? My dad smacked me on the back of the head. Simple words, and I'll never forget it. Word for fucking word. The major said, it's not polite to stare. You know what I haven't done in like over 40 years? I haven't stared at someone with a physical disability because my father taught me better. Donald Trump in his 70s, this is a grown-ass man, sat there and physically imitated someone with physical fucking limitations. He became president of the United States. Someone explained that shit to me. I just need some fucking alcohol because I told that story. We better go dub it. But again, the point of bringing that up is it's one of those, how did this not end your fucking career moments? Jesse Waters went to Chinatown and asked Chinese people, who are you going to vote for? Hillary or Donald Trump? Gang, when I say he asked Chinese people, I mean he asked actual Chinese people. People who could not speak English or could not speak it very well. Now, we all do the same thing when we're trying to be polite. When someone says something that we didn't catch or we didn't understand, you just kind of give them that smile, that you nod your head to give some half-ass answer. 50% chance you're going to get it right, right? He asked, who are you going to vote for? To Chinese people who couldn't speak English. And they sat there and they nodded. Just, yeah. That wasn't the fucked up part, gang. No, it wasn't. What he did was he piped in either crickets, right? Because they got to go back in it. This was not a live shot. So when he asked a Chinese person, who are you going to vote for? And that person just kind of laughed and smiled and looked at him blankly. He would either pipe in the sounds of crickets, right? Or he'd go ask this, 76-year-old literal, not Chinese American, a Chinese woman, 76 years old. The only thing she knows how to say in English is, where's the goddamn bathroom? That's it. Or I don't speak English. And he asked her, who are you going to vote for? And she just sat there and she's nodding her head and smiling. His monkey has piped in the fucking Jeopardy music. Right? Again, he didn't ask for a translator. He didn't write it on paper and hoping that, no. He went there to purposefully humiliate those people. Mission fucking accomplished. The only justice about that, I think his name is Ronnie Chang, a comedian on Trevor Noah's show. He went. Ronnie Chang is actually Chinese who speaks fluent Chinese. And he went and they dunked on his ass, on Jesse Waters, brilliantly. Absolutely look that shit up. It was magnificent. And when he wasn't doing that, he went, gang, I mean, every stereotype you could possibly name, he hit on. He went and made some Chinese ladies give him a foot massage. He went and took karate and all this other bullshit. No, the fucked up portion was, I'm trying to remember what art it was. Maybe was it Taekwondo or something? And you're like, okay, first and foremost, Ronnie Chang pointed it out, but if two of your martial artists are like, wait. He picked like a Korean style martial art and said it was fucking Chinese. Now I remember Ronnie Chang was like, get your fucking stereotypes right, jackass. So that's who we're talking about. This is the type of man that I'm getting ready to dunk on. Now, the reason why this fucker made the impromptu hit list today, gang, is again, I was going to sit and watch fucking football, which I still am. This is going to be somewhat of a quick show. But let's jump into this shit. Turning Point USA held a conservative conference where you can just go and jerk off about all the worst parts this country has to fucking offer. Now, again, for the trillionth time, all Dr. Anthony Fauci has done for the last 2 years was to try to keep y'all's monkey asses safe. That's it. Even when asked, what is your political affiliation, he declined to answer. It's like, that's got nothing to do with my job. I am here to save people, not Republicans, not Democrats, not Libertarians, not Saints fans. I'm here to save people. My political affiliation is moot. That is all Fauci has tried to do. But yet, some of you fuckfaces, because you have high-speed internet and you're very successful as a bricklayer. But now all of a sudden, you know more than a man with over, 5 decades of medical training in this specific field. That's all Anthony Fauci has done since he got the job over 30 years ago. But now that everyone knows his name, he's still doing his job. And that's to keep your monkey ass off a fucking ventilator. Right? Give me a fucking break. And so he's sitting there, and again, he's sitting there with a bunch of fucking Trumplicans. Not Republicans, Trumplicans. And he's sitting there talking about Anthony Fauci. And gang, he talks about killing Dr. Anthony Fauci. Using words like ambush. He'll never see it coming. Kill shot. He'll be dead. I really don't know what to say after that. This is where we are in this country, gang. Again, if someone were to piss on themselves after being punched in the stomach, Fox News would find a way to turn that into some political jab against fucking Republicans. He literally talked about killing Anthony Fauci, whose only job is to save Jesse Waters. By the way, gang, just in case you didn't know, and it is a fact. It is a fucking fact. What am I about to tell y'all? Look that shit up. Fox News, the biggest purveyors of fucking medical bullshit, have some of the strictest, if not the strictest, vaccination policy there is. And they had it before anyone even said the word fucking mandate. But yet they're out there trying to kill y'all. And some of y'all are fucking listening. Bubba, what are you doing? You're killing the mood. Bubba, what's up? Me and the Bubba will have a talk later. Who better go nub it? He literally talked about killing Anthony Fauci. Again, it's not a joke. I got no punchlines. And I'm not going to watch Fox, but I guarantee it. Just like when we found out that those assholes were texting Mark Meadows, right, on the day of the insurrection, right? They got heated, but for all the wrong reasons. Tim says his monkey ass gets on fucking TV before the end of the fucking week and talks about how we took it out of context. You libs can't take a joke. Jesse Waters, please shut the fuck up. Again, in this day and age, the answer is no. You can't joke about stuff like that. Where there are too many fucking radical ass assholes who, what did I tell you? I've been saying this since fucking season 1. Your fucking joke, Jesse, is a million people's fucking battle cry. That is how we got to January the fucking 6th. Right? Give me a fucking break. Right? Again, I've said some of Ben Shapiro's stuff, I'm quite sure is performative. I can think of 2 mass shooters off the top of my head right now who in their manifesto quoted Ben Shapiro and credited him for motivating them to do what they fucking did. They've done that to Candace. They will do it with Jesse when the shit hits the fan with it. This is ridiculous.
I love Uncle Bobby so much, y'all. All right, let's get into this Rob Pennock, y'all. Cameron Bennett is catching up with me. I can't let Cameron Bennett catch up with me. We gotta keep moving. I can't let Cameron Bennett catch up with me. That nigga can't read. All right, so here we go. We are in chapter 3 of the Tower of Babel. We are learning about the parallels between the origin of languages and the origin of species. We are understanding that there is a creation narrative that counters both, that is obviously sitting on some bullshit. Whoop, whoop. Peace and many blessings to my people. Little drum action. All right, let's get it. The evolution of languages and species. Darwin himself recognized the similarity between biological and linguistic evolution, noting that, quote, the formation of different languages and of distinct species and the proofs that both have been developed through a gradual process are curiously the same. As we shall see, the parallels between the two theories are striking. Let me emphasize that most of what I will be discussing is the evolution of languages, not the evolution of language. The former involves the transformation of languages one into another, while the latter involves the origin and evolution of our linguistic ability and of language itself. Linguistic Noam Chomsky, famous for his theory of a universal grammar, writes that the study of language falls naturally within human biology. The language faculty, which somehow evolved in human prehistory, makes possible the amazing feat of language learning, while inevitably setting limits on the kinds of language that can be acquired in the normal way. Language has often been taken as a unique distinguishing characteristic that separated humans from other animals, and thus as a reason to think that humans could not have evolved from them. Darwin discussed this point in The Descent of Man and adduced evidence that other animals do possess rudimentary forms of language. Though the study of animal languages remains controversial, it is fair to say that recent evidence has further supported Darwin's argument that the differences are of degree rather than of kind. Despite the interest of this issue, I will not pursue it here for a couple of reasons. First, much has been written on the subject of glottogenesis, the origin of language, has been rather speculative, and is only recently that good evidence has begun to accumulate. In this sense, the subject is similar to the study of the origin of life, which is also still in its infancy. The main reason, however, is that my purpose here is to draw a parallel with biological evolution, and the latter is typically taken to include not the origin of life, but rather the development of new life forms from earlier ones. Creationists do focus on the ultimate origins question, but we'll have to deal with that later. Here we begin with the basic thesis that evolution of languages occurs. All right, so what he's just drawing attention to here is the fact that similarly to when we talk about the origin of species, we're not necessarily talking about the origin of all life to begin with. Rather, we're talking about how we assuming that we have, a living population derive, new life forms from previous ones. And he's trying to draw the same parallel here and say, I'm not going to talk about the origin of language itself or our ability to utilize language, but rather I'm going to talk about how we get new languages from old ones. Sprung from the same common source. In 1860, the German biologist Ernst Haeckel started hounding his friend August Schleicher to take a look at the newly translated book on the origin of species, thinking that as an amateur botanist, Schleicher would enjoy Darwin's work. It took a couple of years for Schleicher to get around to it, but when he did, it made a profound impression. Schleicher responded that he had read and reread this incontestably remarkable work, and that he was able to observe all the principles of Darwin's theory, variation, inheritance, and selection, at work in his garden, where, quote, the struggle for life, he noted impishly, is more commonly known as, quote, weeding. But Schleicher was not just an enthusiastic gardener. He was also one of the most influential comparative linguists of the century. And he found that Darwin's theory of the gradual development of biological species resonated immediately with his own study of languages. He quickly published an open letter describing how, quote, the rules now, which Darwin lays down with regard to the species of animals and plants, are equally applicable to the organisms of languages as far as the main features are concerned. Let us review a few of these main features in turn. The first is the fact of variation. The large-scale variation among languages is obvious. English is different from German, and both are different from Hopi. But languages also vary at smaller scales. English spoken by the British is noticeably different from that spoken by Americans, which led George Bernard Shaw to observe wryly that England and America were two nations separated by a common language. Variations of language can be found all the way down to differences between individual speakers. Schleicher noted that such variation in language is the counterpart of variation among organisms of a biological species. It is well known that the individuals as one and the same species are never altogether and absolutely identical. It is the same with the individual of speech. Native accent is always more or less strongly developed. People most commonly observe variations of native accent when traveling from one region of the country to another, as I did when I moved to Texas. Hang on a sec. I want to switch up the scene here a little bit. Let's do that. Let's do... There. Yep, there we go. That's better. All right, here we go. All right. I cannot say that I've acquired more than a touch of the Texas accent in the 6 years I've lived here, but I have come to love its leisurely, confident, and expansive character. Texans still sometimes greet friends with the howdy, though not howdy, partner, as in the movies. Linguist E. Bagby Atwood has studied and mapped usage of a long list of Texas expressions, such as the unique Christmas morning greeting, Christmas gift, as well as its characteristic regional vocabulary. For example, rather than saying that milk has soured, Texans would say that it has gone, quote, blinky. Many characteristic regionalisms are dying out, but one still regularly hears people draw the warm greeting, welcome y'all. I was particularly struck by this southern contraction of you all since I had moved from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, which covered this pronoun form, second person plural, for those who recall their grammar school grammar, with its own distinctive local terms, yuns. Yeah, it's a Pittsburgh thing. A single syllable variation of you-uns, which itself is probably a contraction of you-ones. Native Pittsburghers pronounce their words yuns. One hears other variants like you folk, you guys, even yous, and yous guys elsewhere. What is interesting about this profusion of variations is that the term you by itself is already a second person plural form. Of course, it is also now used as the second person singular pronoun, though that role used to be filled by pronouns thou and thee. The plural you also used to be distinguished from these familiar singular forms as an honorific form to be used when speaking to a social superior. But linguistic historians note that this began to change in the 7th century when Quakers rejected the honorific use of the term as a, quote, denial of the equality of all men and argued for, quote, for employing the two forms solely on the basis of number. Eventually, quote, you became to be used for both singular and plural second person pronouns. Now we find variation arising anew with y'all and the profusion of other second person forms in different regions of the country. The second feature common to biology and linguistics is that there are patterns of the variation. Variations in speech patterns often are clustered geographically, and a regional variant of a language may be sufficiently distinctive that we recognize it as a dialect. The Texas form of speech does not qualify by itself as a unique dialect, though there is a fairly well-defined linguistic boundary line that separates it from the speech patterns in Louisiana on the east. It extends through an indeterminate portion of the other surrounding states. Atwood places Texas within the division he calls Southwestern of the general Southern dialect. Other easily recognized American dialects are found in the northeastern states, from the quizzical, laconic dialect of eastern New England to the in-your-face machine gun fire talk, T-A-W-K, talk of the Big Apple, New York City. We still classify all these as forms of English, but there is no denying their distinctive differences. This recognition reveals a second sort of pattern in the variation. Classifying these dialects as different variants of English is the same as recognizing different varieties of a biological species. Think of the many dialects of English as being linguistic equivalents to the many varieties of dogs. The British dialect of Cockney is a terrier, Texan Southwestern is the hound dog, and in the Bronx they speak pit bull. Similarly, just as we can look closer to see finer differences, we can also take a wider view and lump together languages under broader family groupings as species are grouped under genera. This recursive pattern, kinds of kinds within kinds, leads taxonomists in both biology and linguistics to classify their respective entities in a branching hierarchical structure. Schleicher explained this analogy in detail. He warned that the terminology could be easily confused, but that in general one could say that the species of a genus are what we call the languages of a family. The races of a species are, with us, the dialects of a language. The subdialects, or patois, correspond to the varieties of the species, and that which is characteristic of a person's mode of speaking corresponds with the individual. In taxonomizing languages and dialects, linguists face many of the same problems that biological taxonomists do. How, for instance, should one distinguish a dialect variety from a language species? In some cases, the differences between forms of speech are sufficiently great that it's easy to say they represent different languages, and in other cases, the differences are sufficiently small so that it is easy to say that they are merely dialects. However, and this is the key point, there is no precise place at which linguists must draw the division between separate dialects of one language and separate languages. From the quote sufficiently great to the quote sufficiently small is a fuzzy area of in between. Recall how Darwin failed to carefully label all the finches he collected in the different Galapagos Islands because he had taken them to be merely varieties of the same species instead of each being a different species. We will return to this issue shortly. The next step is to recognize that languages vary not only across regions but also through time. It is hard to see more than hints of this change in one's own lifetime, though even the young can glimpse it on occasion when listening to their grandparents. From my childhood, I remember that my father would revert to using the pronoun thee when talking with his mother or father, since my grandparents still spoke the old Quaker, quote, plain speech at home. To get more of a sense of how languages change, one must look to old written records. One could pick up any ancient text and immediately notice differences. Most obvious at first glance are differences in the front or type style. The University of Texas at Austin has one of the original Gutenberg Bibles on display, and when we first look at the beautiful illuminated pages, it is hard to even recognize many of the letters. Looking through old Bibles is an excellent way to see language evolution over time. A quote, proof that should be especially persuasive to creationists. For Bibles provide one of the best preserved literary sequences. Examining the form of speech in a contemporary Bible and digging back through earlier editions is the linguistic equivalent of a geologist's observations of a series of fossilized clams in a progressively deeper layers of sedimentary rock. One finds not just differences in the shape of the letters, but in the spelling of the words, then in the words used, and finally in the grammatical structures of the sentences. Let us look at just one well-documented sequence, the first few lines of the Lord's Prayer. With the exception of the contemporary version, the others are taken from a collection in the textbook In Form of Speech is Changed, Readings in the History of the English Language. All right, here we go. Our Father who is in heaven, for your name be kept holy. May your kingdom come into being. May your will be followed on earth, just as it is in heaven. That's contemporary. Here we go. The King James Bible, 1611. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. That's the one I always memorized growing up. All right, now, before that, we have the Wycliffe Bible, 1395. And it's in a different language. Our Father that art in heavens, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come to, be thy will done in earth as in heaven. All right, 1150, the late West Saxon, Vader pu ert unhoffen, sa pindem Golged to become pin ras, Geru e pinguel on earth as swa on Hoffinen. Anglo-Saxon coin before the year 1000. Vader pur ert on Hoffenum si pin nama God to become pin ras. Gura pe on wila on ero on swaswa on Hoffenum. And then Latin circa the 4th century, Paternoster Quies in Salis Sanctificator Nomen Tum Ordinat Regnum Tum Fiat Voluntas Tu Sicat in Calo et in Terra. All right, y'all, what did we just do? What did we just do? What did this nigga Rob just do? See, this nigga Rob be thinking he's slick. These motherfuckers. I'm a philosopher of science and blasé and the fucking flavonoids. Basically, what the motherfucker just showed us. Oh, I forgot I was already on the scene. He basically just showed evolution using the Bible. That's pretty brilliant. You know, it's kind of like James did when he was like, oh, you know how you believe, you know, what most Christians believe? Like most Christians, you know, believe Jesus was God. Most Christians believe he died for your sins. You know, most Christians, you know, believe he was born to a Virgin Mary. And then he was like, yeah, well, most Christians believe in evolution. Zing, got him. You know? And then here, Rob is like, yeah, and then actually you can treat the evolution of a biblical text kind of like a fossil record. And so you can actually show, you know, how evolution works simply by going through the history of how the first couple lines of the Lord's Prayer are translated. I'm like, that's pretty wonderful, Rob. Like, that's pretty slick, bro. Like, that's pretty slick. I like that, man. I like what you did there, man. I see what you did there, Rob. I approve. I like it. I'm with it. And, yeah, I approve, man. Quick Uncle Bobby break.
Ridiculous. Let me tell you guys something to close this shit out. Again, I told y'all what it is I do. Right? I teach women how to fight off fucking rapists and attackers. If I made a fucked up ass comment, I'm not gonna even give y'all a fucking example. But if I made a fucked up ass comment about a sex crime or some domestic violence or shit like, I actually have. And I said that in season 1. I did. God damn, I'm feeling smart right now. It was my cancel culture versus consequence culture episode. I still remember. I was the second example. 1995, and to this day, I still won't repeat what I said. It was a live mic moment, hot. The gist of the quote-unquote joke, it would be like me, it's like someone coming up and calling me tiny. At 6'3", 245, it's a joke. What I said about what I was going to do is so antithetical, it's so not Robert Reed, that was the joke. But, fuckface Robert Reed, what I joked about was not funny. It wasn't. You know what they did to a punk ass, 21-year-old Robert Reed? I got punished. I had a 2-week media ban for saying what I said. And you know what? I deserved it. I wasn't canceled, Trumplicans. Hey, go take a lesson from a 21-year-old back in 1994. Go fuck yourself, right? I took that L. I absolutely did. So what I was going to say about my job, but again, I don't have to say, I don't have to make an example. I have been punished, rightfully so, for saying some fucked up ass shit. Jesse will come out and Jesse will say, we took it out of context. It was just a joke. I'm being canceled. I'm being censored. You libs are too sensitive. What, were you offended? Jesse Waters needs to lose his job. He does. Period. End of story.
End of story.
He talked about killing a man in a day and age and in a climate where it's now a realistic possibility. Seriously. This isn't me being overly sensitive. I mean what I tell you. Jesse, he's going to get a pay raise is what he's going to get. Like fuckface Tucker Carlson, we already have the blueprint, gang. We already have the blueprint. I got to get off this fucking topic. I'm going to have a stroke. When Tucker Carlson just took the gloves off and went for it, what did they do? One, he got his own show.
Give that man a ring.
It's called like Tucker Carlson Today. Two, he got a pay raise. That's how Fox gets down. There
Is James up in this bitch?
That are dumb.
Is James Apperson up in this bitch? No. I think he went to go do his show or something. Because I heard somebody sigh. Who the fuck sighed? I thought somebody wanted to get on the mic. Get on the goddamn mic, people, if you want to get on the mic. This is who the fuck they are. All right. Anybody on the prestigious panel want to speak up right now? Anybody got some shit to say? Cameron, Lena. Lena. Where's Lena at? Hey, Lena. Hey, you. Hey, Lena. I gotta start teaching y'all how to leave the little status update so you can tell us when you're AFK. So I might just call you out. UC Love, Cameron, where y'all at? Cameron, are you Cameron lurking? Everybody lurking? I was just trying to see if Lena wanted to wax about her conversation, or the conversation, I should say, with oh, Lena's doing makeup. All right, yeah. Well, if you hop on, if you want to talk about how you feel about the conversation with Lupin, I'm down with that or whatever. So, yeah, it's all good. All right, let's get back into our reading here. All right. So that was pretty cool. I'm into that, y'all. I told y'all what I think. I think that's super cool that, like, again, Tower of Babel, chapter 3, page 130. It's just this really clean layout of how you can see the evolution of the Our Father. I remember when I read that, I was like, yo, that's really dope. Like, it's just really cool that's a great way, because if you yeah, Cameron said that I left. Yeah, Cameron said that it got worse too. Good thing he left. Yeah, it was a lot going on. Spider said he could not listen to him blame the government for the shooting. Yeah, that's what got us when we listened to it. I'm not sure who it was. It might have been Spider. I forget who it was, or UC Love, that dropped the clip on us. But yeah, they told us to go right to that 9-minute mark. And yeah, man, that shit was shocking to me, man. And I found that repulsive, right? And just the idea that the government literally was, gonna do this mass shooting organized. Like they're gonna shoot up white people at a country music concert in Vegas, y'all. Like the government gonna like fucking shooting fish in a barrel with a fully automatic rifle. The CIA and the FBI under Trump. Trump's supposed to be the greatest president. This is why, y'all, I couldn't even go off. Like, this is why I was trying to sit there, even with Lena. Like, Lena was getting mad, and I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, Lena, you can't really be getting mad when these motherfuckers say do what they gonna do, because they gonna do what they gonna do. They gonna say what they gonna say, and they on some wild shit. I seen Ken Hovind do the same thing he did to Lena. Like, he got his ass handed to him in a debate, and the first thing he tried to pin the person on, well, what's your gender? I'm not sure whether to call you a he or a she. I've been struggling with this all night. Can I just get a straightforward answer? And I wanted to choke that nigga. I'm gonna tell y'all the confession right the fuck now, that a lot of people have not either heard me say it, or the fact that this is how it went down has not set into them yet. Like, don't get it twisted, y'all. Like real talk, y'all. Like, all right, here's how I'm gonna tell y'all right now. It's like, I basically said, like, when that happened, that pissed me off. Like, I didn't really care. It was some debate on Donnie's channel. I probably only came there either just to flame or to figure out what the fuck Donnie was up to. Yeah, I know they was doing some dumbass evolution debate. So I'm sitting there listening to the end of it. And Kent Hovind goes in on this person. It's the pipe bomb technique. That's exactly what it is. It's exactly what it is. It's a pipe bomb technique. I recognized it immediately. It's kind of the equivalent of a rage quit, but it's the I didn't quit, you fired me, right? Instead of you can't fire me, I quit, right? That's what Otangelo does. Otangelo goes, you can't fire me, I quit, right? And he dips, he rage quits. This is the I didn't quit, you fired me. And it's what they do when what they do is they act out again. It's the tantrum. But see, we was ready for it because we had literally just talked about the tantrum. That's the tantrum. His tantrum was, if I go at her on this thing, I'm in a bunch of lefties and I'm with a bunch of soft LGBT friendly lefties, right? So if I go at somebody in their crew who I think might be vulnerable to that, they'll rage block me. And so all I did was rage mute his ass, and I'm like, you get the fuck off of this right now, or that's it, because I'm not gonna play that. But at the same time, I pulled the Beatty on him. I was like, as much as that sucked, as much as what you just did right there was totally unacceptable, I'm accepting the fact that you're in an emotionally bad place, that we put you there because we fucking got his ass, and on top of that, we stronger than that. You know, for better or worse, we've all lived through much, much worse. And so I'm like, we already know that they weaponized their bad behavior and their bullshit ideology against it. And I hated the fact that fucking he went at Lena like that. But at the same time, this ain't me and Lena's first rodeo. And it ain't our first rodeo together, right? I've seen fucking LPP, insult Lena and then kick Lena and then insult Lena while Lena's in the chat after he fucking kicked Lena, and then the rest of us got to sit up there and keep trying to keep our cool, like, you know, me and Tux and some others, and then still go at these people. And so we've just learned like how to operate as a unit to where it's like, I'm not gonna tolerate it, but at the same time, we're gonna make the boundary clear and give a person a chance to get off that rather than, hand them the fucking rage block that they're looking for. And certainly to his credit, he recognized that he went too far. No hate like Christian love, exactly. But that's exactly where they go, and that's what I'm saying. It's like he's got to recognize you're buying into the people who don't have anywhere else to go. So they always go to that because they've got to get the fuck up out of there. It's like I said with Rebecca, gone, goon, or grow. Because it comes to a head, you either got to get out of there, rage quit, run away, fight or flight. Y'all already know. You got to double down and do some goon shit, which is what that was. Or you got to grow. But, I think the fucking, whether it's personal or national or whatever, the fucking, the revival that they're looking for is not going to happen. At least not in this community. So, yeah, it sucked. But yeah, that's the part that got me heated too, man. That was just real fucked up, But he's done that to me too, right? Like I was trying to have a pretty decent conversation with him the first time, and I tried to like talk about how we've certainly lived in a different world racially, and I was kind of echoing Wayne's sentiment, right? Because Wayne had this sentiment saying that Wayne doesn't like when people ask him you know, oh, what point in the past would you go to if you could? And, you know, kind of in the context of when was America great and all that bullshit. And Wayne is like, you know, I have, you know, health insurance and high-speed internet and, you know, the NAACP, if shit gets racist, you know, the shit gets too racist, you know, there was never been a better time. And so for black people or whatever. And so I was kind of echoing that sentiment saying like, yeah, we're definitely in a better time for being a black American than any other time in history, but there's obviously still a lot of racism, a long way to go. And then he tried to come with some, oh, is there really? Like as though I had just said everything is all fucking sunshine and rainbows and black people have achieved equality and, you know, like, nigga, you're talking to somebody like literally who works for the University of Minnesota, right? Literally the major university in the fucking city where George Floyd just had a white cop murder his ass by kneeling on his neck for 9 fucking minutes, right? But it's just one of those moments where it's like I've dealt with this sort of racial insensitivity and shit my whole life, unfortunately, normally from people who are much closer to me or who, you know, for one reason or another, have more sway and influence and impact on my life than this person. So, you know, it's just sort of a cost of doing business. You know, we get in the ring with people. And we're gonna beat the shit out of them, quite frankly, if they take shit too far, which is kind of what happened to him. You know, like Otangelo, he comes in here looking for a spanking, and we spank his ass. And quite frankly, we're getting sharper and sharper every day. But they're gonna throw some punches, and unfortunately, they go to the low blows a little too quickly. But it happens. Go ahead, Lena. Yeah, I was just waiting for you to say something about it, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to do. I realize I'm going to get that pipe bomb pretty much every time. So I guess the way,
because you can't turn it off. That thing, right? Like that conversation, I can't turn off being black. So for him, and you saw what he did today, right? Well, I don't even think about those issues. Again, weaponized language in a time where those of us who are being oppressed on these same issues can't turn, and that's the whole point that he was missing, right? But he thinks it's noble to say, I don't think like that. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, he was trying to say, you know, oh, well, if you can't even tell me what gender you are, then clearly you don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
And so what I would prefer to do when getting that pipe bomb is to sit there and diffuse it in front of him. And so, I mean,
Lena, I'm so sorry. Like, I felt like I didn't do enough, honestly. I'm like disappointed in myself when these things happen. Can you hear me?
Oh no, you're fine.
Yeah, but it's just like, no, yeah, it's like not okay. And it's like, I feel like with me, these are like hard lines. It's like, nope, you're blocked, you're done. Because, you know, in some sense of what are the boundaries for this channel in our Discord and our gather, right? Now, one, we're in the cafe, right? And so we're in a space where it's like Lupin has a public link to the cafe, and not the ranch for a reason, right? This is our public room.
Yeah, we might get some more right-wing.
Yeah, right. And this is a note to everybody. This is why we don't invite fools to the ranch, right? This is why we have this cafe. Yeah. And so then it's, and they weaponize that boundary.
They weaponize that sensitivity.
Exactly. And
right. So, I mean, I try to just give ground in some sense, let them make let them lay the pipe bomb, right? Yeah. And then sit there and explain to them not only why it's stupid and whataboutism and doesn't have anything to do with what we were just talking about and is another common fascist technique to avoid talking about the issue. It is itself sexist. And then I can go to the 14 points of fascism and I can read to him rampant sexism and how under fascist regimes, traditional gender roles are made more rigid. And then I can explain to him how it's exactly those traditional gender roles that I'm pushing back against and why that question is so malformed.
Right.
But he's not going to get any of that if you just kick him.
Yes.
And I'm glad you didn't. I'm glad that you didn't.
Yeah, and that's a tough part because I think in that case, like, I'm with the content creator who says I'm kicking a person in that situation because it's just a bridge too far. And I sort of feel some sort of vulnerability when I don't. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I really appreciate you saying that. I totally agree. And when that situation happens with me and you going forward, I'll try to remember that as my, like other things I try to ask people about. So I try to remember a person's preference as best I can. And so what also concerns me, though, is that given a different set of circumstances with a different person who just has a different personality, that might not be the way they're comfortable going with that, right? And they might really feel vulnerable and like, I'm in this position where I should be sticking up for them, and they're not the type of person to stick up for themselves or be able to handle that okay. And then I've created this space for them that's not safe.
Yeah, it's tough. I'm like,
I don't want to do
I'm gonna
that.
lurk again, but I just want to throw that in.
Yeah, I appreciate you. I just don't want to do something like that for making a fucking YouTube video. Not worth it.
Oh, Jay.
All right, I'm all right. Not about me anyway. It's just you don't know what to do, right? It's
Sending you a virtual hug.
It's a tough decision. I appreciate that. It really is a tough call. I thought
you did fine.
Thanks. I appreciate that. I kind of had in my mind Lena can handle this, but yeah, you never know, right? All right.
Yeah, and again, it's not going to be the last time. So
yeah, exactly.
And that's not. And he actually did it pretty gracefully compared to a lot of the ways that these right wingers like to lay that pipe bomb. I give him kudos. I think he's a really smart guy who's just sitting on some bullshit.
Yeah, and honestly, I try to remember this with people in his position and people like Otangelo and Rebecca and all these people, that they do feel attacked. And in some sense, they are being attacked in a sense of just they're really in a group of people who disagree with them vehemently, who are not being flexible about that disagreement. And emotionally, it feels like, I know we were saying we're not insulting you and we're saying we're not being mean, right? But it still feels like a 5 or 6 on 1, even though there's only a couple of us talking, right? It feels like a 5 or 6 on 1 gang beatdown, right? And then they just feel like they have to do something to defend themselves, right? And if I felt like I'm being bullied by a bunch of people, I am going to eventually kick somebody in the balls so that I stop getting beat up, right? And so that doesn't excuse the bad behavior, but at a human level, I understand feeling like you need to respond even aggressively, right? Because you just feel like you're just getting beat up on. And so I try to remember that that's how people feel in that situation, even though I'm not trying to make excuses for the behavior, right? So sorry, I thought I realized Lena's muted, so that's fine. No, I don't. Go ahead, YouTube punk. So the other thing is, I remember feeling that way even like growing up, like I remember feeling so bullied and upset with these like guys who, picked on me and shit for being involved with their little sisters, or their sisters liked me or whatever the fuck. But part of me got the fact that was a really tough situation to be in. I was the only black kid in the school, and if I was involved with your sister, that came with a lot of jokes and teasing and ridicule, and that was part of the situation too. And that didn't make treating me like shit or threatening violence against me okay, but it meant it came from somebody who perceived a reason to treat me that way, and it wasn't just coming from a random member of the population or, you know, some racist asshole in school who, you know, my being there didn't. It was coming from somebody who felt like this situation put them in a bad spot and they didn't like it. And you know, pressuring me to end it and not being comfortable with it, was that what they felt they had to do. He thinks some of the things that others said where opinions were stated as facts. It's a minor nitpick, but he'll use it. Yeah, it's tough. You know, that's a fair point. YouTube Punk. For me, it's he said, hang on a sec. Let me read this comment. He said, Lupin's to a Second Amendment appeal. He said he wants cannons, guns, etc., to protect himself from the government, but when the government turns on civilians, they don't show up. In fact, they're on the same side as the Thin Blue Line gang. Combine a persecution complex plus paranoia and right-wing ideology, and you create an environment where the fascists are more armed than the leftists, and then just show some support for Lena and myself. And then the bit of criticism was just the idea that you know, sometimes if we state things that are you know, our opinions, you know, justified based on our experiences, as you know, fact, we will invite sort of more pushback than we need to, and I think that that's a really good point, and it's the type of thing that I think is part of the thin line between news and journalism and sort of opinion in podcasters, right? Is, you know, in some sense, and again, I'm not trying to say it's like it's okay for me to not be responsible about it, but it's a really serious criticism in some sense, and it's something I appreciate about being able to say, well, I'm a commentator, and, you know, making that kind of mistake is something I can just kind of work on, whereas if you worked in, say, news or something where people were counting on you for some sort of serious investigative journalism, that type of tendency would be really problematic. And that's kind of why I like to point out to you guys when we are watching serious things like the January 6th committee or more serious news broadcasts, where I can tell that the passion and opinions and feelings of the broadcaster are coming through a little bit, but they have to be incredibly restrained in their language because of the officialness or the tone of the platform that they're on. But it is certainly something that we should consider, especially because we are sort of becoming that camp, not a neutral ground, but a ground, an inviting ground, a place where people who disagree with us like to be. You know, one of the things I was really happy to talk about when I talked to my mom, not that that was ever going to be an easy conversation, was this genuine feeling that there are a lot of people on the right or Christians or whatever issue it is that, you know, sort of most of us kind of coalesce on the same side, and we really kind of get in there and toss it up with people on the other side of that issue. A lot of those people who really watch us and get to know us, they love us. They really enjoy our content. They like our style, or they like the way we engage or the way we treat them. And, you know, I think there are people like Donnie and Otangelo and others who tell you, hey, if they had to hang out with one atheist crew, it'd probably be us, right? And they kind of enjoy even telling other atheists that, right? Like I said, there's some value to me if I send Donnie a trolling super chat, he reads my super chat trolling him to Matt Powell from Ken Hovind's camp, and they just go, hey, we like Dr. Bundy. Hey, Dr. Bundy's cool with us. And they, and then they like laugh at our jokes. It's like we're trolling these people, and they're laughing again because they just like us, right? Like, they know we don't agree. We can tell them every day they're sitting on some bullshit, but at the end of the day, they kind of like us. So I value that. And if that's going to be the case, then we should be careful with how strong our language is, especially when we're on things that are emotionally triggering for people, making sure we're not making them more emotionally triggering than they need to be. I did notice James got in here again, so where are you at with some of this, James?
I mean, I'm on the same page as you. What can I say about that? It's frustrating because, like, with what was his name that we had on there earlier?
Lupin.
So his idea of the Proud Boys is exactly the opposite of what the Proud Boys actually are, and it's just amazing to me that he can be like supportive and involved in organizations and political parties and think they represent the opposite of what they actually do. And then when he tried to explain it to him, like, he just tries to delegitimize everything that you say. And it's like, he's so invested in his position. But, at the end of the day, like, I'm a little bit less invested than you and Lena and other people in terms of the individual. Like, I see everything in terms of physics, cause and effect, that, I don't think free will is a thing. And I don't believe that we have the power to change somebody like Lupin's mind. I don't think that is within our power, because underneath all of that isn't just bad information. It's psychology, right? So you'd have to be able to figure out exactly which psychological mechanisms are in play and disarm those first, before the information can even matter to somebody like that.
So I kind of agree with you. And I think, so one thing I'll say is I'm always surprised. And I think I'm here for the surprises. And this community helps me get those surprises. So, I was surprised when Rebecca apologized to me.
I didn't even know that happened. That's good.
Yeah, man. That was a big day, man. That was crazy. Basically I called her out for sitting on some bullshit about how, when she just disrespects and denies evolutionary biology, she's insulting our work. And I said it's the equivalent of being in a relationship with somebody and they work to build you a garden and a beautiful greenhouse, and they're out there toiling and sweating and they bring you out there and they show it off to you and they go, look, and then look around and you go, they literally tell you, look at the trees, right? And you go, what garden? What greenhouse? I don't see any plants here. I don't see any flowers, right?
Yeah.
That's what they tell us. We do this work, and then they tell us they don't see any fruit of it. They don't see the fruits of our labor.
Right.
So you might say you like science, right? But what you're doing is literally you're spitting in the face of every scientist who does this work. That's what you're doing every single time.
Sure.
And she heard that out, and she came on, and she literally said, I don't want to do that. She apologized. And I even told her, I said, Rebecca, the shit talking is all cool. Like, I don't want you to go soft. We love salty Rebecca. I told her to her face, like, you don't have to, not make jokes, but just understand that that's, how it is when you really say those things when you're serious about it. You know what I mean? I didn't want her to think it was, oh, you got to be nice and not, look, you want to talk shit and call me out on your videos, that's fine, right? But, when you talk about this work, you got to understand that that's what you're doing. And not only that, James, she acknowledged it on her channel.
Oh.
She went on her channel. She said, I'm friends with evolutionary biologists like Jay and Dr. Dan. I think she maybe even mentioned Erica. And she said, I don't want those people to think I don't respect them and that I don't respect their work. And even on that, even when she came on my channel and talked about it, I said to her, and I bet you would say, because she does say she likes science, I said, I bet you would say that we should actually continue to do our work, right? Because, you know, if you think it's an issue of not being convinced, then we should actually continue to do our work so that hopefully we can eventually mount enough evidence that would convince you, right? That's what science is about, right? And she kind of acknowledged that, right? So it was a surprise, you know, and it's similar to like when I felt like I had nothing to lose and I go off on, you know, my family about my grandparents getting COVID and it's time to make them retire and they really shouldn't, you know, move into the house with my mom. Like, it's just this act of desperation. It's really you saying, I'm tired of loving you guys through this fucking nonsense. So here's how I really feel, because I just can't do this anymore. Right?
Right.
And then it works. And you're like, what? You know what I mean? So that's kind of where I'm at with this stuff, where in a sense I'm with you, where if you're going to ask me what my prediction is or what I think the reality is, if I had to bet money, let's call it a lot of money, right? These people are too far gone, every single one of them.
Yeah.
Fucking hopeless.
Mm-hmm.
We're hoping to win the lottery with these motherfuckers, right? Seriously.
Right. Well, that's why I don't hold out any hope at all. It's a catch-22 or an irony at the least, because a lot of people were like, look, Rebecca and people like that, they get insulted when you are holding out hope for them, when you are thinking that you're getting through to them. That's insulting to them. And my position is, well, then they should be really happy with me, because I don't hold out any hope for them. Yeah.
I remember thinking that. This was almost like how you brought this out kind of in her Sal thing, right? Where a lot of us were kind of coming at it, poor Sal. And I fed into that, right? Because even though I kind of knew it was bullshit, I kind of played my sweet Rebecca, Sal's indoctrinating you, and Sal, I'm really mad at you because, you know, Rebecca would be fine if it weren't for you feeding her head with all this nonsense, right? But we all knew Rebecca was actively seeking that out, right? And she was happy to find a mentor who she could, you know, so it was just as much, if not more, her. And to your point, she tried to make that clear. All we had to do was listen.
Right. So people like that speak out of both sides of their mouth. So when I first discovered it, I assumed the worst, and then she changed my mind, and I started thinking, oh, okay, this is a pretty reasonable person on the Christian spectrum.
Right.
But then over a period of months, and I'm accumulating all this understanding, and then I came back to the other side to where I ended up even more critical of her than I was to start with. And so for me, this was a roller coaster ride. It's like start negative, go positive, and then crash forward. Because that's where I'm at about it. And I'm permanently there. That's just it. Unless Rebecca changes her behaviors or anybody in that whole camp.
Right.
If they start singing a different song and dancing a different dance, then I'll revisit the issue.
Your change is change, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the grift. I understand the psychology and all the stuff that they were hiding from us on purpose because they knew how ugly it was. They know how ugly their religion is, and so they hide the ugly bits from us and hope we don't ask the right questions. And when we do, they try all they can do to try to avoid answering the questions directly because they realize how stupidly ugly and toxic it is.
Yes. And I actually... So even, I talked about the conversation with my mom.
Yeah.
There was some kind of juicy bits I didn't really get into. But there are some people I was going to talk to it about, like Stupid Heart Energy, right? Because she's like super fan.
Right.
But I'll say it on stream because she wouldn't care. But it's like the fucking... That's what I realized. Like... She had nothing to say to anything I said. Nothing.
Yeah.
And then at the end of it, you have to bring yourself to like some exit for them.
Yeah.
Like you build it up and you shred it, and then you have to like walk it back down to them, because I had to like calm it down to like, I know you didn't get this way on purpose. You know, they got you with this, you were soft in the head, all the way down to, hey, I think your suggestion is a good idea. You guys can celebrate Christmas your way, and I'll come through at a time where, you know, that's not the issue. You know, all the way down to, you know, I'm so glad we got to have this conversation and that you heard me out, and I'm really glad to hear you're meditating, all the way back to, you know, letting her eventually then, you know, be comfortable changing the subject, right? And kind of waiting for her to be like, yeah, you know, thanks for sharing your thought, you know, and you're just looking for their sort of soft out here, because there's nothing, they don't have anything, and you know it, and they know it, and you've done it, right? And you know it because, like I brought up to her, imagine the same people that dragged you out of bed every morning then telling you they don't want to talk about it.
Right. Like somehow they don't know they owe you.
Right. Like you acting out, right? And they trying to figure out why are you so into talking about what's up with you and this Jesus thing all of a sudden, right? Like out of nowhere, you're obsessed with Jesus, and they can't understand why you know, have you and Jesus ain't on the same page.
Right.
And it's just wild to me, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely appreciate you. I wish I could figure out how to flip my camera in Gather. Oh well, that's not really that big of a deal. Oh, you know what though? I can flip it because it's a Logitech camera that has like, almost everybody has like camera, like software they can use to like, you know what I mean? Adjust their camera. I'm just lazy. I never actually use mine. But yeah, I'll use it, and I'm sure it'll be actually a better way to flip it anyway, rather than them doing it. But yeah, it's no big deal right now anyway, because it's kind of on face cam. But yeah, man, this is dope, man. This was great because like everybody got to kind of join in on the call-in and everything. That was fantastic. And like I said, once we get this link thing worked out, James, you'll be able to go live on your channel. I think the deal is either I need to give up. I might have to take somebody's seat. Like, I feel like I have people who are not going to use our restream a lot, like my one black friend, Uncle Bobby or whatever. And you know, I kind of want to get you into the Restream account, because if I get you set up, it's like you can go in and just like log in and be like, oh, this is the link for what Jay's doing right now. Cool, I'm gonna just add my stream, right? And then like, you know, like I won't even have to think about it. Whereas like some of these other things, when I do it with these other channels, it's like it could be a once in a while thing. Or I could just add a seat to my team. So this is kind of what I'm thinking through. So we currently have, see the next one, how many seats? I gotta see how many seats it is. Cause like they give you a certain number of seats. So yeah, we gotta see. We'll see what's up. Because I like making sure all the co-hosts have seats, because now it's like a team's getting bigger. But, all right, let me see this. James, let me actually send you the fucking instructions. Let's see how easy it is, all right?
Oh, you want me to do
You mind doing the test?
Okay, let me get out of this app that I'm in. Hold on 1 second. Go ahead, send me something.
All
How are
right.
you going to send it to me? Like, through what?
I'll send it to you. I'll drop it in... no, I don't want to drop it in Gather. I'll send it to you in Discord.
Okay.
Let me see what it tells me to send you. It's going to tell me something about... All right, here we go. I'm going to send you two things. One, it tells me a link, so I'm going to send you that. And then it also says that there are instructions for guests. And so I'm going to send you the instructions for guests. as well. All right, so here we go. I'm pulling you up behind the scenes. Make sure nobody can see what I see. Cool. I'm getting, the mods be on me. The mods be like, Jay, you got to be careful with your business on stream, man. Them bad people are after you, Jay. You can't leave yourself vulnerable. I'm like, yeah, y'all are kind of right, though. All right, let me pull up our Discord
Did you see
conversation.
that screenshot that I sent you in Discord? Who's hate watching me?
I did.
What do you think of that, man?
That's the name of the game out here, man.
I mean, I'm not even trying to get that though. Like that's just crazy.
James, the thing is, like, I realize this. We don't ask for it, but it's coming, and just the fact that you exist is reason enough.
Reason enough.
Yeah, and now I think that they feel a sense of vendetta because they're sticking up for, certain people. I really wonder if that's what's going on with Peter W. I'm really feeling like Peter is mad at us.
Because of the Rebecca thing.
Yes.
Well, I mean, people can't seem to make up their mind. Am I responsible and you responsible for Rebecca leaving or not?
Yeah, right. Like, we had nothing to do with it, but then it's our fault, and they can't make up their mind.
Ways. Right.
And my thing is, like, this is what I mean. We're in the era of weaponizing plausible deniability anyway, so we may never know the truth because even if they said one way or the other, it wouldn't mean it. Like, in some sense, they could use us to get out of it with other people, right? Like, that's what Sal did, right? So to me, Sal kind of spun it as she's getting off of here because she's getting bullied. And I told her she shouldn't even be on here. Yeah, I'm happy for her. I wanted her to get away for a while because she was just being treated so badly. You know what I'm saying? So he was kind of throwing it like, throw us under the bus rather than she's sitting on some bullshit, right? So we were useful to him, right? Blaming it on us bullying her is useful to him. You see what I'm saying? It might also be useful to people like Peter, right?
Yeah.
But then on the flip side, it's like they don't want to give us the benefit of the doubt of having been right or having challenged them or whatever. So, she's not, you can't expect her to come out and say that it was getting through to her or whatever. But we got hints to that because it was just like, well, it's like we're all having the same conversation. We're always having the same conversation and it's not going anywhere or whatever the hell.
Yeah, conversation never went anywhere with Peter W. either, to be honest. And it's interesting because if another Christian comes on, in any channel at all, any platform at all, and starts talking about what Christianity is to them.
All right, hang on, James. Just while we chit chat, I sent you the first link I sent you was the Restream link, and then the second one I sent you was the instructions on basically how to use that. And yeah. And then go ahead, and then I think I might actually pull that up on my end and try to maybe show folks how that goes, just because I think it could be useful for people to get a hint of how this works and how we do stuff with Restream. Also, somebody sent me something with Heathen Queen. Where was I just looking at that? Yeah, James, I'm trying to get us linked up with Heathen Queen to pull the trigger on the show. But I gotta, let me minimize this first, actually. I just gotta get rid of this screen. There we go. All right, boom. Perfect. All right. The thing with Heathen Queen. So let me get on that this weekend and next week, and I'll let you know what's up with that. Also, when you get a chance, send me like I said, your T-shirt size and an address, because I'm gonna try to send that out soon as well. And then, all right, let's see these Restream instructions. Let me put Discord back over there. go to share screen here, screen 2, boom. Put it mine. All right, and then back to that. Whoa, Punk said he recommends Nathan's video today with Rebel Naz. Nathan and the Guy Fox guy had some great approaches. Sample pack. We'll do it live. Yeah, sample pack. Those guys are good at what they do. James, are you the one who doesn't get along with sample pack? I know some others don't. I've definitely gotten it because I get tired of the Socratic bullshit too.
I didn't even know what sample pack is.
Oh, who doesn't like sample pack?
I don't really get along with Nathan.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, is there history with you guys, or are you just not a fan?
There's a history. It's a small, tiny piece of history, but all it took for me. Like I ain't gonna deal with it. But.
Sure. I just have become less and less interested in that whole community. Mm-hmm. I like Danny.
Yeah.
But I feel like a lot of them have not even like ever come through.
They don't even want to.
Like come say hi or something. You know what I'm saying, right? Like there's like you see how Derek is, right? There's just like you'd almost accidentally come through and say hi. And I don't ambush people and make them like come on. Like, matter of fact, I'm deliberate, right? You see people like Heathen Queen and Dr. Josh and Dr. Dan. A lot of people, I try to make sure they come through more than once. A lot of times before I even invite them on, right? Because, it's just fine. It's like, it's all good. If you want to come in, that's fine. If you don't, happy to have you lurk and watch. But it's weird, if I had people who started a cult based on one of my thought experiments, I'd definitely drop in on them.
Right. So
holla, say what's up, at least, damn.
I told you my theory about that before. I think it's racism. It's just flat straight up what I think it is.
Really?
I think they're conservative tribal, and what racism is a staple of conservative tribal politics. Like it's just part of their identity. It's just part of their tribe, their whole culture. It's part of their culture. So it doesn't surprise me. Like they're heavily tribal.
Punk said it could be unconscious. Yeah,
it could be unconscious, maybe, but we're not. They're not cooperative anyways. They're not cooperative. They're competitive by nature.
Right. Yeah.
And so the only people they'll even like dignify are people that they consider to be part of their in group. And
yeah.
That's it. That's just it.
And in a way, it's unfortunate, like because we could be doing something together, but it's weird because it's like in some sense I kind of felt good about it. Like I realized. Like, I felt kind of like, damn, Doug, like, if you were cooler about all this, like, you could be helping us, right? Like, imagine just Doug, like, being like, hey, I'm going to do, like, a 20-minute thing on the cult of Myron.
Right.
Right? Like, it would just be huge for us. It'd help us get more international fans, people in different time zones, people with different backgrounds. We'd get more theist callers. And it would cost Doug nothing.
Well, he'd actually benefit from that. And so would anybody else that does it, because as our channels build, we then send people over there, and then their channels
right.
build, right?
And it's not like he'd have less viewers. It's not like people are going to be like, oh, when Doug goes live, I'm going to start watching Jay and James Apperson instead. They're still going to watch Doug primarily, and maybe check us out when he's not on, right? Who gives a fuck? And in return, they'll be like, these guys play Doug's clips all the time, even though he shows them no fucking love, right? Anyway, but it's like. It would to put him in the loop, and like you said, it'd probably help him out. And it's just it's just weird. And so it bothered me. And then I thought, actually, you know what? I think it's in better hands with us.
Yeah.
Like, it's actually better that we took it and ran with it because he wasn't going to do anything with it. And I started, you know, just like you see Rebecca and you sort of see through it, I saw through it with Doug, like as a content creator. I saw that he was good but lazy.
Yeah.
And I remember, like, somebody made an actual, like, Myron t-shirt, bro. And they, like, showed it to Doug on stream, right? And everybody was in chat, like, take my money right now.
Right.
Literally, they were like, take my money. I want one. Where do I get one? When are you going to sell it? You know, everybody made a huge deal about it. They were complimenting the person that made it. You know, it was amazing.
I bet Doug hated that.
Well, he showed it, and then, and then he just didn't even do anything with it. And I said, man, and it kind of broke my heart, right? Because, again, I'm from Twitch. And I got all types of Twitch friends that get 2 viewers, 0 viewers, 3 viewers, no viewers. You know, and if one of their fans came up with a fucking shirt like that and they were blessed with an audience Doug size, like I always said, people, that shirt would be on sale in less than an hour.
Right.
You know, I feel terrible not having a merchandise shop yet with stuff in it. You know, I'm trying to get my game together with the OG Roddy and the people, and you know, the fucking Rodrigo, you know, people that are gonna help me with it, right? So, you know, we're still new, early, and working on it, right? He's been out for years.
Right.
And so it's like, but nothing, just didn't care, never brought it back up, didn't want to do it, right? You know, you got people like Nano making all those clips and stuff. He might once in a blue moon play it once and go, oh, Nano, your stuff's pretty funny. And just doesn't even, it's like, Doug, what are you doing? Like, he just doesn't care.
Yep.
And so I was like, dude doesn't have the go-getter, grow mentality anymore. Not trying to build community, not trying to celebrate his friends, not trying to celebrate his fans. It's just, you know, and I was like, kind of sucks. And so then over time, I've just lost interest. It isn't any sort of like active disdain or I don't like him or I wouldn't play poker with him. It's just it's sort of like my family. I just don't care anymore. I'm just not, there's no motivation to do those things. Go ahead.
I mean, you're more charitable than me. Because you don't feel this active disdain for Doug, but ever since I heard where he's sitting, what he was saying about the LGBT people, especially the trans people, now I'm like,
you know what? I kind of wasn't even thinking about that. I was kind of thinking more about my attitude towards his indifference towards my channel.
Yeah.
But the LGBT shit made me call him out, like hardcore. And actually, no, of course not. It actually made me think, which I think he can just say he doesn't watch and won't sit through an 8-hour video to figure out where I say, you know, he'll give himself an out. But I actually at one point thought about like taking him on. Like just being like full on, let's make some anti-Doug streams.
Sure.
Because I played that shit so that people could hear him say it in his own words. And he said it repeatedly. Let's tell them they're not trans. Let's tell them, maybe we should, if we care about their health, maybe we should tell them they're not. I'm like, but he always does the alt-right playbook. I'm just asking questions. It's just a thought experiment.
That's because he's a shitty human being.
It's just a hypothetical.
I mean, I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. He's a shitty human being. It's just flat out. So, I mean, there we are. That's how I see it. And then, you know, that's why I don't even say nice things about Rebecca. I can't. I think she's awful. So that's why I don't talk about Rebecca, because if I got nothing nice to say, I don't want to say nothing. And it's like, I just, you know, maybe it's because I hit the 50 mark and I'm just not patient with people no more. I used to be so puppies love and kittens and rainbows and never say nothing bad about nobody, but now I'm like, fuck them.
Yeah, but I love it, James. And again, my attitude needs to be more fuck them, right?
Yeah.
Because that's what we're supposed to be about. I just, you know, sometimes my soft spot comes out. Also, you know what it really is too? with Doug, I'll be honest. A lot of our community comes from Doug. So a lot of us know each other from PineCreek, right? And so we bonded on PineCreek streams. I've even really lately been realizing, oh, James not a PineCreekster, and Lena's not a PineCreekster or whatever, right? But for a lot of us, myself, YouTube Punk, Cameron, you know, a bunch of us, that's where we really got used to talking to each other a lot. And even when that first started, we were calling ourselves Creeksters, right? And when and that's where me and my one black friend found each other. And so when we started our show, we called it PineCreek Fan Fiction, right? Which again, Doug, if you want to show people you're not racist, if two black guys start a show and they call it PineCreek Fan Fiction, how about you volunteer to be a guest on it?
Right.
It would cost you an hour of your time. Like, people would have been like, Doug, this is huge of you. It would have helped us get off the start. And he even told me, after we first started, he said, oh, I saw your show. I thought it was pretty good. Never mentioned it on air since.
No, I just think that it would offend his Boogaloo Boys support base. That's what I think.
Maybe that's it. You know, and it got hard for me to ignore. Right? Because I know people come through and I know he reads his chat. I see his chat blow up every time I come through. Right? It's just, it just gets to a point, you know, everybody's excited. He's had situations, people said you should have taken Jay Bundy's call instead. You know, he knows.
He knows.
He knows.
He knows.
He plays cards with Tux.
All right.
So it's like, come on, bro. You know we're out here.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's ironic to me because his talking points that he gets from conservative media, the conservative media gets from conservative Christians. So they feed the propaganda mill that then feeds Doug, who then feeds his audience. So, and then who then feeds it back into their whole like stupid culture of anti-realism.
Yes.
So, you know, it's ironic that he sits there on his show and bashes Christians and exposes Christians all the time, but he's biting the hand that feeds them when he does it because they're the people that feed the media that feeds him.
Right. James, I need to hit the little boys' room. I'm gonna throw my speaker on. Do you want to just take the floor wax for a minute?
Oh, sure, I can do that. Huh? Stop this app I'm in and give it my full undivided attention. I'll hold it down for you.
All right, appreciate you, James. I'll be right back.
All right.
And I'm happy to talk more about this Doug thing. I'll come right back on it.
Yeah, when we come back to it or whatever. So.
No, I mean I'll just listen to you and then I'll jump back in.
All right, cool.
All right, go for it.
Good evening, hello, fellow kids. Is it? So here we're going to read something from one of my blogs because I have you guys for the next 3 minutes and 18 seconds, and that's how I'm going to abuse you. Gonna make you listen to me read from one of my blogs. I read this one lately. Read that one lately. Wishful thinking doesn't make it so. Neither is the slave mind conducive to an empowered life. So, a Christian brought this to me, saying that shouldn't we want an infallible source, and so shouldn't, if we do, for guidance in life, then shouldn't we recognize the Bible as that source and the Bible God as that source? My response for anybody that missed it before is that I would love it if we had a super parent that was completely infallible, available 24/7, always gave us the best advice ever, right? Always was there to help us when we needed it. And they always count on, right? Never going to steer us wrong. But wanting a thing to be true doesn't make it true, right? If someone could make a good argument for how we're screwed if we don't have a certain thing, that doesn't mean we have the certain thing. Life is full of people suffering and eventually dying because whatever it is that they needed in life simply wasn't available to them, right? That's how life works. So you would think that living on this earth with the rest of us, they would learn such a basic lesson about life, such an absolutely basic lesson that life teaches us all around us, right? There is no shortage of examples of people who needed something in order for themselves to be okay, looked around and found nothing, and then as a result weren't okay, and eventually just died because of it, right? And this includes Christians, right? You know, they can say that he always has their back, but what happens when they pray, right? When they pray, they've got the same statistical odds of having things work out well for them as someone who doesn't pray, and the same statistical odds working out well for them as someone who prays to a completely different God. So this idea that their God has their back, always gives them the best advice, always comes through for them, and when they need miracles, clearly not the case. I mean, life teaches us all this, right? So, scrolling down. Now, despite how very non-credible the claim of magic parent in sky may be, I can see setting aside some time to look into the claims. But it's a minor thing. Any interest or effort to look into those claims has nothing whatsoever to do with moral character or wisdom. If someone looks into it, maybe they're casually curious, or maybe they're emotionally desperate. And I don't say that as a way to look down on anybody for being in an emotionally desperate place in life. We all have moments of emotional vulnerability and desperation where we need some relief, we need some assistance, and we're just looking around like, where in the hell can I get what I need, right? That's just part of the human experience. So it makes sense to me that sometimes people are so emotionally overwhelmed with life that they're willing to look into religious claims. Because other than curiosity, like, why would you even bother? This is one of my key points with Christians quite often. I'm like, look, you can't say that whatever's in your book gives people reason to look into the book. They need a reason outside of the book that's compelling, that's logically compelling, before they open it, before they read it, before they're even curious what's in it, if you're talking about anything other than mere curiosity. What reason does anyone have to say, oh, I think I'm going to spend the next year or 5 years or whatever looking into various religions trying to find one that has like some ultimate truth? Like, what reason do they have? There's no reason outside of it to think that there's some ultimate truth in it. Even if the pages end up revealing some ultimate truth, even if there ends up being a way to verify that those pages contain an ultimate truth, even if we just grant that for the sake of argument, what reason does anyone have to even start the process of looking into it? There is no reason, other than sheer emotional desperation. There is no reason, unless you want to count mild, mere curiosity, right? There's just nothing. And this is a point that they miss quite often. So it's perfectly reasonable if someone just doesn't bother looking into it. Just like there's nothing wrong with a financially poor person deciding not to look for leprechauns or genies. It wouldn't be reasonable to say to someone, it's your own fault that you're still poor. You heard the rumors about leprechauns and genies, but you stubbornly refused to hunt for any. Right? And this is exactly the reason that they use. It's your own fault that you're still struggling in life. You heard the rumor about magic man in sky. You just refused to look for him. Or you barely made enough effort and so you found the wrong version of him, right? It's a nonsensical way to reason. We should also notice, in a world where billions of people claim to have found a magical being known as a god, they can't agree about any of the details that define that magical entity. Most believers claim it's all the same God, and yet they can't agree on character, agenda, powers, behavior, threats, promises, terms and conditions, or anything else. I never did go over the links before when I read this to my captive audience. Sorry, not sorry. But one of these days we will go back into the links, because I always put links in my blogs to really drive home the point. And this one right here that I linked, actually it doesn't want to open from this front page. So usually it'll be like a Dark Matter 2525 video, or it'll be something from Non-Stamp Collector, or it'll be something from Theremin Trees. Those are my 3 favorite atheist content creators to link from, but quite often it'll be like an academic site, scientific journal, wiki, something like that. It depends on what it is that what statement I need to support with it. Bibles are books of rumors, created by insecure and entitled men, imagining themselves as white knights. They were posturing as rescuers to the downtrodden, as a means to leverage exploitative power over the very people they were offering to help. And that's always how it works when a self-identified messenger is relaying a message from God. But it didn't start there, nor will it end there. It always traces back to some other insecure and entitled men in an era of ignorance and superstition. So what do they say? They say, when I was alone, a magic being entered my mind and revealed important messages. I am supposed to tell everyone about his advice and his demands. You have only my say-so for any of this being legit, but if you doubt me, the violently insecure magic man in sky will eventually come after you and make you pay dearly for doubting me. For doubting him. So, Jay, you back yet? I have not heard Jay, so I'm going to continue with my captive audience. What does magic
James,
man in the
I'm
sky...
over here fake news, James. Because I've been back, but I'm literally just enjoying you wax. So not only did I decide to keep pretending that I'm not back, I'm actually about to take Sam out. And I'm just going to listen to you. I'm going to just have you on my phone, and I'm just going to fucking listen to Look, I didn't get to listen to my James Apperson show today, so I decided to just turn my show into the James Apperson show real quick. How you like them apples? I'm the fucking producer around here, so please continue. I'm enjoying. I'm going to let this little rat dog piss, and we'll be back.
Peace.
All right.
Bye, Sam.
Go for it.
Awesome. So here I have, of course, the picture of the meme of Dorothy speaking with the Wizard of Oz, and I would assume that we've all seen that movie by now. So she's saying to him, you invented a supreme being to manipulate people? Who does that? Right? It's the same thing. Religious people have this conceptualized entity that they project. Now, in the movie, they projected this entity in sort of a highly technological environment with smoke and mirrors and imagery and stuff like that to make it look like it was three-dimensional and in real space. But religion, you have to remember, it's thousands of years old, right? So in its early era, it had to develop this scheme without the use of that physical technology. So what they used instead was mental technology. They figured out ways to gimmick the human mind. And in doing so, were able to project the image of a super being into the minds of their audience that they could manipulate with, right? So they would basically just posit this idea of an entity within the mind. And then they would appeal to basic common emotions, right? Hope and fear and love and hate and jealousy and tribalism and violence and love. Sometimes love. Love is a basic emotion, just the idea of you're drawn toward things that make you feel good, right? That's what love is for them. And so they were able to manipulate people into the perception that this being existed in real life. He is, of course, invisible, inaudible. You can't smell him, you can't touch him, you can't anything. And so then they were removing him from the opportunity to examine the being in any realistic way. And basically they were just projecting him into the mind. That's what all religions do. Now, a Christian, for example, might object to this. They might say that's not how it really works. But they know that it does work that way because they know other religions exist. And they know that's what the other religions have done, right? It's not as if the Christian is willing to concede that Muslims were able to show you an Allah, right? And then now there's this competing deity. Or that Hindus were able to show you a Vishnu or some other one of their other deities. They understand that what Islam does and what the Hindus do, etc., is they use mental technologies. They project the idea of an entity within the mind of the listener. They propose this entity, and then they make it relatable to the person, and then there's a long process that makes it more and more real to the person, right? And so they're creating this conceptualized entity within the mind. So again, the Christian might object, saying that that's not what they do and that that's not a thing, right? Like, you're just making this shit up. But they know it's a thing. They know that's the way it really happens in the real world, because they know that's what the other religions are doing. And if they really just stopped and think about it, they would realize that the process inherent to those other religions doing that is the same process that Christians use. The exact same process, step by step. In fact, I would say the Christians actually take it to a whole nother level. They do all those things and more to manipulate cognitions, primarily by manipulating emotions, but also by manipulating perceptions of reality with false facts, like reinventing history, or like telling you about a history of the religion or the history of your nation, etc., and having it be a false reality that they've contrived in order to support the larger idea of the God that they're trying to sell you. And so what does the magic man in the sky allegedly tell them to tell us? And the answer is crap. But what kind of crap? Irrational, ambiguous, cryptic, silly, emotionally manipulative, and blatantly abusive. And Drew from Genetically Modified Skeptic has, and just to pick one at random, a really good video about this, where he talks at length about the experiences he had as a Christian, right, in a sort of moderate, not even really extreme, just a moderate Christian church, and how they use music and buzzwords and prayer and everything else to create this environment of perpetual emotional manipulation. They clearly know that they need that in order to sell you the idea. If the emotions being generated were really and truly directly from a God to you, they wouldn't need to pull those stunts. They could simply step back, have you step back onto the podium, say the magic words, and watch it happen, right? They know it doesn't work that way because they know that they are integral to the process. They know that that sense of connection with the divine requires them to manipulate you emotionally. That's why they bother. Otherwise, it would be insulting to God to have them bother, because it would mean that they're stepping up to help him make it more real, help him be more effective. In other words, that would mean that they are a crutch to their God. They are a necessary mechanism for something that he couldn't do without their help, right? So on some level, even if they don't want to think about it directly, they're aware of the fact that this whole thing doesn't work unless they are very, very carefully involved in the process. So then what happens? You get bad advice, bad logic, factually wrong fact claims, stories copied and adapted from other religious cultures, which they deceptively claim to be original in their religion, and often with comical results. Now, every once in a while, they'll say something that's fairly obvious, but otherwise true and helpful, in a stew of otherwise stupid and toxic things. And that's always how it works with cults, right? They always have to make sure that sometimes they say something smart, and sometimes they say something true, and sometimes they say something helpful, and sometimes they have to do something helpful, right? Because if they didn't do that, the entire structure wouldn't hold, and they understand this. Meanwhile, the various writers couldn't even agree with each other about what God said. Now, I'm not going to play these long videos here. There's one from Non-Stamp Collector about Bible contradictions. And there's two different Mythvision video links here. One is for the New Testament and one is for the Old Testament about contradictions, with highly qualified scholars in those fields. Will a fundamentalist play those if they happen to see this blog? Nope, of course they won't. They make sure to insulate their own mind from exposure to dangerous knowledge, because they know that their religious structure is built with a house of cards, right? It's very fragile. They cannot risk exposure to dangerous discoveries that would topple the whole thing. So they're very careful to avoid disturbing it. So, meanwhile, it's exactly what we should expect from random religious cultists in the Bronze and Iron Age. making it all up as they went along. And then, later religious sects, fixing the stories to better fit with their own views. There's a lot more we could get into, but this is just a basic overview. So I conclude with, I'm sorry. I know you were hoping that your favorite book of magics would be a healthy and sound source of guidance for your life's journey. But it's not. You can pretend it is if that's what you want to do. But if we're really going to be honest about this, religions don't lead people to truth. They lead people away from truth of self. They also lead people away from health. They also lead us away from maturing into fully healthy, autonomous, and accountable adults. So then the meme that follows, the young girl asks Mom, Mom, why don't we go to church? The mom replies with, because I need you to stand tall when times get hard, not fall to your knees. Just as importantly, a sheep spends her whole life fearing the wolves and gets eaten in the end by the shepherd. This is why it has been said, if you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him. And there's, of course, a link in the blog to explain what that really means. It's about the value of making sure, the importance, how crucial it is to make sure that nobody tries to give you all the answers to life. Even if they might happen to be wise and respected, they're screwing you over if they try to give you all the answers. It creates an unhealthy dependence, and it screws you out of the opportunities to learn and grow. Never shrink or overly humble yourself. Not even for an insecure and entitled messenger who mistakes their own ego for everyone else's God. And we hear this all the time for fundamentalists, don't we? From the ways that they argue. They'll posit that if you question me, you're questioning your God. If you doubt me, you're doubting your God. If you ridicule me, you're ridiculing your God. Right? So that it becomes increasingly obvious to the outsider that God is their ego. God is the mask protecting their ego, propping it up, grandizing it, giving them unequitable leverage in social dynamics, right? To where their word is supposed to carry more weight with you than your own word. Their thoughts are supposed to carry more weight with you than your own thoughts, than your own feelings, than your own actual experiences in life, right? And they know that if they just came to you as an equal and tried to posit that, tried to leverage for that kind of authority over your headspace in your life, your journey, your identity, right? You would immediately recognize it as bullshit. So what do? They say, oh, well, the creator of the universe told me to say these things to you. And, it's the gimmick. That's all that it is. It's sidestepping the issue, that they're making claims about your life and how you should feel, how you should live it, right? What your priorities should be, who you're allowed to love, how you're allowed to love them. Yes. Go Obama. So that's where we're at. So then we've got this really beautiful clip that I love playing sometimes, scene from Coach Carter. And then the last one, I don't know if I really want to end this plot. I might change it later, but the end is about never let any man be your Batman. So basically it's Catwoman rescuing this woman, right? From a mugger or whatever. And so then the woman's all thankful and goes to thank Catwoman, but Catwoman ain't having none of that. She doesn't want to be thanked, right? Because her whole point is, look, sister, you need to find your own strength. You need to find your own power. You need to start taking responsibility for your own health and safety and journey. You can't just walk around through life all timid, looking to be led and looking to be saved by someone external to yourself. You've got to find that power within. Otherwise, nobody's going to be here one of these days when you need that help. And you're not going to know how to do that for yourself. Right? So this was the lesson that she was trying to impart in this scene. It's a very important lesson. This is why it always really irks me when I go into Stoicism groups and Christian fundamentalists are posting about how, Stoicism and Christianity are basically the same thing. Because they're the opposite thing. They're literally the opposite. You will not find a Stoic, an actual Stoic philosopher in this world who thinks that you should be looking to be saved by someone else, that you should be trying to find validation for your entire sense of worth and identity outside of yourself. They'll say, no, you have to find those answers within. You have to be your own source of strength. You have to define yourself. You have to validate yourself. You have to provide for yourself, right, for these things. Now, you can get social benefits from other humans, but at the end of the day, you still need to define who you are, right? Christianity says the opposite. It says that there's an external entity who should always be the source of how you feel about yourself, right? You shouldn't feel good about yourself unless daddy is saying nice things, right? Always looking for a chance to, like, appeal to daddy. Daddy, tell me I'm a good boy. Daddy, tell me I'm a good girl, right? Daddy, tell me I'm worth even existing. Tell me it's okay that I exist, daddy, right? And this is as far from Stoicism as you can get. And it's also as far away from a healthy life as you can get. Now, I don't mean to promote Stoicism specifically. There are some aspects of the philosophy that don't quite set well with me. But this is my point, is that Christianity likes to go around planting flags in everything. Oh, well, I like this thing, therefore this is ours. This belongs to Christianity. I'm going to plant a flag right here. And look, it's a big old cross. Isn't it beautiful? And, you know, it's ours now. And in fact, I'm pretty sure we invented this shit. They say it about everything. They think they invented democracy, for crying out freaking loud. Did they? Hell no, the Greeks did. Had nothing to do with Christianity. But every time they find something that they like, they're all like, yeah, we basically invented this shit. Western society wouldn't even exist without us, because we invented all these things like the concept of love, or the concept of human rights, or the concept of democracy. And of course that's not true. In fact, these things are not even well represented in Bibles, regardless of where these things came from, right? So even if we didn't know about history, even if we didn't know all these ideas predate Christianity, if we look inside a Bible, these ideas aren't in there anyways, right? About actually showing respect, proper respect for our fellow humans. That shit's not in there. In fact, it speaks the opposite to that, right? Women need to know their place, and atheists have nothing good within them, and pagans all deserve to die when the end comes, and all this other stuff. These are not statements of respect and tolerance for other human beings, right? These are statements of colonial conquest. These are statements of violent intent. These are statements of ultimate final judgment against everyone that doesn't exactly think and identify like they do, right? That's the common themes throughout the New Testament, and it gets it from the Old Testament. They just reinvent the narrative that it all sits inside of. That's it, right? It's still authoritarian. It's still totalitarian. It's still grossly disrespectful of the value and the truth of every person, including their own selves, even though they don't realize it, right? So I'm going to pause for a moment while I wait and ask Jay if you're back yet. If you're not, I can keep going, Jay. If you're not back, I know Sam can be pretty demanding. So real quick, I'm going to look over. Oh, delay is real. Christians think they invented everything, Cameron says. And yep, exactly right.
To God be the glory. Y'all know this one? To God be the glory. Y'all know this note? To God be the glory for the things we have done. I mean, seriously. I mean, it's always been about the people have to do it because God can't. He doesn't exist. He can't do shit. He doesn't do anything. So they're constantly, deflecting to the need for humans. And to be honest, that's the best part about being in a church.
Yeah.
Right? It's the people. It's the fact that the people are doing the work of God. And having God in your life means having these people in your life, and they're helping you find a place to stay and inviting you over for hot meals and gathering together to sing and encourage each other. Now, they're also telling you you can't jerk off and you really should stop fucking your girlfriend and, you're going to burn in hell for eternity because you were born. Right. But to your point, once in a while they throw in the nice stuff too.
Yeah, they have to.
Yeah.
It's the only way to market it.
Now, If y'all are not subscribed to James Apperson, something is wrong with you. You're a fucked up person. And you're a terrible individual. James is out here ministering to people, giving us the good news, the good word that we need. And some of y'all, I can smell it that you're not subscribed to James Apperson. And as a result, I'm indiscriminately timing people out. Wulf Den Gaming is getting a timeout on YouTube. Cameron Bennett.
No.
Hang on. Cameron Bennett, timeout on YouTube. Lena, guess what? Timeout on YouTube. Melody Joy, real nice sunflower you got there. Timeout on YouTube. Okay? Indiscriminate. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's only 4. I need 5 timeouts for the 5 minutes that people need to be timed out. UC Love is getting a timeout. Now, why is that? Because some of y'all are not subscribed to James Apperson. And look at what you've done. Look at what you've done. All of these innocent people, all of whom, maybe except Wulf Den Gaming, are already subscribed to James Apperson. You know, innocent people, they have nothing to do with this. They're subscribed to James Apperson. They're huge James Apperson fans. And look at what you've done. You've caused them all to be timed out. You ought to be ashamed of your goddamn selves.
For shame. So am I right that Wulf Den is religious? Is that...
Oh yeah, oh yeah. He's all up in the Kool-Aid. He was actually responding to what you were saying. He said something about thank God for the people in my life who love me and accept me for who I am and understand I'm a flawed human. There you go. That's Lupin, Wulf Den Gaming.
So
that's Lupin.
Yeah, that's what I thought that I read. So here's the thing about that. I can't tell you how many people I've seen leave the quote-unquote faith, right? They leave their church. And it's not just the JWs. And it's not just the Amish, right? It's an awful lot of
James, I'm just going to put my headphones away. Go ahead.
All right. Awful lot of Protestant churches. People leave, and then what happens? Their family starts to think less of them, right? Their family has less to do with them. It becomes all about, like, you're a wayward sinner, and you're leaving God, and we're so disappointed in you, and, you know, like, what's wrong with you? And they just can't accept that the person who is leaving the religion is leaving for legitimate reasons, and that they own their own journey, and that it doesn't make them lesser in any way. They just can't accept that, right? And so these family members can only see the person who's leaving in the context of the religious narrative, and then you begin to realize that's all they ever saw you as. They only ever saw you in context of their religious narrative. Right? Here's their worldview, what they think is reality, even though it's fictional. And then here's you as a character within this fictional narrative. And so when that character starts saying things in a little bubble above its head in the comic strip, right? Like, I'm leaving, I'm out of here. They're like, wait, where are you going? You're nobody outside the context of this narrative, right? You leave, and what does that mean about you? It means you're wayward and broken and rejecting God and all this crap. Right, and so they got to feel like they got to try to bring you back in because their world can't make sense unless you're this character in their story. They can't see you outside the context of the narrative that they've identified you within. And people need to stop and realize we're more than that, right? Even if that narrative was true, and especially since it's not, we're more than that, right? We are our own autonomous individual who has the same value to exist as anybody within the narrative. It's a big problem that I have with Christianity. Even Rebecca's or JW's version, where there's no literal hell, there's just death, right? The same thing atheists already accept anyways. Even then, it's this idea that, you know, if you want to establish that you even deserve to keep existing, right, then you need to be part of this narrative in a way that is sufficiently serving the ego of this God figure, this father figure in the sky, right?
And it's even deeper than that to me, because it's like, I hate to say this, but the Lupins, the Rebeccas, the Kent Hovens, all these people, I'm flipping it now. We talked the other day about how this family that saw this death penalty case we were looking at, right? Some of the families, they were seeing that we had this impromptu. See, y'all be missing a lot on stream. People on YouTube is like, Jay, I don't remember this stream. What stream are you talking about? Yeah, I'm not talking about a stream. We was in Gather. Yeah, we was watching some of that X-rated Gather shit that y'all don't get to see. But we were really talking about the death penalty because the families of the Parkland shooting or whatever, after homie got sentenced to life in prison or it became apparent that that's what's going to happen, they were all dissatisfied as fuck. They're like, this isn't justice. The only person that got a helping today was the defendant, and blah, blah, blah. And we're like, wait, we're sending him to jail for the rest of his life without the possibility for... In other words, they were unsatisfied. They had decided that this monster who was responsible for the death of these people deserved to die. Mm-hmm. And that was the only thing that would be not even justice, but like, certainly you can't just let this motherfucker walk out of this to keep breathing, like, right? And they wouldn't accept anything else. Now, I'm not saying that their pain should be the standard of our justice system, because I certainly don't think that's the fucking way to go, right? But people do have a point where they decide that other people are not as good as we are. Other people don't deserve the benefits that we deserve. Other people do not meet their end of the social contract. And we have a really difficult time figuring out who is that a result of circumstances that are beyond their control and thus essentially not their fault. And we've got to try to treat them as best we can. And who is literally a fucking monster. To me, it gets even worse than that. You got to accept that no normal person is a monster. So at some point, it just becomes a moot point, and we've just got to fucking get rid of the motherfuckers. That's how I am, right? You know, y'all can sit around, well, he was born that way, and if we find the genes and the environmental impact that we... I ain't got time for that. That motherfucker murked a lot of people. Get rid of his ass. Let's go. I just ain't got time for it. Right? And y'all know me. I'm Mr. Second, Third, Fourth, and Fifth chances, but sometimes we just can't play like that. So now I'm at the point with the Lupins of the world where, you know what, I don't think Lupin deserves the ballot. Really don't. I really don't think I don't think democracy is safe if people like Lupin can vote.
I agree.
Just don't. I don't think I'm safe if people like Lupin can vote. I don't think we can get progress in the things we need in this country to secure freedom if these motherfuckers can vote. So I'm actually kind of on board with like, y'all just have not demonstrated adequate adulthood.
Truth.
And there's just some shit that like you're supporting views and ideations that are so monstrous that you are not directly killing people, but you are motherfucking putting killers in office. And killing, they are a doing.
Yep.
And if you would listen to what these people say, they will explicitly tell you they have every right intention to watch people die.
Yep.
Oh, trans people can go fuck themselves. They have no existence to exist. They literally tell them, shut them down. Don't let them transition. Fuck their doctors. Don't let them get surgeries. Don't let them get hormones. Don't let them be okay. Oh, are they killing themselves in extraordinarily high rates because of the shit we're doing to them? Tell them to read the Bible. Jesus is in their hearts, right? You know, it's just okay to say trans people can't be, they just can't exist, y'all. It's not okay for them to exist.
Right.
Oh, is racism killing people? Did racism kill George Floyd? Did racism kill Martin Luther King? Is racism the problem that's holding back black people? Nope. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you libtards. It is critical race theory that is offing black people, right? You know, like, should we talk about expanding reproductive rights? Should we talk about, damn, James, I know you knocked the bitch up, but she wants to have a kid and you don't. Could you sign here so you don't have to be financially responsible and end up in jail for a kid you didn't agree to have? Damn, right. Bitch, I know you really don't want to have a kid, and I get that it's only 13 or 15 weeks since you got pregnant. Can we talk about maybe you could still have the right to abort that baby later than 3 months? Nah, go fuck yourselves. Like Uncle Bobby says, we're not having the same conversations. We can't have no conversation about expanding reproductive expanding reproductive Listen to these fucking libtards expanding reproductive rights. No, we're about to take all the reproductive rights. Can't nobody decide whether they're pregnant or not, never ever. You got raped? Ectopic pregnancy. I'm like, damn, they really, James, we ain't gonna never get no male reproductive rights. We could scratch that. Oh, post 3 months, yeah, we could forget about that. Shit, we could be lucky if you could fucking abort a pregnancy if it's gonna kill you. God damn. Apparently, if you're gonna die, it won't even matter. We could go fuck expanding reproductive rights. That ain't gonna happen, right? Mm-hmm. So it's just like, nigga, we had record Americans turn out to vote. We had unprecedented democratic participation, y'all. More people voted than any political analyst could have ever imagined voting. What did we have to do, y'all? Just make voting easier. Yeah, it turned out we put up a bunch of fucking mailboxes. Turns out we've been doing these mailboxes shit for decades, James. All we got to do is be like, hey, election time, put up a few extra boxes around town, let motherfuckers drop off them ballots real quick, right? Let them go to their local post office and just drop off that ballot real quick. You don't even want to do that? Fuck that. You registered voter, mail that sumbitch in. Shit, James, you know where I was trying to go with it? Motherfucker, let's just do this shit online, bro. I ran for student government in 2006 and we voted online. Or 2004, 2006 it was. Yeah. We voted online. Motherfucker, they can look it up and make sure Jay Bundy, matter of fact, y'all could even send me some shit in the mail later to check Jay Bundy. Did you in fact vote for Joe Biden? Yes, I did. Did you in fact vote for all the Democrats and say Republicans go fuck themselves? Yes, I did. Oh, verified. Right? Mm-hmm. Nigga, I could be. I'm trying to vote right now. Nigga, let me vote from my phone and early. Let me just pull up the Michigan State voting app. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, whole Democratic ticket. Boom, boom, boom. Done. Look, what is it? It's October 14th. Motherfuckers, y'all can count my vote early. Right? We should be talking about expanding voting rights, making it easier for everyone to vote. What are they doing? Nah, mail-in ballots? Nah, fuck that. Nah, we gonna mail our shits in, but nah, don't let them mail their shits. Nah, we gonna mail our shits. Don't let them mail. No. The mail. What does the mail look like? A means for Americans to communicate with each other and their government or something? Get the fuck out of here. You can't be mailing in something like a vote. Fuck out of here. Right. Mail-in ballots. Oh, the drop boxes. No, fuck that. Get rid of all them boxes. Yeah. You know what? Let's take most of Central Texas, including Houston. Yeah, give them about one box for about 300 square miles. That should be good. Yeah, they got one box.
Right.
You know? Oh, a day off to commute to the one box? Fuck that. No, voting as a holiday? What do you think? We want Americans? What does it look like, a fucking democracy? What do you think? We're trying to have a representative government up in this bitch? What's wrong with these people? Right? Like, y'all, they're anti-everything. Wait, I got a better one for you. Did y'all hear that COVID is killing people? Go fuck yourselves. COVID isn't killing people, you dumbasses. Do you think COVID killed 1 million Americans? Dog, COVID can't kill nobody, dog. The motherfucking vaccines will off you. What? You don't know? Y'all didn't hear the truth? Stop living in your liberal delusions. You don't know the truth? The vaccine is the mark of the beast. It will off you and send you directly to hell immediately. Y'all, we can't compromise with these people. We just can't. The truth is, I'm sorry, Lupin, I think you're trying to be a decent person, but I think you failed miserably to meet the mark. You just failed. Failed in such a way that you are a threat to yourself and others. I don't even know what I'll say. They just a threat to themselves and others. But James, look, James is here. James, do you chill out a little bit longer on the weekends? Do you work all weekend? What's your weekend schedule like, man?
This weekend I'm taking the weekend off. I made myself take the weekend
off.
Oh,
boom. Well, James, you know what time it is. Look, let's watch some Cheers, James. We've been in here watching Cheers. Like, we feel like that's our show, right? It's Cheers Bar. We got to, watch a little Cheers together,
Yeah.
But people be streaming all sorts of different things. We do Cheers. We're going to do maybe some wrestling, some Friday Night SmackDown. some sports ball games, some fights. I don't even know. We're gonna play. We got movies. Yeah, we gonna watch. We said we gonna watch some new shows. What did Carrie Ann say we gotta watch? In Living Color. You could do what you wanna do in Living Color. Are y'all like, oh, that sucks because you can't watch In Living Color on YouTube? Hell yeah, that's why we gonna be in Gather, fools. We don't give a fuck about no YouTube. Fuck YouTube. We gonna watch In Living Color. And you know what we gonna buy? We gonna watch Bebe's Kids. Some hood shit. Some fucking fun hood shit. What? Well, we gonna have fun. So y'all can go fuck yourselves. Also, James, next week, make sure by the end of next week, we're gonna set you up with your Streamlabs so you can get your little Apperson points or whatever you're gonna, James Jingles or whatever you're gonna call them. And then we're gonna set it up with your tip page, and then I gotta donate to my man James Apperson is ministering to my hearts. Y'all need to go ahead and drop y'all money in the James Apperson plate. Y'all, I seen y'all. I went through the super chats. I seen you. I know you've been sending your money to PineCreek's unsupportive racist ass. I know you've been sending your money to Nathan, and Nathan Nichols are fake. I know you've been sending your money to Derek from Mythvision. He does this shit for a living and just bought a new goddamn house. He's okay. I seen y'all. I'm out here in the streets. In the streets. Some of y'all even be sending money to these theatres just to keep them afloat. So when I set up this Streamlabs page for James Apperson, I expect to see y'all departing with y'all hard-earned money for this man. Mm-hmm. I expect the money and the coins to just be flowing, because James Apperson is giving you freedom from sin, absolution, resurrection of your body. Just told you that you're strong and shit. You don't need this God nonsense, So, right. Yeah. Lupin wants in on the Royal Rumble, yeah, but Lupin you gotta be sitting on the bullshit. You can't be. We might come in here. We could do some special events here in the cafe. We could do some special events from the cafe so we could share it publicly. But guess what? We ain't gonna do that this weekend. They can go fuck themselves. You gotta be friends. You gotta be exclusive. We gotta really, really know you. What? What? Nah, we ain't doing nothing that friendly this weekend. They done been sitting on so much bullshit this week. We need to recover. We're gonna use the weekend to recover from theatards and Proud Boys and Call of Duty and chill. We've just seen too much glorification of violence and nonsense and White Lives Matter. It's been a traumatic week for us. It's been a traumatic week. All right, y'all. So look, we're gonna get up out of here because I want to have Gathertown hangout, fun time before it gets late. And I did also want to say that once again, I decided to pull a curveball. We're gonna. I really do want to get y'all definitely empowered on the evolution. So the next week or so, we're gonna get everybody caught up not only on Tower of Babel, but also y'all Avita Ed homework. Some of your classmates have actually been staying on top of their Avita Ed homework, and we're getting ready to head into exercise 2 and 3. Also, my class getting ready for their midterm. So we'll have that opportunity in a couple weeks for you guys to show off what you've learned and that you're capable of using Avita Ed. And the reason you want to get caught up by that point is because after that, the rest of the semester, my groups spend reading and doing presentations, but also developing their projects. So I'm going to take all the people who have been participating, put them in small groups, and they're going to have an opportunity to come up with an independent research project in Avita Ed, just like my students do, and then we'll set up a stream for you guys to broadcast and present your projects on stream, and it's always super fun to see what the groups come up with. And so I know we have enough students to have at least one group doing a project, and I'm hoping as the semester goes, a couple of you guys will get involved and get caught up, and we'll at least have a couple groups. If not, I'll supplement that group with presenting my own work and some of the things that we're working on. So give you guys a time to look down the road at some of the stuff we're working on in Avita Ed. And so really excited about that. So next week we'll get focused. I also just want to celebrate everybody really using the office. I've been streaming. We were mostly in the office. Actually, we came over to the cafe to chill with Lupin and just stayed here. And that's a perfectly fine thing to do because the cafe is a public space and it gave us an opportunity to make sure that we could interact from here. But I'm really happy that everyone got together in Gather Town and that people have been using it. There have been people here morning, noon, and night, early in the day, late in the day, overnight. We've had lots of people streaming in different places. But today we've had especially a lot of people working on blogs and coding and debugging stuff and gaming. And so we want this to be, like I said, a common place where people can gather, come together. And I always said, like, we shouldn't all have to be doing the same thing or on the same schedule to just come together and, you know, be together, talk to each other, but everybody can still be in their own world doing what they got to do. So we've got people in the service industry who kind of just lurk a lot of times. You know, Cameron, for instance, right? He's dealing with clients and workouts and stuff like that. So he's just lurking, but he's still with us, right? He's still doing his personal training work, right? While other people are debugging code, right? We've got Stupid Whore Energy and Lena who work in the service sector, and they pop in when they can and, you know, lurk when necessary. You know, James is, you guys always hear James hammering away on the keyboard, working on his writing and stuff. And
sorry about that.
No, we don't mind. We don't mind. It's all love. I'll be in here more myself next week working on coding and doing the stuff I need to do. So I really like the fact that it feels like the virtual office is coming to life. For other people, when we're working, you know, it's later in the day for them. So they're gaming or they're streaming, you know, other stuff, and that's all fine, right? So really, really excited about that. Also, it's been a great stream in terms of just having a healthy number of viewers and people watching. Really appreciate that. Matter of fact, before I go, there's 15 people in here. It's a nice round number. So I'll go ahead and drop 15 million pocket change on everybody. Also, get ready to use your pocket change because I think I might reset it at the year. You know, there's been a lot of inflation. It's tough economy. So we might reset the pocket change at the new year, and that's where being a mod or a pastor and all of that stuff really comes in because those people have contracts and they'll get to start off the new year with their, you know, contractual yearly bonuses and their salaries, so they'll be ahead of the game. But appreciate you guys. Just want to encourage people. You guys remember that those pocket change, that's a reward for your loyalty. So go ahead, use it, show it off, because that's what it's there for. Thanks, everybody. We're going to go ahead. Like I said, I want to stop running my mouth. I want to get over to Gather so we can have fun. I don't want it to be get too late on us. I want to make sure we can start the evening nice and early. Get an episode or two in of, I think we'll probably have time for at least, I think, one episode before SmackDown comes on, and we'll watch some videos, have some fun, and I think after SmackDown we'll probably watch movies and comedy, and I want to have a ton of fun this weekend. So we'll do our normal shows on Sunday, and I'll do a stream tomorrow, but it'll be kind of the same thing, where I'll try to do a stream during the day, try to have fun, hit some relevant things, but try to end early so that we have plenty of time to hang out and have fun and gather. So I think we'll head back to the ranch, and if you want to link up with the gang, we'll probably be over on the ranch. But otherwise, in the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens, thank you all for watching. Science bless you all. Poof!
Ready for takeoff?
Whoa. Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams to the wax for my conscience. Brian James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Shut the John on them jets, cause we wildin'. Put the bowl, it's a party on the island, moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pops flipped. Knew his name, that sit, never bother. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof for my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just to front, nigga. Goddamn. Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules. Had my first child, got it jumping with music. Can't really hang with nobody who losing. I thought by now that you would go and get it, but I could hardly see niggas this distant. Know you get cropped if you not in the picture. And I made that tag and went got a bag. Shots to the Henny and OG prescriptions, put rebel shit on the map. Took a leap from where I started at, started ballin', now I'm Chris Paul and Cat. Got him steady calling for the mold, but I'm on a roll, gotta call him back. And that's all fact.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. All carry-on items should now be stowed securely, either in an overhead bin or under the seat in front of you. All aisles, exits, and bulkhead areas should now be clear. All electronic devices should now be turned off and stowed, as they may interfere with the aircraft's navigational and communication systems. Once airborne, we'll let you know when you may use approved electronic devices.